channel. Thanks very much for being patient enough, ladies and gentlemen, to join us here on the other channel. Tell your friends. I mean, we only have 185, 186 subscribers, something like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely have a room to grow. Let me mute myself while he does his thing. Go for it, D.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and Germans, as Fumi says. No, this show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to leave. I'm not sure if Fumi was lagging or not, but it looks like he's frozen in time. Anyways, yeah.
I hope you're having a good night. Hold on, I'll pull up the prologue.
Are you going to do it?
Yeah, I got it, bro.
All right.
Give me 2 seconds.
Is he back? Well, yeah, I see his eyes moving. He's back.
I think my computer is lagging. Sorry, guys. I think it's actually my computer that's lagging.
It looks like he's frozen.
All right. So
Culprits.
Share.
Hi there, everybody. There's a bird's nest behind me, and that bird is telling you that, first of all, before anything else on the show is for adults only, 21 and over. Wherever you are, if the rules are a little bit different, if you have to be 23 or 24 or something else, please follow your local rules. Where I am, it's 21 and over to be an adult, so please do follow those rules. The show is not for children. It is for adults only. Please also remember that this show is completely and totally drug-free. We do not actually purvey any kind of drugs of any kind. You cannot get drugs from this show of any kind. You cannot buy them. You cannot borrow them. You cannot steal them. You cannot get them bequeathed to you. You cannot get drugs from this show. So please do not bother reporting this show for purveying drugs or anything else. You cannot in any way get drugs from this show. There's no secret menu. There's no super secret menu. There's no other way to get any kind of illegal product from my show. Also, please remember, we're doing this a little bit impromptu, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the bird squawks and everything else. Extremely dangerous challenges are not shown on the show. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. Instructions to kill or harm are never shown on the show, showing viewers how to perform activities meant to kill or maim others. For example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. Hard drug use or its creation is never shown on the show. Content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that sometimes you'll hear people on the show interact or have tell stories about how they have interacted in one way or the other with some drugs, cocaine, opioids, other drugs in their past. Please always assume that those are negative portrayals. Those are cautionary tales, and you should never, under any circumstances, emulate those stories. It's the position of Fumidoro and Fumidoro and the Flavors, everyone on Fumidoro, and all of the guests that drugs are bad, and you should not, under any circumstances, emulate those stories. And of course, my phone locked while I was talking. Instructional theft or cheating is never shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior would never be discussed on the show. Hacking is never shown. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as, but not limited to, hacking into social media accounts. And finally, bypassing payment for digital content or services, showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally require payment. We would never discuss any of those things. Finally, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the show is, of course, for adults only, and of course, we do not, under any circumstances, offer drugs to you. Even though other channels might have secret menus, we do not. Under no circumstances can you find anything illegal in the show. The cannabis content that we do discuss is legal under the 2018 Farm Bill, and the seeds that we purvey also are legal. All the breeders that come through the show, it's legal for us to purvey seeds because the seeds have no THC in them. So they are legal under the 2018 Farm Bill. Thanks, folks, for bearing with the introduction of the prologue here. We've recorded it maybe for the future. Indeed, as I say, thank you very much, folks, for putting up with that. We have to repetitively do those kinds of things. Probably it's not even enough at this point. I probably have to redo that intro again and add a little bit more legalese to qualify even whatever the fuck we can possibly think of. It's a little bit idiotic, but someone literally set a reminder, like a calendar alert, to basically report another one of my videos as soon as my last strike expired, and they did that the previous time as well. So I assume, of course, they'll do that again in the future. So congratulations to that person for having effectively no life, really. I mean, honestly, like setting reminders to go fucking report people. Goodness gracious. You can guarantee that they're friggin' at the HOA board. Has anyone seen What We Do in the Shadows, the show on Hulu? It just occurred to me that that person is basically the shitty version of Colin Robinson, going to like local PTA and board meetings and then basically talking about, well, let's talk about the meaning of the word taxation. Anyway. Ladies and germs, thank you very much for joining us. Let me post the link for you guys to join us. It's going to be a takeover this evening. I am going to be here. Somewhat good news, I think. My computer is right. My big computer is right behind us right now. I kind of fucked up the repair. So if anyone is listening, you are feel free to laugh. So I got an SSD replacement, basically. It occurred to me like it's just fucking ridiculous. Every time I go to the Apple store, somehow like they don't have time for my computer or whatever. So sure enough, the other day they're like, yeah, bring it in. And I brought it in. And like, no, we don't have time for it. Anyway, so I was like, I'm not going to spend $300 for them to literally give me the same hard drive that they should have replaced, like when it was defective in the fucking beginning, because it's been defective since the beginning. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go to OWC, and I got a 2 terabyte SSD and a replacement kit. Unfortunately for me, when I was almost done, I wasn't paying attention. I'd done everything fucking properly the whole goddamn time, and I didn't align the screen as I dropped it down on the fucking tape. It was like 1 millimeter, literally, but I had to basically peel it off so that the glass wouldn't crack and shit because it wasn't quite aligned. And then basically you're not allowed to, which kind of makes sense, because you have to kind of cut it off to get it off again. You're not allowed to just like stick it back on because basically they say your fucking screen will fall off again. So that would be a very bad thing. Anyway, so I had to order the stupid kit. That was an expensive mistake. But anyway, it's coming. It'll be here hopefully by like Wednesday or something. And right now I'm basically it's operating system. Hopefully I'll be able to reinstall from backup. Goddamn 2-month-old backup at this point. But knock on wood, maybe my computer will actually work for a change. It's kind of hilarious. I actually have it laying down, so that's why I'm looking at it. This is a very strange angle. And probably people are looking there like, that's a weird angle if Fumi's looking at it. Yeah, the thing is literally laying down so that the screen won't fall off, which reminds me I was going to tape the screen on so it doesn't fall off. That would be
red, green, and with some duct tape. There you go.
The
red, green.
Perfect use for blue tape.
Oh, blue tape.
I didn't post the link, did I? Or did I?
No.
I don't think I did. I think I copied it and then didn't paste it. There. No, that's the wrong one. Hold on. That's your mom's phone number.
Put them.
I mean, it's not that hard to find. It's on every bathroom stall. For a good time, call this number right here. Here, boom. For a good time, hit this link, ladies and gentlemen. We're here. We're goofing off. We're going to be here for a little while. D is, why won't this let me pin it? Come on, motherfucker. These goddamn emojis. Fuck. Come on. All right, somebody say something so that I can finally pin this fucking comment. Oh, because I'm in the wrong chat. That's why. All right. Once again, I'm doing Fumidor and the flavors, and I actually need to be in Fumidoro. So if you guys didn't know, by the way, why we're on this channel, I know it's a little bit unusual to be on this channel on Saturdays and fucking Fridays and whatever else. The big channel is locked down. We got a strike from that person that set a freaking calendar reminder to report the channel. So they gave me a strike, and basically for 1 week, I'm not allowed to say shit on that channel. Can't do anything. Can't even post a community reminder or anything. So it's always unfortunate because people always unsubscribe thinking I got butt hurt and left or something. It's always really annoying, but whatever. I guess if those people didn't want to hang out, I guess they don't have to. Where are we at? Here we at. All right, it's gonna take me a second. Well, you know what? We might as well introduce the gentleman. Welcome, D. What's going on, my friend? What's the good
Where? What's going on, chat? What's going on, panel? I'm D Zombie. You can find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. Doing it old school. See that? I'm in there. You can also come and subscribe to me on my YouTube channel at D_zombie. D_745. I'm trying to get that going. Just mess around with it for a bit. Smash is doing some fun stuff. on his channel. So I thought, hey, why don't I do some shorts? I want to see some funny comments and stuff from these random people. Anyways, I am smoking on Pink Bubba, Purple Pine and Perps, Black Blueberry Muffins, Dry Ice Hash, and Black Diamond for bedtime, like always. Hope we had a great week. This is a takeover. Brain. By the way, that's the coupon code you can use at fumadoro.com and Fumes of Gold. Be sure to check out, get some of his seeds. That's the coupon code, by the way, is only for the seeds. It's not for Grade Green Genetics or any of his merch. Anyways, hi.
Jersey, good to see you. They're smashed over there, coolly puffing on a, what is that, a blunt, or is that a big old fucking joint? Are those blunt wraps?
King Palms? King Palms, really?
King Palm.
Right on, buddy.
That's all right.
Yo, those are dope. I got the stick right here. I got the little packing tool right here.
I don't think I have any of them.
Your mute is smashed, by the way, if you're trying to talk. I don't know.
Oh no, I was just thinking. Yeah, my mom actually gave them to me.
Right on. What a cool mom.
Have you heard that song, I'm the champion, I'm the motherfucking champion?
Yeah.
I think this last year. Just your hoodie reminds me of that. Love that song. Any song that says I'm a motherfucking champion. I mean, come on, how could you not like that?
What about Bijou Bantu? Walk like a champion, talk like a champion.
Well, but see, there's a severe lack of motherfucking in that. And you know, that's one of the reasons why I like Samuel Jackson. He leads with the motherfuckers.
Taste the motherfucking rainbow.
That's it, you see?
Get these motherfucking snakes off this motherfucking plane.
Which wallet is it? It's the one that says bad motherfucker on it.
Motherfucker.
I actually rolled up some the Triangle Reunion. Pretty good.
Honestly, that would be one of the simplest but the funniest little gags in any movie ever. Which wallet is it? There's the one that says bad motherfucker on it. And he's joking, and then there's actually a wallet that says bad motherfucker. Yeah, you can't not laugh at that.
Yeah. Cannabis curious.
Brother Beams has been locked out of iMac for years. Can't remember the password. That fucking sucks.
I can't get to my iCloud because of that.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this computer not being a total piece of shit. If people remember anything from actually the bigger show, I have been fucking with this computer pretty much once a month or more for the last 3 years or so. It has been painful in the excessive extreme. Now for the last 2 months, basically the fucker's been down, which has just made everything so much worse. With the move and everything else, because all my fucking photos, my labels, everything is locked on this fucking computer. Because I think this computer right now that I'm working on, I realize that probably sounds confusing. This is a laptop. That's a desktop. This is Mac silicone. And that's Intel silicone, and they use a slightly different file system. And I think that might be one of the reasons why I can access the hard drives, but I can't access any of the fucking photos or anything. Oh my God, it has sucked. So anyway, knock on wood, maybe some of the computer problems will start to get resolved here. That would be super helpful. People have been waiting. Like I literally have all these seeds to send to Gage. Speaking of Gage Green, I've got a bunch of seeds ready to send to him in fucking bags, but I can't send him descriptions and stuff. I guess I could send him from my website, but that's super fucking douchey bullshit. I have like the original photos and stuff, but they're locked away. So anyway, hopefully we'll get that. I guess I realize now that I probably could have just fucking copied and pasted. No, I can't with the photos because the website won't let you download full resolution photos, I don't think. I can't remember. Anyway, all right, ladies and germs, I am at this point babbling like a fucking retard. I shouldn't say the word retard, my apologies. Babbling like a fucktard. That's a word that I can say and do enjoy saying. Cake in a cup, you'll be happy to hear. I don't know if you just heard me talking about. I was babbling about my computer. My computer is currently laying down right now because I fucked up the literal last step of the process. As one does. Anyway, as one does when one's tired, pretty much. I replaced, actually, I think you said to do this. I can't remember if it was you or somebody else in the chat. Thank you very much for suggesting this. I was a little bit nervous because it is a bit of an involved process. But I replaced my old Mac hard drive that honestly, in retrospect, was always defective. It's kind of sucks to see that they never really recognized that. But anyway, regardless, moving on, with a 2 terabyte OWC hard drive, and I was actually pleasantly surprised to see that it's made in Taiwan. Anyway, so hopefully should last for quite some time. Anyway, regardless, they have a whole kit that you can buy basically for actually not really all that much money. I think I spent $204 or something. Fucked up the last step of the process where you do the taping and everything else, and basically I was so excited to get it done, and I hooked up the what are they called, the fucking cables for the screen, whatever they're called. They're not PCI cables, whatever they're called, basically the connector cables. And I was like, oh shit, I'm done. And I basically lowered the screen and it was like a millimeter off, like to the side. Oh, my fucking asshole. So I had to very, very carefully peel the thing off so that the screen wouldn't crack, because it was like kind of off kilter in a couple places. And then you can't just snap it back on because you've basically peeled it off again. So I had to order another tape kit, which is super fucking annoying, but whatever. I wish they would send 2 tape kits in retrospect, but whatever. I guess that's another way to make money. So why would they? Anyway,
I remember
go ahead.
once when I was younger, I broke a laptop. It was like the family's laptop. And I was like, I am going to get a massive shit. Like the screen was shattered. So I took a old laptop that wasn't working and I prayed. I was like, I hope these have the same connectors in them. And I was like 12 or 13, maybe 14 years old. And I replaced the monitor in it with the like an old computer. And I was like, I don't know how that works, but it worked. And I ended up getting away with it. I was like, oh shit. But that was the first time I ever took apart like a computer and like did any work on it.
This is a fucked up situation. This is one of the real downsides of Apples. They're usually quite dependable. There's literally another basically identical iMac. I haven't checked yet, but it's either the same year or 1 year older iMac, and it's been working flawlessly basically since apparently the very beginning of the purchase. This computer has been flawless. What was I going to say? A lot of people have no problems, but if you do have a problem, you basically can't work on it. They have recently just changed policies, and now they're going to basically, or now they do offer repair kits and everything. But honestly, you can see it. Like I was telling my friend, I was texting, I was like, this stuff is so easy to break. It basically is meant to be put together once. Like in the factory, it's meant to be put together and then just thrown away someday.
Yeah.
Because like it's so easy to snap the connectors and shit. Like, dude, I remember when stuff was sturdy and fucking replaceable, right? Like the connectors weren't just fucking garbage. Anyway, those times have faded for a lot of, I guess gaming computers in some cases apparently are built that way, but fuck me, these are not.
You mean back in the day when everything wasn't made in China? From China?
That's fair. That's fair too. I mean, the annoying thing is China could, and they do actually make really high quality stuff. In some cases, they make some of the highest quality stuff you can find, but it's been a real, I don't know, a choice basically that all the companies make to make the stuff cheaply in China and allow them to basically get away with murder half the time. It's pretty fucking annoying. What are you looking at, Smash?
These are like the lasers you gotta get. It helps you separate the glass and stuff easier. It's really cool. If you ever watched like an iPhone deconstruction, if they got the
I see. Yeah, with this I use the iFixit. Literally, they got it from iFixit. Oh, it's fucking computer talking. I was like, what the shit? You hear that? It's the computer talking, like, please set up your Mac with blah 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 blah. Anyway, do I really need her? That's a fantastic question, Cake in a Cup. You're saying you need to get to the happy place where you can ask yourself a difficult question. Do I really want or need Mac? That is one of the fairest and best questions you could possibly imagine, because I was thinking to myself, like, if this computer is not salvageable for some reason, then to get this experience back, I would have to spend no less than about not even. I think it was about $2,300, $2,300 or even $2,400, and I was like, the fucking what? Because they don't make a 27-inch monitor anymore, and the 24-inch iMac has probably a better processor, but way less RAM, like way less RAM. I have 100 gigs of RAM on this fucking thing. Which shows, because you guys probably have seen me sometimes share my screen and I've got 40 fucking tabs open. Anyway, sue me. I like to research all kinds of different stuff. I don't always have time to get to it at every different fucking time of the day. Stuff like that is easy to do when you have tons of RAM. You can have a big video loaded. You can have all kinds of stuff basically, and it doesn't get down. The processing is super fast on these new Intel Macs, but they don't have as much RAM built in because the RAM is built in on the processor chip. Anyway, what am I fucking babbling about? So I would have to buy a $1,500 Apple display, which is a nice screen, but it's effectively the same display as this thing, which is fucking infuriating. It is literally the same display as the iMac that they used to make years ago. I guess now they put a little coating on it, which is fucking apparently worth several $100s in retail Apple terms. And then I could buy a Mac Mini, and that would be the way to get this fucking experience back again. And so I'm like, fuck off. For $2,500, I could buy a pretty decent Windows computer, honestly. The one annoying thing is that the screen is kind of legitimately, it seems like, unbeatable. It's fucking annoying, actually. I've been looking around. I need to actually go to the store again. So, by the way, anyone who's in the chat, if you can recommend this to me, I need basically a 5G, or 5 fucking G, the brain's not working, 5K 5K screen. So I fucking love the screen. Basically, Apple screens, they have the so-called Retina display, but what it is you can't see the pixels. And I have really sharp eyes. I can see the pixels, and it's always just driven me fucking nuts with other displays. I don't want to go backwards. So the one thing that I kind of can't live without, and that's annoying, is I've got to have a 5K true color IPS display, basically. And that's a little rare. There's apparently an LG display, but I haven't seen it in person, and a Samsung too that I haven't seen in person. If you guys know anything about
the Samsung monitors.
Pardon?
I love Samsung monitors.
They make amazing TVs, so I can't imagine. I wouldn't even be surprised if the display is made by fucking Samsung, to be perfectly honest, but just branded Apple. A lot of people don't know that Apple buys tons of shit from Samsung and Sony and stuff. Companies are super incestuous. What's up, Organic Soul Gardens? Knights of Umidoro. Used to be the Knights of the Chronic Table. Yeah, we could totally do Knights of Umidoro. The wrenches and the wenches. That's it. Get up, gal. First with the awesome comments. Sure it. By the way, who was first? I think Crymore Grows was first. Cheers, Crymore Grows. I think I didn't say hello to you earlier. Dabby J. Dabby J's in the house. What's up, Dabby J? Dabby J is probably finishing up down in Southern Oregon and beautiful beaches down there. Brother Beams, what's going on, buddy? Who else in here? Cheers, Atomic Spoon. Good to see you, bud. Who else in here? Good to see a fellow kid. Coffee Pots in the house. I bought my son a leather wallet, like in Pulp Fiction, for my son a couple of years ago. It was a Chinese plasticky fake leather wallet from eBay, not real leather. Fell apart in like 6 months. Fuck, that sucks.
I guess it didn't say made in USA.
Well, there's a really cool store, by the way, right across the street. It's not very useful for anyone who doesn't live in Portland, but right across the street from the original Powell store on Burnside, called Made Here. Not Made In, because that's like a online cookware brand or whatever. It's called Made Here, I think it was. Fuck, is it called? No, it's called Made Here. I think it was basically the successor to, it used to be called the Made in Oregon store or whatever. Anyway, everything that was in the store was made like in Portland or around it, and they had just like super sick shit. They had denim jackets and leather jackets, and specifically like leather wallets, handmade leather wallets from Portland. Fucking awesome. Expensive, but really, really, really cool stuff. If you ever
potato peeler,
pocket, go there. What's that?
Left-handed screwdrivers.
Left-handed screwdrivers. I mean, not everything's okay, it depends on what you count as expensive, but like sunglasses, a lot of times Ray-Bans and shit are like $200. I don't want to spend $200 for Ray-Bans, but I did spend, I think they were on sale when I bought them at REI, but they were Schwood. They're literally called Schwood. I've talked about them before. I don't think they're on my cabinet over here. Anyway, I really like them, and they're made in Portland. I guess they used to be made in Newport, but now they're made in fucking Portland, whatever. You can buy them there. So I guess, they're still expensive. It's not like $200 sunglasses are cheap. I mean, come on. But Like I dropped mine and I literally yelled out loud some obscenities that people probably shouldn't have heard me yell. So they are expensive, I'll give you that, but they're also nice because after having dropped them and a little piece of wood fell off because they have like wood on the frames, they still look nice and they still wear them and stuff. So like they're not pieces of shit, they're actually nice sunglasses.
Piece of shit like you for
Although I
breakfast.
would like to get that piece of wood fixed. What's that, D?
Oh, nothing. Just babbling away.
Hop on, folks. I actually should I'm gonna go make some dinner.
You need to buy some polarized sunglasses for fishing. I've been looking. I don't know.
Oops. Would have butt hurt anybody.
Dude,
Uh-oh.
Apparently, Ken's Artisan Pizza was named one of the world's best. A friend of mine and I went to Ken's Artisan the other, I don't know, maybe like 2 months ago, maybe 2 months ago. It's fucking fantastic pizza, and I'll give him credit for having like jump started the whole artisan baking trend because that Ken, can't remember the guy's name. Back when Coop was on the show, he used to talk about that guy. Apparently, he knows him or something. Anyway, he's some guy that lives here in Portland. I've never met him, but he's I guess he started as a tech guy or whatever and made untold fucking riches in tech whatever and just retired at the age of not even right, and then was like, well, what do I do with the rest of my goddamn life as a fucking multimillionaire? And he was like, I know, I'll take up baking, the most unprofitable thing in the world. Anyway, so he basically took up baking and made it profitable actually, because now like just fucking droves of people go to his artisan bakery, Ken's Artisan Bakery, and then Ken's, what are they called? Ken's Artisan Pizza, I think is what we call it. Anyway, and apparently it's named world's best. I actually think that there's a couple of pizza shops in Portland that are better. So we're spoiled for fucking quality here in Portland. It really is a taste thing though, because like technically Ken's is perfect. Like if you see them, the way they do everything, it's fucking perfect. Like even the pizza's in the oven for like 90 seconds. It's a Neapolitan pizza. So it's like basically conceptually similar, I guess, to Pizza Hut or Domino's, but they bake them totally different. Like Pizza Hut and Domino's, it's baked for like 5, 6, 7 minutes, blah blah blah, much lower temperature, like about 450, something like that. The Neapolitan, they're baked in a wood-fired oven at like fucking 950 degrees. And it literally only takes about 90 seconds. You put it in, you turn it once, and it's fucking done.
That's crazy.
No, seriously, it's awesome to see the way they prepare it. It's a whole dance. They don't really do the whole spinning dough thing, honestly, because that's kind of a waste of time. But they do like stretch the dough themselves, and they ferment the dough. They make it themselves. And anyway, it's poetry, honestly.
The
But
dough.
in terms of the overall effect, I honestly prefer Pizzeria Otto. And I know this is going to be fucking ridiculous, but there's a pizza cart, an actual cart called Pyro Pizza on Hawthorne. I think that guy's pizza is fucking exemplary. And mind you, that guy's a little bit of a, not, I'm not going to say, I was going to say he was a fucking jerk. He's not a jerk, actually. He's just a little bit like, I don't know how to put, like, he doesn't suffer fools, basically, I guess. Like I respect it, honestly. He doesn't suffer fools. Like if people fucking talk up, like talk down to him or whatever, which is kind of funny because he's like way above his customers when they order. But if they like kind of talk shit to him, he just kind of tells them, sorry, we're closed. And then he'll be like, next. And then for the next person, be like, so you're not closed? No, we're not closed. He's one of those kinds of guys. Anyway, look at that fucking monstrosity. Holy shit. That pizza definitely did not take 90 seconds to cook. That's for sure.
No, sir.
I don't know.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me that Smashed had a wonderful question before the show. We're vacillating through all kinds of conversation
Oh,
topics.
yeah.
He said, could we do the cooking show or a cooking show or whatever, but earlier? And I was like, well, hey, so what about Friday? What about we do the grill and chill a little earlier? I mean, whatever, it's back and forth. Maybe it wasn't my idea that we said that, but regardless, we were thinking, hey, we could do the grill and chill a little earlier. So I thought, you know what, that's a perfect a poll question. Of course, your mama likes perfect polls, as you know. So should we do the grill and chill a little earlier?
Holy fucking cat.
Heck yeah.
What are you doing, crazy? Cat's being crazy over here.
I made a New York strip tonight.
And it looks fucking delicious.
How'd you prepare it? And if you said well done, you're banned forever.
Cast iron.
Well, I'm glad that you jumped to that. First of all, by the way, cast iron is a solid choice. Do you sear and then put it in the oven, or do you finish in the pan?
No, I finished in the pan.
Well, tell us about your process, because everyone cooks a steak differently, and it'll probably be quite interesting the way you prepare it.
I use I like mozzarella steak seasoning a lot, so I use
Me
that.
too.
I don't know. It's got a little bit of everything in it. I don't. I use a tenderizer if it's like grocery store.
Your mama likes a tenderizer.
You know what I mean? So I
You beat it.
seasoning on. I hit it with the tenderizer a couple times. Then I
Master's
buttered the
beating
pan.
meat. Beating meat.
Yeah, then I buttered the pan and kind of let it go.
Right on.
I like medium.
Just straight up medium.
Yeah.
So mostly gray all the way through with a little bit of pink inside.
Yep.
And about 145. Do you ever use a meat thermometer?
Sometimes when I do chicken, I use the thermometer to be safe, but beef I don't really care about. If it's a little undercooked, whatever.
Beef you don't care about. You just alienated half the audience. They're like, well, you're fucking dead to us, smashed. Dude, and
Well,
like
I
the
mean, like,
skin shit,
viruses
they're all about
wise.
the beef. Holy crap.
I feel like chicken's supposed to be 165. I feel like beef is like 155 or something like that, right?
Chicken.
Well done.
Oh, I always have to check with chicken stuff. Fucking hell. Oh, I don't even know. I think you can eat it at 135 or something, but it depends on the cut of the bird. Oh, shit.
No.
Here,
Am I
I'll
fucking?
put it this way.
I got
When I was
a
in
great like meat done.
when I was in the kitchen, like working in kitchens, you wanted your chicken to get to 165 just to be safe.
Go with beef. Where's the beef? Well, there it is. Meat done. Oh, chicken done. Oh, here we go. With all three in. You're 100% right. 165. And then, oh, you can get this on Etsy apparently. Share screen. Portion of screen. Right here. 165. Just in case you didn't know what the animal is. 145 for pig. Pulled
Medium
pork
well,
apparently at 205. Interesting. I guess that makes sense now that I think about it. Huh, I've never really done it that way. For the biff, for the moo cow, rare, 125. I was gonna say that. That's you know what? Sometimes I'll go for medium rare. Go figure. It used to be that I wouldn't go for medium rare. Sometimes I'd go for 120. Honestly, like give me it fucking blue and mooing. But honestly, maybe I'm getting or something. There's a little bit more of the beefy flavor, honestly, when you give it to the medium rare. Debatable and controversial, ladies and gentlemen. 135, medium 145. That's what Smash was talking about. Medium well 155, and anything above that, you're dead to us, basically. 145 for fish.
I can't do a fish impression.
If someone orders a steak in a restaurant and they don't tell you how to cook it, it's automatically cooked medium well.
I've heard people say medium too, because sometimes people like a little bit of pink, and then of course it's not too dry.
But yeah, they always told me chicken 165. Make sure it's at 165.
You know what you can actually cook to medium, or if you actually really like well done steaks and you're a rich person, go figure Wagyu. It's so fucking fatty that you can basically cook the ever-loving shit out of it, and it's still really, really juicy and flavorful. It'll be $100 fucking well done steak, but it'll actually still be really good. It's a really weird experience. I wouldn't recommend doing it that often unless you're rich. I'm not rich, so I've tried that once in my life with a friend. So that I'm probably not going to repeat that again. But it gets like crispy and beefy.
I want to go to those places that give
so
you sashimi or whatever, slices of Wagyu that you cook on a grill in front of you.
Oh, like what is that fucking called?
If I can find one, I would go tomorrow.
I think that's called.
I think it's Korea barbecue.
Oh, that could be.
Oh,
By the way, Korean beef is apparently wonderful. If anyone watches the channel Guga Foods or what is it, Sous Vide Everything, he's got a few channels. All of them have over a fucking million subscribers. Anyway, he was in Korea recently, and apparently the Korean beef blew his fucking mind in a few different ways. They have a couple different styles of cattle that are evidently related to Wagyu, and apparently even better marbled and everything else. Anyway, different for what it's worth, not necessarily better, I guess.
Yeah,
But so they have a cool new technique. It's not even new in Korea, apparently, but new for him. Water aging, and you literally basically vacuum seal it and age it in water, and you don't. What's the word I'm looking for? It still ferments basically, but it doesn't have quite the same fermentation as a dry age. I actually kind of don't like dry aged steaks.
they're all
Sometimes
right.
it's okay, but sometimes I don't like that funkiness in the steak. I like the fresh beef.
I like it. I like 30
wet
days at
age
the
is different.
most.
Pardon?
30 days at the most for a dry age. I don't like anything after that. I think it gets too, I don't know.
Starts to taste like blue cheese or whatever. Yeah. And then you can also just pour blue cheese on the steak and people don't even notice. Isn't that funny?
the cheese
Yeah,
is in the
one of
blue.
these places. I've always
Yeah, that
wanted
looks
to
really
try
good.
one.
Korean barbecue, yeah.
I'm gonna see if there's one around that has like these tables.
People are surprised. Korean barbecue is some of the best fucking beef you can have. Yeah, it's really, really, really flavorful and fantastic. I don't think people are sleeping on it as much as they used to, but goddamn,
Moose.
they'll be like, "What? Koreans eat beef?" I don't think they eat beef. The entire nation of Korea is like, "The fuck you what?" Cheers, Hillbilly Herb. He's saying rib steak, slow grilled over hardwood coals. Not a bad choice at all. Blind Cat 420 tartar. That's not a bad choice either. How many people in the chat have had? I can't do a poll. How many people in the chat have done beef tartare? D's saying no. Surprised because you're into fresh brains. It's so it's not ground beef, because ground beef you actually have to cook to pretty much 165. You pretty much have to cook it to like well done, basically, to be safe. But if you grind your own beef, you can actually eat it rare. So, for example, if a restaurant grinds their own steaks, you can they'll a lot of times ask you, how would you like it prepared? Sometimes shittier restaurants will pretend to be good, and they'll ask you to actually ask for it to be well done. In those cases, if they use like a frozen patty or whatever, it's because basically as soon as beef is exposed to other things that might have been the poop of another cow or whatever, then the fucking clock is ticking, and you actually have to cook that shit up to bacterial death, basically, is what it is. But if you how do I put this? Beef is one of the a few animal meats, believe it or not, even very controversial, even pork and chicken can be this way, but they're so mistreated on a general basis that you shouldn't really treat them this way. Basically, if you treat beef well, you can kind of leave it out at room temperature. It's one of the reasons why you can dry age it and wet age it and everything else. You can kind of leave it at room temperature for a while before it has any problems. And then if you just kind of wash off the surface, you're fucking good to go. So basically, if you grind a fresh cut of beef that was, in the refrigerator, prepared well and everything else and kept well, and then basically fresh grind it, you can cook that to the medium rare temperature, because the inside of the beef has not been exposed to a lot of bacteria. And once you grind it, still it's now exposed to bacteria. But if you grind it, or if you prepare it in a reasonably short amount of time, like a couple hours, obviously, it's not going to have enough time for the bacteria to take hold. At least the bacteria that cause problems are not going to have the time to take hold and cause you problems. So you can actually safely eat beef tartare. You can safely eat medium rare or even rare, believe it or not, hamburgers. Wouldn't really recommend it, because then it's just kind of a mushy patty of fucking like raw meat. It's not really that great of experience. But beef tartare is different, because you end up mixing it with egg yolk and some veggies. Everyone prepares it differently, with a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, on and on and on, some pepper and shit like that. It's actually quite good. And then you actually spread it on some bread, basically, is usually how you eat it. That is a haggis. Again, conceptually horrifying, but actually quite flavorful. Believe it or not, it's actually pretty fucking tasty. No, seriously, pretty fucking tasty.
No, buddy,
It tastes more like a meatloaf.
No, I'm Scottish, third generation Scottish, and I don't like haggis.
Really?
And I don't like blood pudding either. It's gross.
I think I'm okay with blood pudding. I don't think it's my favorite, but I think I'm okay with like blood sausage and stuff. Definitely not my favorite because I'm not like, oh yay, blood, but it's okay, right? Like I'm not gonna throw it away. But I do like liverwurst and liver pate and shit like that. I do quite like those.
Ugh.
So some people are really against that kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, so far
Which one I
people are saying we've only got 15 votes, so folks do sign up and say something. It's saying, should we do the grill and chill a little earlier on Fridays? And most people so far are saying, heck yeah, I need to see your mama. So Smash was saying just a little earlier. I guess I should have specified with that, but I didn't have enough characters. He was saying like maybe an hour earlier, something like that. So that's basically, if you guys know, I hope you didn't overestimate or whatever, but that's basically the first option is supposed to be that. What are we looking at? Come on, Smash. This is beautiful. This is beef Korean, or I'm sorry, Korean barbecue ingredients. You basically pick and then they'll grill for you. That's pretty awesome.
I'm getting hungry over here. Look.
Sometimes that's also called, I wonder what the difference between that and a Mongolian, because these days we'll call them Mongolian grills and it's kind of the same style. I guess spices and seasonings probably for one thing is different, but
Oh, we're trying to break my shitty wall. Goddamn Mongolians.
cheers, by the way, Lugo. Good to see
Sorry,
you.
I had to.
Oh, by the way, someone was saying, I can't remember, Cake was talking about the Mac, he's saying 16 gigabytes has been enough for me. It's enough for most, still enough for the latest, most intensive peak.
We don't have any
it's released.
Mongolian grills. We have Fire and Ice, which is the closest.
What's that,
But
Smash?
we don't have any Mongolian grills around here.
Huh. Go figure. Portland area in general doesn't really have all that many buffets left. There's really maybe
We have a couple.
half a dozen, and there's a lot of places in the country that have hundreds. Like I guess the LA area has tons and tons and tons of buffets, and I'm like, dude, I don't even remember the last time I saw one. So Cake and Cup was saying, and this is fair. If you think you're a hardware ahead on Mac, you're about 2 months behind the rest of the world. Their new chips are apparently pretty good, but even then, if you're buying a laptop for the screen quality alone, you're probably using it as a desktop more than a mobile computer. If so, get a decent screen to plug into the laptop if you're not on mobile. No, that's fair. I guess I would be able to do that. Honestly, there's no real reason why I couldn't do that with this computer.
That's what I do.
I guess that's occurred to me. I could get that Apple display, but this computer's a little overwhelmed already with the stuff that I do. Even just starting up the show and stuff, it's a little overwhelmed. It's just a MacBook Air, honestly. I didn't really spend all that much money on it, so I'm not really like super disappointed or whatever on this computer. It kind of did the job it was supposed to do at the time, but I've kind of had to stretch it a little bit more because this fucker's always down. Anyway, in a pinch, I could definitely get that Apple fucking display. Or if I finally go, I don't know, maybe Best Buy. I need to look a little harder, honestly. I just haven't had too much time. I need to go look for those 5K. Because again, they do exist. Apple's not the only company that makes 5K displays. That would be fucking ridiculous. Need to go look at them, see if I can buy them. I know like Benro and a couple other companies have them, but those are kind of expensive. Like those are more expensive than the Apple display. So anyway, would rather not go spend more money on computers right now. So I'm hoping this works. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, my computer, it's overheating on me sometimes when I'm like hardcore gaming.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, that's the worst.
Time to install a water cooler. Kicking a Cup is saying Koreans respect their beef.
If you guys want some Mongolian grills, build yourself a wall. And
I'm gonna mute myself. It's ridiculous. By the way, what is the chat saying?
I've always wanted to build a pizza oven in the backyard.
Oh yeah, good choice. Like a pizza oven or what?
Yeah, like a brick one.
Oh, yeah, that's a solid choice.
move screen.
Yeah, that's one of these days. That's kind of a priority for me too. That would be really, really nice. I've thought about getting one of those the Komodo ovens or whatever, but Costco didn't even have them this year. I was kind of thinking, well, I probably wouldn't have bought one this year. They're still like $1,000, but They didn't even have them anyway, so I couldn't even look at them. The green eggs or whatever, those are fucking expensive as shit tits. I mean, fucking ass. They're like $1,700 or something. Suck my asshole. Like that's just ridiculous. But I'm swearing a bit on this show, aren't I? But the Komodo, whatever the shit they sell at Costco, apparently just the same. They're both made in Taiwan these days. They're not made in, I don't know, lovingly handcrafted in New Mexico or something.
Dude, I want to get if I
Did
ever
you know
get
that New Mexico is older than Mexico? That's something that always fucking shocks people. Like, what? No, no fucking way. No, seriously, New Mexico is older, and the name New Mexico is older than Mexico because New Mexico comes from New Mexico. Like basically the original Mexicans, that was their new area. That was the area they colonized before the fucking Spanish, apparently. So it's like 400 or 500 years old. It's crazy.
so if I ever buy chickens, I'm gonna get those black chickens.
Just
They're
because
like,
it's cool with your chickens.
well,
Motherfucker.
they're worth more. The eggs are worth way more money.
Oh, you're starting an egg laying side hustle,
It'd be cool.
side cluckle.
I actually looked up our city
I
bylaws
don't
here.
blame you. For your freaking eggs are expensive. Holy shit! What, a dozen good eggs? You can easily spend $6 or $7 on them these days if you know a good source. It's no, really, yeah, like a good organic eggs and shit are like, I want to say $6 to $8 per dozen. I mean, you can get basically at Costco, you can get the free range organic, whatever, for maybe what, $8 or $9 something. But yeah, like at like a farmer's market or something, it's like seriously no less than $6 for a dozen. 50 cents an egg. Can you believe that shit? What the fuck? Yeah, you could I was gonna say you could break up. You totally could do that. You could rake in.
Yeah, look at these things. That's fine.
I have no comment.
They're so cool.
The retina screens, I don't give a two fucks that it's a retina screen. That's just their patented name for it. They're just really, really the resolution is very high. What's the here? I'll just look it up because I'm doing fucking 5 things at a time. It's like 5,000 pixels on a side to be 5K. It's something by 5,000. What is 5K resolution? Or what is
Evolution.
5120 by 2880? There are other screens that have that resolution. There's some, like, they make them from Benro and stuff, but those are like photography screens. Don't really have that in the budget right now. So those are more expensive than the Apple display. So the Apple display actually kind of punches above its weight class for that in that regard. Then there are actually less expensive options from both Samsung and LG, but I have not had a chance to see them. The ones that are close to that resolution at Costco, I don't like at all. They hurt my eyes. I don't know, whatever. I'm just a fucking weirdo. What do you want? But I dislike them. Whereas with these Apple computers, I can't see the pixels, especially as I'm getting older. Like my eyes are not getting better. So actually, like it's getting even better. Like, oh shit, I can't see shit anymore. But I can still see the pixels on Samsungs and LGs. It's just always drives me nuts. I guess I could just Google. Our 10 best 5K monitors for Mac. Why does it have to be Mac? But apparently it does for product reviews. So there's an LG, it's the 40-inch wide, but this might be cheating. That's the thing. It's 5120 by 2160, but it's also an ultra wide. Don't know. I'd have to see it because it might be lower resolution. Of course, the Apple Studio display that's got great reviews. It's just $1,500 fucking dollars. Another LG, a 27-inch. It's 5120 by 2880 IPS display with Mac OS compatibility. That would be perfect.
Gotta come
Samsung
with a rubbing
16-inch
punch.
Infinity S9 series. What is it with their S9s? 5K computer monitor, Thunderbolt, blah blah blah. Not great reviews, but it apparently exists.
Dell 5K Ultra Sharp.
Supposedly there's a Dell too. Yeah.
U492.
Sell Dell only directly though, right? Do Dells only sell directly?
I think they might be a
It'd be nice to have a screen like that. Fuck, I remember. Subcool talking about his big fucking
Wow.
screen. It was cool.
That's pretty cool.
I remember he was
Yeah,
talking about how big the screen was. He was losing shit. He was like, "Where is it?"
I want a curved monitor
Right? Does sound cool.
because
Nothing
I
good
have.
for gaming.
I think this is 27. No, I don't know how big this monitor is.
You have a
My
computer?
laptop's 15 inches, and this thing is like a small TV right next to me.
Taking a cup says clean the dust out of the box and the temperatures go down even while gaming.
Yeah, but it's a laptop, and I've never opened gaming these new laptops.
Yeah.
I gotta open it. I just don't want to break
I'd be
it.
scared. I'd be scared of shit popping out and shit, not knowing where it goes.
By the way, fair cake, we were talking about it earlier, or at least I was saying it wouldn't surprise me at all. Like Apple probably doesn't make that screen. They probably just basically order it from, I don't know, Samsung or some other company, right? So for all I know, it might be a Samsung screen and it might be available probably for half the price in a different model. So if anybody knows or if anybody can fucking help me out, now that I realize it, actually, I could probably just look at those screens and see if they're available. First off, I hope this fucker will fucking get fixed because I just don't want to spend more money on bullshit. But if it would be nice, like I could buy a new Mac Mini. They are oftentimes on sale. I could totally get probably a little bit faster computer than that one to have less RAM. But yeah, if I could get like a screen, those actually look really nice. And I think they're only maybe $500 or something. That would be a lot more affordable than the fucking Apple screen. Anyway, whatever. Thean putted horn.
Look at that one.
Don't know. Thean, am I
Welcome.
the Joey's joke? No, don't know. Thean, welcome, Thean. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. If it's a joke, please elucidate. ViewSonic make panels. True. Oh, I didn't know they were lower end. I guess I can look. Samsung and LG panels are the premium brands in bare panels. He's saying, here comes Captain 420.
Right on.
By the way, how is the well, shit, Smash, you're winning. We got 19 votes. I was saying, cheers, Captain. I was saying, hey, this is a perfect question for the poll. And sure enough, I think the poll is mostly agreeing. Even some people are saying way earlier, like 4 Pacific Standard Time. What do you think about that, Smashed? Conceptually, it's not that big of a deal, I guess. It's a little early. I would say maybe 4:30 or something, but it's doable. It's not that big of a deal, half hour one way or the other.
That's 7.
5 or 6 your
That'd be
time.
7 o'clock your time, yeah.
Yeah.
5 or 6 my time, you think is perfect?
Yeah.
That'd be 3 a.m. my time.
The barbecue, Captain. Barbecue at
Time
3
to
a.m.
have some late night chicken.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what are you gonna barbecue? Because you've always said how shitty the meat is over there. What are you gonna barbecue at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, chicken or fish.
If I'm barbecuing here, it's definitely going to be, probably chicken.
Got pork? Do they have a lot of pork over there?
Yeah, they do, but I've got a great smokehouse that smokes my pulled pork for me, so we don't even need to do that.
I actually want some barbecue brisket. I've been craving that for a while.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what they do is they take a brisket over here and they'll barbecue it up and they'll pull it apart and people buy that. And from there, you can make, 100 different dishes. I just choose to mix it with a lot of barbecue sauce and have pulled pork sandwiches.
Dude, that sounds good right about now.
Jim Beam came out with this maple bourbon barbecue sauce. I really don't care for it on the chicken, but if you cook up some potatoes and put that on top of the potatoes, man, that tastes so good. It's nice and sweet, but with a little tang.
What did TGI Fridays used to use? It was Jim Beam. It was Jim Beam. I didn't really like that barbecue sauce. I don't know
Jack
why.
Daniels. Jack Daniels is what they use. And I enjoy their Jack Daniels sauce on their chicken. That's really good.
Sweet Baby person through and through. I love Sweet Baby Ray's.
Fridays used to have this deal where you could go in during happy hour and all the appetizers were half off. So you get like the boneless chicken nuggets, barbecued or wings or whatever. And basically for the $10 with your drink, you ordered like 3 different appetizers. It was more than what you got in a meal. You just had to go during happy hour. Because when I was out in California and delivering clones, it was like, okay, I'm heading through Fremont. I know there's a Fridays right up here. We're going to pull off and hit happy hour. I'm hungry. But it was a way to, be able to eat, relatively inexpensive in the Bay Area, which is hard if you're not eating tacos.
Oh my God, I gotta find something to eat. I'm starving.
So I'm sorry, D. You haven't eaten. So I was at a little shop opened up around the corner from me here. And I may actually, when the weather is shitty, do lives from there. I've asked them if I could come and do a live from their little den. They've got a little dispensary in a really nice big area. And today we were talking about maybe on like Sunday mornings or something like that on the weekend, having like local growers, because they have a coffee shop there. They have an espresso machine, everything. And having like a coffee and cannabis morning for the local growers here in Chiang Rai to come out to. And then we can, start a discussion and start a group going and everybody helping everybody out.
So by the way, I hate to cut in. Sorry, Captain. I hate to rudely cut in here. I have to bounce for a few minutes to go pick something up. If you guys can, well, it's a D takeover, so D. The show's all yours. He's the host. I have a freaking hair in my mouth.
The most.
Anyway, he's the host with the most. Absolutely, ladies and germs, don't defy D. He is God. But come enjoy the show. Come and join the show, and of course, come and enjoy the show as well. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. That's pretty much the big rules. Don't bullshit. That's basically the unspoken rule as well. But otherwise, ladies and germs, hop on here. Come chat. Come goof off with us. Off to you. Cheers, guys.
Later, Gator.
Well, since Fumidor made that, if the link is pinned up in the chat there, if the guys that are watching at the place I just left, you guys speak well enough English to come on here. Why don't you guys come on? It's a free show.
Yeah.
So you've been invited to come and join us here on live YouTube.
Oh shit.
Even though you're only 150 meters from my house.
That's awesome.
So that's how close this place is. It's open 24 hours a day.
Nice.
Yeah.
So and the products good?
The products are some of the best in town.
Oh sweet. So then you scored me. Bleh. I need to smoke so I can't talk right. Then you're in the perfect spot then, Captain. Where you're living.
Yes, I am, because as soon as I make up this batch of, I didn't grab the eggs, which are just down the street from there, but I need to make up some batches of brownies, and they're one of the shops that are going to be carrying my brownies
Nice.
here in Chiang
Sweet. Get yourself some Captain brownies.
Yep.
Oh,
They'll be available at 4 places in town now.
nice. Yes.
And they also carry other things that Captain has too.
All right, on.
So you could end up in there and all of a sudden find some aged Death Star bubble hash or something. Or
Yeah.
something.
So if you ever go to Shanghai, Thailand, then anybody, keep your eye out for Captain 420's products.
Yep. The stickers will be made up next week. I'm going professional. I'm actually having little stickers made up. Oh, don't go all nice, man. They're like, okay, this is, Microsoft's printer here. Basically, a different colored Captain 420, a warning sign in red that these do contain cannabis and how much they do contain, and what was used for them and how they were made and what they were made with, because I use a very expensive coconut oil.
Nice.
So, which is nice because here in Thailand, it stays oil all the time.
Yeah.
Not like when you're back in the States and you pick it up and you say, well, it's coconut oil, so it should be white. But then you realize that, hey, it is an oil. So this white is going to turn to clearish oil. And you get home and heat it up and it turns to a clear liquid again. And you're like, wow.
I actually had some coconut oil go bad on me.
Yeah. That was sitting around for a while then.
No, it really wasn't. A couple months, maybe.
Wow.
I left it room temperature. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because I would
Did
put a
you
little
leave-
bit. I'd put it in my coffee in the morning.
So you had it out on the counter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did it. Yeah. Now I keep them in the cabinet of the fridge.
Yeah, every time I open one of those, I put it in the refrigerator.
I don't know why. I thought it would be fine.
I just happen to have a tendency to, after everything I open, to put it in the refrigerator because, there's certain things that you can leave out. And I've had a couple of those things that you could supposedly leave out go bad on me and make me really sick a couple times. So it's kind of like, no, I remember the last time I did this, I got sick. So we're just going to put this over here in the refrigerator. Like certain barbecue sauces, you don't need to refrigerate after opening.
Well,
ketchup, you do. You ever try fitting a half-gallon Heinz ketchup bottle in your refrigerator, though? That's one thing I literally do. I buy ketchup by the half-gallon here.
Yeah, I'm in my fridge. Where's my ketchup bottle? There it is. 1 liter.
I just rolled up some Shine Apple.
Yeah, I should go get some pot and roll it up.
Last one, I want to go play Call of Duty.
You want to
got
go play Call of Duty?
I was supposed to be in the studio tonight, but something must have happened. So I'm hoping tomorrow I'll be in the studio.
Right on. All right, well, I guess it's back downstairs for me.
I got a water, so
I got to roll a joint.
I'll just smoke half of this. Go downstairs, water. I'll show you guys what's good. I put some of that trichoderma product in my water today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, give it a couple days after you put it in and see what happens.
Well, I put okay, what did I do?
Open.
I was mixing it and I put silica in and I let it mix for 5 minutes. Then I put some of the trichoderma in. Then I put a little bit of bacillus. And I've been letting it kind of sit, and I put an aerator in it.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. I was talking to a gentleman last night about doing a different type of fermentation where it's like a gravity type separation of the nutrients and everything. Now, I was a bit toasted last night. I made my drink a little bit too strong. Let's put it that way. So some of the stuff was going over my head, but from what I was gathering, it was gathering all these different hormones as it was doing that in the separation process. And it's basically a gravity thing. And he also said that it was starting to remove a lot of the smells that he would normally get off of the mixture. So we're supposed to have another meeting here soon. And he's going to explain it to me again, because I did have to, say something to him about, not being all there as far as talking like, on that type of a level. But if you want to go follow him on YouTube, he's a Northern Thai grower. He hasn't put out much lately, but, give him a follow. He normally is into the FPJ stuff. So you'll find him talking all about that and how he uses it here in Thailand and how he produces it. So, but because of the one fever the mosquitoes were carrying around and the poor air quality, he hasn't done much on YouTube lately, but I talked to him last night and he's going to start putting out more content. So that would be someone to maybe click on, and when he pops up a video, because, like I say, he's all about the organic and making that up. And when he does that video about what he's doing now, that's going to be a really interesting video.
Oh, these things burn pretty good. I wish it was tobacco leaf, but I don't really taste the pineapple that they say it is, but whatever. They do have a filter, which is cool.
Have you ever smoked, like, I guess you would call it a blunt, but a joint rolled with a cannabis leaf?
Oh,
Have any of you
Cannagar.
guys ever tried? Have you ever tried any of those?
Yeah, I've tried a Cannagar.
How does the leaf burn? Does it want to run, or does it kind of, you know, just like a cigar, stay together?
So you have to pull it, it's different. My buddy makes them. They have to be the perfect humidity and like kind of just like a tobacco that they're still kind of moist and pliable.
Yeah.
And he makes like a paper, he cuts it out, cuts a square out of it, puts the leaves together, cuts the square out of it. Then he has like a mold, a Cannagar mold, it looks like a cigar
A
mold.
press.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And you put it in there and you let it sit for a couple of days. Then when you pull it out, it's like a cigar.
Okay.
And
So he's letting the outer leaf material kind of dry around in the mold to
Yeah.
get them to stick. Okay. That's all. I was just wondering how they kind of, you know, did they put any type of a sugar glue on them, or were they rosin to keep
a little
them
bit of water,
together? Yeah.
just like you would do a cigar, pretty much. Same method.
Yeah. Okay. Because we've got some pretty big ass leaves here in Thailand. I mean, you could make a 12-inch cigar out of this fuckers.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, it would be cool if you could find a leaf that was big enough for one,
Yeah.
one leaf is a blunt.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time we're working with these little leaves and we got to put them together, and you got to make sure you put them together like evenly or it won't burn right.
Well, see, I wasn't really looking at putting together the cigar type as much as putting together what you would call like a cigarello, one of the smaller cigars, and doing it, because we have fan leaves here and they don't have any thickness at the bottom end, but they can be up to 2 to 2.5 inches wide. So that's enough to roll like a little cigaretto.
So what I see people do is they have like these sticks and they roll their weed onto these sticks, and then from there they roll it with the leaf. It's pretty interesting. Then you pull the stick out.
Okay. So in other words, they're making Thai stick, people.
I wonder if I can get a picture.
Because that is exactly how you make Thai stick. But yeah, I can see the hole being in the center to get that even burn.
Yeah, right here. Like that's what a toothpick.
So you don't have to suck on it hard. But there are some people out there that do.
Like here we go. This one works good. It's got the toothpick in the middle to help keep that burn nice. There's someone in chat from Thailand. Probably.
Well, yeah, probably the guys from the shop, because I told them, I said, hey, listen, guys, I'm sorry to, you know, smoke and run, but these guys are on. Watch it. I'll be on in 5 minutes. Then I came home and jumped right on after I got my drink and my shit together.
I'm stoked.
It'd be nice if they would jump on. They could jump on from the comfy couches they're sitting on. Or wait, there was someone sleeping on one of the couches when I left. That's another cool thing too. At this place, if you do have a little bit too much, they do have like a chill out room that does have a bed that you can lay down on. But it's mainly a coffee shop with a nice selection of probably the better quality flowers. You'll at least get the nicer buds there. I mean, that's what I was impressed at. You know, a lot of shops I'm seeing a lot of these buds and they're not bigger than my pinky nail. But these buds were actually, you know, like the size of plums.
I put the name in the our chat there, Captain. I don't know if you know that name.
Okay.
Oh, Bud.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Right on.
Those are my friends.
Welcome, Cian. I hope you're saying your name right. Cian Putt. How about we just call you Cian Putt?
See him putt. And we'll
Yeah, you're
change
more
that
than
to
welcome
puff.
to come on, see him if you like, or anybody, and then everybody else in chat out there who wants to come on. Click the link at the top.
To show us your garden. It actually took me a couple extra minutes to get here because outside they've got some plants growing and we start talking about that.
Isn't that how it always happens?
Yeah. And while we were staying there, I took off all the leaves that didn't need to be on there just because it's out of habit. But good thing we talked about it because he was just about out of nutrients. So I'm going to get him some nutrients to put on his plants.
Right on.
And then I have to take another friend of product today to get rid of his problem that I seen in his video that he took yesterday.
Yeah, man. I wish it wasn't almost 12:30 at night. I go get some food. Nothing's open.
See, that's what's nice about Thailand. There's always someplace open. I mean, the guys that cut the fresh meat, they start at like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning at the one market here. And by 6:30, they're sold out and done.
Wow.
But they harvest a cow every day, every night.
That's crazy.
Well,
Like we have McDonald's here, but I don't eat McDonald's. Fucking gross.
we have one McDonald's here and it's at the mall. So it's closed by 9 p.m., 10 p.m. The thing is you can order a sausage McMuffin, but you can't order a sausage you can order a sausage cheese McMuffin, but you can't order the egg together. So So you can't get a sausage egg McMuffin. And it's actually the best deal is the egg McMuffin at McDonald's here. They're only like $3.
Nice.
Where if you get one and it comes with a coffee and hash browns, and usually it comes with something like chicken nuggets too. They'll want to charge you like 500 baht for it. So you're back up to over $15.
Yeah.
No. How's that though? You go to order something like a hamburger or a fish sandwich, and the combination meal comes with a 4, 6, or 8-piece chicken nuggets too.
Wow.
We can even order fried chicken at our McDonald's.
That's pretty
Besides rice dishes. I've never had any of their rice dishes yet though. But you know,
sorry.
I don't go to McDonald's more than once or twice a year.
Oh, I can't eat McDonald's. But they have a place in Chicago, and it's I guess it's like a training facility or something. But anyways, they'll have McDonald's stuff, like different menu items from around the world. I think that's pretty neat. You can get stuff shipped
Yeah.
from like Japan or even Thailand. Different shit. Pretty neat. Hey, Dead Fish fan.
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's
Just
up,
eating
man?
dinner.
A little late, huh? Yeah, I got about 1 bar on my battery, but I figured I'd come on here and smoke a bowl with you guys before I hit the sack.
Right on. That's cool.
Faded out. Little purplish.
Yeah, that was my last. That's my last grow there. And try to get these plants. They're sleeping, but
Yeah,
Nice
that makes
little
sense.
tent there.
That makes sense, Penny. Oh, here, let me put spotlight you, Smash. Whoop.
no, I use Zoom literally every day with work. Hold on a sec.
I gotta get it into bigger pots. I'm gonna put apple fritter in a 20. I'm gonna put chem dog in a 10. I'm gonna put that. I think it's in a 7 already. It's Leonardo.
Now, is that Irie?
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
That's in a 3. It's a grape fun dip. This grape fun dip is huge in a 5. But these are the plants that I kind of just had hanging out. But now that I really need flower, we're gonna up pot them. Those are going out. These clones. I'm gonna get these out. Just a couple people. Apple fritter.
They look good.
Yeah, I gotta put them in some dirt. Chem dog clone. Some algae on there. It's all right. Put a little bit of peroxide to help with the algae. But I'm gonna put them in dirt. They're going into solo cups. They're in Rockwell. That's the only shitty part.
Yeah, this is a little experiment. I've done the cup stuff, but
Let's try to find it.
put this in dirt. I'm probably gonna leave a lot of the Rockwell cube exposed on the top, and just put the roots in the dirt.
Right on. Where is it?
But I still have apple fritter. Apple fritter's right here. I don't see any more thrip damage. That's the other thing. I was trying to kill the thrips. I didn't want to flip with thrips again. So like, I've honestly been spraying these things heavy as fuck. I've been using what, Subfoil X, and then I bought this stuff. I have the concentrate,
Right on.
potassium salt, fatty acid, sulfur.
Whatever.
So I've been rotating that with Subfoil X every week.
Right on.
I've sprayed probably a month now, over a month. And I'm not seeing any flying. I'm not seeing anything in the dirt. I've been trying to like check the leaves as much as possible. I don't see any damage from them. I will say that there is like down here, like this one was getting damage from them. Older leaves. This one's definitely, look at, you can tell this one's damaged. That's what they were doing to it. Just eating it away.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's brutal.
But
Smash, you're in Mass?
yeah.
Did you get them
Not too
outdoors,
far
the
from
thrips?
you.
You get them from a clone or something?
I don't know. I brought in ChemDog. That's the only clone I brought in. I mean, I could have brought it in on my shirt or something stupid, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking there might have been some eggs in the original ChemDog soil they gave me from the dispensary.
Oh shit.
I had quite a few bags that had problems from Pro Mix. It caused me a big problem, but it caused a big flower bed in my backyard too.
Shout
'Cause
out
I had to
Eagle.
throw this shit out.
I got Tau sticker. Obviously, I got Coast of Maine. This is one of my favorite Duke Grow stickers I've ever gotten. When the root is strong, the fruit is sweet. And then the day you stop racing is the day you win the race. Bob Marley. Oh, shout out fucking Stabby McStabwood, bro.
Boy, what's up with Stabby?
I haven't seen homie in forever, but yeah, this is from the vape juice he made me a while ago. And I just like this optic foliar. It's pretty sick art. But yeah, I only got him up in the corner.
Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, we never killed Kenny. Haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Cheers to Humidor, which he's there, but he's not.
You know,
Sneaky.
I'm not seeing. I've had this light running since I've got it, and no diodes look like they're out. No, I gotta knock on wood. Hold on.
Here.
I've been Really lucky with this light. It's worked very well. It's
Right on.
it's hit safe, like heat safe mode one time. That was my fault, but it's ran flawless ever since.
Yeah, like I was mentioning the other day, I can't wait till those lights get here. 3 of them are gonna take the place of 4 lights.
I really want one of those GML lights. Like, I don't know. I really want one of those GML lights. But oh yeah, if anyone wants to know, since it's open, my temperature's 70, my humidity is 61, but when I close it, my temperature goes up to like 80 and my humidity is at like 55, 60.
Cool.
See, I really don't even think if here in Thailand, especially northern Thailand, if you're growing right, which you're flowering at nighttime, as long as you pull the air into like the house and then into your grow room, into like a lung room, then the room, the humidity, I don't even think that you would need to add too much, if any, especially getting into December, January, February time when temperatures start to drop. You know, there's a lot of humidity in the air. So I don't even think I'm gonna really have a problem with, keeping the humidity and temperatures in the range that I need to get good growth.
Man, I'm in North Carolina and the fucking humidity's terrible here. It's like
Believe me.
85% outside from May till September, but I grow indoor and outdoor, and I don't have any real humidity problems. They seem to enjoy the humidity, to be honest with you.
Kenny, we never killed Kenny in chat. Says 80 isn't bad. He prefers that.
Yep.
Oh my god!
Yeah, the humidity isn't really bad. You don't really notice it, I should say, here in Thailand until nighttime. But we can have like 54, 56, 58% humidity during the day. And then at nighttime, be up to like 94, 98. And then we could also have that temperature swing of nighttime being like literally 40 to 50 degrees cooler than daytime.
Mhm.
In the wintertime, I definitely ride my helmet when I ride my bike because it feels like little ice particles hitting me in the face.
You out.
They were asking me about doing clones the other day, and I said, yeah, just put them in a greenhouse and put a big misting unit on it. Make it one big clone dome.
Huh.
Yeah, so for you that missed it, I'm in talks with a group from Dark Horse Genetics up here about doing some stuff with them. Like running a big part of their propagation department.
Yeah.
But we are not going after smokable flower. We're going after CBDs for distillate and hemp fiber. and a little bit of smokable cannabis. Gotta keep us all high, right?
Exactly. Gotta have your personal.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to be using Athena in my personal garden. But whatever light company they want to give me, I'll use that in my garden.
You know, welcome, Corey. Gangam. New face. Name.
But thanks for coming on, Dead Fish fan.
Yeah, man. My name's actually Chris. You guys can call me Chris. That's cool.
Cool. But yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I try to come on more often, but I got to get up at like 5:30 in the morning for my job, man. And you guys come on so fucking late. It's hard, man. My eyes start burning around 10 o'clock. I'm on East Coast time, so.
Okay, that just answered my question right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in
Yeah.
North Carolina.
So it's 1:45 there then, right?
Yeah, it's been pissing down rain for the last day and a half. We had that little tropical thing come through.
Right on. That sucks.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like the noon safety meeting break. You know, for me, that's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah. It's a real tough one when you said, oh, you got to be up at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Because here, when I go out to these grows, I try to be out there like 7:30 in the morning. So I'm done by 10:30 when it really starts getting hot.
Before it gets too hot, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're in a hot zone, you get the work done early. Yep.
And then, okay, you have lights that come on for how many hours after the sun sets? I'll be back during that time.
Yeah.
I'm going to the hotel or wherever and sleep under an air conditioned fan for a while, and we'll catch you in the evening for work.
Yeah.
Right. Where's Ben at? He's not coming on tonight?
No, he could be at a show.
But the good thing, I guess, with living in Carolina is you get some of that good white lightning out there.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
only that, you got Warren Haynes.
Yeah, actually, he's staying in my hotel next week.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ben knows his manager.
Yeah, I sent him the rooming list a couple days ago, and he's like, oh, yeah, Fred Cox, I know him real well, and they're all staying at my hotel. We're walking distance to the venue, so yeah, I finally get to meet him. He hooked me up with like four tickets and shit. So
nice.
Yeah, I've seen Government Mule a few times, but I haven't seen him in a while. You know, the pandemic and everything. But...
Yeah, I was friends with Farmer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I have a Government Mule fleece jacket that's for touring crew.
Oh, nice.
Because he I'd call him up and it'd be, hey, could I get a ticket? And it's not a ticket for 2 or 3 people. It's a ticket, and he'd be like, sure, come on. Yeah. And then he finally was in the House of Blues in Cleveland, and it was at the beginning of one of the tours. And he said, here, just take this. I'm tired of the calls. I'm tired of the calls in California. You live in fucking Ohio.
Yeah, he's got a place here up in the mountains. He does a charity every year in December called the Christmas Jam. He lives up in Asheville.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've been following government mules since the late 90s.
Yeah, Warren definitely shreds, that's for sure.
The first show he put on in Cleveland was down in the flats. And literally there was only like 16 of us out in the audience.
Oh shit.
Warren said, hey, everybody, get on your phone, call all your friends, tell them it's a free show. Come on down.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
We
play
ended-
for 16 people.
No. So
Yeah, that's
we
cool.
were able to get like 300 people to show up.
Nice.
Yeah. And he played for a really long time for those people that showed up. Woody was fucking awesome though. Woody was, yeah.
Everywhere has curfews now. It's like hard cut right at 11 o'clock.
Wow. 11 o'clock.
Yep. Pull the plug.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah.
Because that's what really made it when, you know, a band went on and instead of playing for, you know, 2 1-hour sets, all of a sudden it's like, you know what? Let's play for an extra. We're having such a good time. The people are having such a good time. And then they want to play for an extra half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour. And that's what makes shows memorable.
Yeah. Yeah. Live
shit
Nation
like
got
that.
the lockdown now. You know, Live Nation, they have it all down to a science.
Yeah. We ran a lot of Live Nation shows through the Agora. We all worked together in Cleveland in the music scene. It was actually quite simple. One person controlled everything under 4,500 seats, and Belkin took everything above that.
Cool.
And that's how the deal had been worked out for years in Cleveland. Yeah, it was really cool.
Good.
There wasn't a show I couldn't go to.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right on, Cap.
Hold on. Fuck. Fucking
And it
But
also
typically-
doesn't hurt when you're like at Disco Biscuits and you're like one of 150 people at this festival in the middle of Pennsylvania for 2 nights. In like 1996.
Yo, the Disco Biscuits still have a festival.
Yep,
Yeah.
Camp Bisco. Yeah.
I'd go to Camp Bisco. Oh, everyone says it's a blast.
Yeah.
I'd love it if they'd go and play. In the beginning, they just used to play like total 2 sets of Dead.
Yep.
They can rock the Grateful Dead,
Yep.
man.
Yep. Yep.
Right on.
They're one of my favorite bands,
I'm more
Dude,
especially on that, especially
more
on
no like
acid.
I like Widespread Panic. That's pretty much
Panic.
shit. I kind of that's my thing, man. That's my jam.
Yeah, and then I seen that what's his name was playing guitar. Oh
Jimmy?
shit. Yeah, Jimmy Herring. And it was
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, okay. I'm watching all these shows.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, man. He's unbelievable.
I've
I
seen Jimmy playing a couple times, and it's been like under 2,500 people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's great. And he could play anything, man. He can play the Dead. He could play the Allman Brothers, Panic, ARU, you name it. He can do it all.
Yeah,
He's pretty versatile. Yeah. The
but
White
he's
Wizard.
he's he's right on with every note. I mean,
Yep.
he is right there.
Yeah, he pretty much saved Panic when Mikey died, and Jordan GMAC came in, and I quit going for a few years there, like between 04 and 07. And then when Jimmy
Yeah.
came back in 07, I started going again. I got right back on the bus. But we get a lot of shows here in North Carolina because, you know, they're a Georgia band, so we get probably 5 or 6 a year, like right in this little area.
Right on.
Yeah, it's nice.
I was watching
Man,
this Dead video. I was watching his live Dead they're doing something. This guy, man, the guitar player, I don't know who it was because I don't watch the shit.
Was he
What are they
fat
called?
or skinny?
I don't know, but the guy was so high on something. He was like, his eyes were like just zoned out. He was like that, but he was like just playing away. Like, holy shit, man! But you can just tell he was like he wasn't there.
Gary.
It's crazy.
I've seen live shows when all the band members have looked that way.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch more.
The best are the ones from the 80s when Jerry and Brent look at
Brent.
each other and they're both happy and they both have big smiles and are laughing about something.
Yeah.
Those are usually probably the best played and best sounding shows out there when they're happy and they're joking back and forth like that.
Yeah, Brent.
And you can tell
he's my favorite.
You can tell they were both definitely like tripping balls. They had that big happy smile like that. Like,
I'm
fuck
definitely
yeah. Yeah, I'll
Smash
send you a
Forth,
few of
Christoph.
them.
You there, Smash?
Yeah, I'm here.
You make it out to the canal, man?
No, not yet.
No.
The Freedom Rally, just events and everything. The
a lot, man.
really put a halt and stuff. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, now's the time to get down there, man.
Go talk.
What, Dead?
Random Family Farms lives out that way.
Yeah, I'm from the Cape. I lived on the Cape for a while.
I've never been. I've only been there
14 years. Yeah, the canal, man, like 50-pound stripers in there right now, like September, October. It's the time to get them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, that would feed a Thai family for a month. I was at this place the other night and there were some Thai girls and there was free food. And man, they descended upon that food and you're looking at these girls that are, 40, 42 kilos and they're like 5'2", maybe 5'3", 4. And you're just watching them eat and they made rice too. And they're eating rice and all this other food. And it's like, holy shit, where are you putting it?
Where does it go? Yeah.
And they even say,
Oh,
oh, Thai
yeah.
women can eat a lot. And I said, no shit. Good thing I don't have a Thai wife. I couldn't afford it.
Yeah, the one thing that's missing is all the junk food.
You know, that's here too. There's actually more KFCs than anything else around me. So they've got this oil that they're eating up. The fried chicken is really big here, but a lot of people are conscious on the oils that they use. I know one place, you know, they only use peanut oil and they actually have it listed out front. So no one has a problem. But, you know, they use better quality oils to try to get a better tasting fried chicken. But all the Thais want to go to KFC and pay this extreme amount of money for the same amount of food that you could have gotten for half the money at the market.
I'd rather go. Yeah, exactly, Cap. I'd rather go to the market where you get all your food. That stuff looks way much better than fucking KFC.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man. KFC is some good chicken sometimes.
Yeah.
You grew up poor. KFC was the meal.
We have a Texas chicken place called Churches. That's pretty good.
I've heard of Churches. I've never
Yeah,
been.
we've got churches here.
Yeah, it's
Churches is
good.
big here.
We got this other place, Crown, and it sucks.
Yeah, fried chicken's huge down here, man. That's like that's
yeah.
the thing. Christ. Every corner, man. It's fried chicken, church, liquor store.
Animal
in
shop.
In Cleveland and Ohio, it's Mr. Chicken.
Mr. Chicken. Mr. Chicken.
And back in the 80s,
Oh, Mr.
they
Sparkle.
would, like, you know, every couple days, you could come in and buy like the leftovers.
Yeah.
Dude, I love having like a hookup at the donut shop. I used to get bags of donuts because they throw them away like when they're leaving and shit.
Yeah.
My mom used to do that for Tim Hortons back in the day. They used to give her a bag. Yeah.
Buy 2 donuts and get a bag with like 6 or 8.
If I go into the donut shop up the street and they're cleaning up, they're like, "You want a donut?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course." I don't want to pay for a donut, but I would like one.
Right.
Oh, how are we getting off food again? Damn
it. 2 for $5.
We got a Dunkin' Donuts right up the street, and then it's right next to another coffee shop. It's funny. They have Dunkin' Donuts like right next to Dunkin' Donuts here.
Oh,
yeah,
dude, we
have huge in Massachusetts. Huge.
Here we have Tim. Sorry.
No, go right ahead, D. I'll come after that.
Okay, that's what she said.
Mm.
All I'll just say is, that's like here in Canada, we have Tim Hortons everywhere. There'd be like a gas station with a Tim Hortons in it. Right across the street, we have a Tim Hortons.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Go ahead, Cap.
The only 2 places that have donuts that taste like American donuts is Krispy Kreme, which always has a line at the airport.
Oh my God.
Always has a line. And Dunkin' Donuts. The other donut shops, they try to get it right, but they just don't. And it comes out more like a cake, or it's a cake donut.
I used to go to this spot called Lovin' Donuts or something like that, and it was ran by this Korean family, Cambodian family maybe, and it was cool because like their son would be in there making the donuts for the morning because the aunt and the mother worked in the morning at the like it was their shop, and we would just pull up there at like 3 o'clock in the morning and just chill with them. He let me make like sandwiches and stuff, but their donuts were so good. They were freshly made in the back every day.
Yeah.
I think they might still be there. I have to look.
There's a donut shop that I used to stop at before high school because we had like first period study hall, and some of us, our first period teachers, if we brought them a donut, didn't mind if we munched a couple in class. But they're still open today. They actually have expanded because their donuts are so good.
Yeah, this one's still open. It's a one-off shop. I should go say hi to them.
Yeah, those are the best.
They might have sold it though. That's the thing. If it's not the same family, I don't know. Cause like I
No.
remember it when like the kids were making the donuts, and I used to hang out with them. We
It's
went
the
to,
Biaggios.
I can't even remember the name of them.
It's always been Biaggios, and it always will. And the reason why they got to expand is they decided that
So
Cleveland needed a minor league sports team too, which
His
they
name was
put
Sochi.
right across
son.
the street from it.
His name was Soshi, and he was really good at ping pong. They had a ping pong table in their basement. I could never win. Yeah, that's a long time ago. Wow.
Sweet.
I want some ice cream.
I actually had really good ice cream here
Gelato.
the other day. I actually went back and asked for the name of the ice cream so I could get some of it. The ice cream here, they don't have a lot of dairy products to begin with. And the ice cream, I'd call it like ice cream light. Everything tastes light in flavor. The ice cream tastes kind of light and fluffier, not
I use
dense.
skim.
And well, like I say, we don't have really good dairy here, so
Yeah.
they're probably watering it down to get as much out as they can for as little amount of money.
Any of you guys have Tillamook ice cream? Have you ever tried it? From
No.
Oregon. That shit's good.
Yeah, but that's streaming when he comes back.
Oh, he knows what it is. Yeah, he definitely knows.
If we've
My
had
wife's from Oregon, and she got me on that shit.
right on.
It's good. Yeah, if you ever see it, grab it.
I will.
Time is it? Oh damn! It's already 1 a.m.
Yeah, man.
I want to play
One more
Call
hour
of
to
Duty.
go, everybody.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. I'm probably gonna play a couple games of Call of Duty before bed.
My
Everyone have a
battery's
great night.
about to die, so I gotta jump off. But you guys have a great night. Good chatting with everybody.
Be
Thanks
safe.
for
Take
coming
it
on,
easy.
Jeff.
Yeah. Phoenix
Join
should be
us
back in
more
a couple
often.
days.
Yeah, I will. I definitely will.
And I'm gonna get these Thai guys to join us one day too.
Later, Smash.
Even if I have to go up there and make them be on it. And they got my captain's chair, D. They've got an old barber's chair there.
Mhm.
And it's got a nice big cushiony seat to it and backing. And
Right.
it's just perfect for me to sit in
Nice.
on on my back. Yeah.
Mhm,
So they're actually going to move the room around a little bit. So it's in like a corner of the room. And they're gonna move the couch down a little bit so it could be part of the group instead of sitting by itself in a corner.
nice. Gotta get a little reserve sign ready when you come. When you know you're coming.
The captain's chair.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
What's going on, Jeff?
hey, I saw an open seat, so I jumped on.
I
How
don't
you guys doing?
know.
Pretty high.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a bowl right now.
Nice. Yeah, well,
Hey, so as far as band, I was wondering about the swag, or at the Swag Fest. I think that was the name of the band, too. Swag Fest. You ever go to that, Captain? They
No.
played the Dead. They were a Dead cover. They have like a 2-3 day festival, like on some land that they had. I forget the name of it. It was like Camp Zoe, I think was it. Yeah, and
What
but they got
state?
raided. They got raided, and like their land just got taken away from them. Yeah, I
Oh,
think
yeah.
and
That was the 90s then. They were doing that in the 90s when the festivals were just starting. And
this
they
was
started cracking them down in like 98, 99.
this was in the
Festival.
2000s. It was
Yeah,
somewhere in
okay.
Missouri.
Well, okay. 2000s in Missouri, the most like, yeah, I ain't going into Missouri. I'm driving around Missouri type deals. You know, I ain't
That's what
driving
was,
through Missouri with
yeah,
cannabis. I'm driving around it.
right.
Fuck that.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, but they had their own land. That was the way to do it, though.
Oh,
Have your
yeah.
own land and just have something for a few days. Let people camp out.
There was this place in Cleveland that I went to. It was a quarry, and they used to have like rock and roll shows there back in the 70s, 80s. But then there was a lot of ODing there, and they shut it down for like 10, 12 years. And this guy opened it up again in 96. And I set up with normal merchandise and a normal table there for his first show. And he ended up being able to get almost 4,200 people on the property to camp for the weekend.
Nice.
And he built a nice big stage because we also used to do the tie-dye work for the stage. And man, making those big long tie-dyes, those were a pain in the ass. But it ended up being to the point where he was throwing something every weekend and having 3,000 to 4,000 people show up. So he was getting some really big names showing up, like Leftover Salmon and stuff like that. So he was making quite a bit of money because he owned the land, so he could schedule it every weekend.
Yep.
Yeah. Where'd you say that was?
I'll tell you the
What state?
letters of it first, because it's going to be funny. It's NLQP. It's Nelson's Ledges Quarry Park, which abbreviates down to Northern Lights Quarter Pound.
What state was that?
Ohio.
Ohio.
It's
Nice.
it's literally like if you got off the airplane at Hopkins Airport, you could literally take one road straight there almost. And you would be there within 45 minutes to an hour.
Uh-huh. You know, it's before my time, but was Woodstock like, it must have been one of the first big festivals like that. Multi-day,
Back
camp
east.
out, multi-band.
The Grateful Dead played like Watkins Glen, the racetrack.
Uh-huh.
So, you had that and they would play that for a couple nights. So that
Was
would turn
probably-
out to be almost like a little festival.
Was that before? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was some other ones, and there were big concerts. Like I remember concert for Bangladesh.
Yeah, but a lot of those concerts and everything, those were only like 1-day music festivals where they put
Well, they
like
only-
5 or 6 people up on stage and they would do them downtown at a big, at the state building or something to try to make a public statement at those times.
Farm-aid. But Woodstock, I wonder if that was, they said it's before my time, but multi-bands for multiple days.
Yeah,
That's what
That
made it
was-
in rock and roll.
Roll me up and smoke
They
me.
were great bands though too.
oh yeah, that was a great lineup.
Yeah, man. It's them and Jimmy.
Now
and
they
the
could have
Doors.
pulled that off without like water or rain coming down like that. Yeah,
It's true.
that would have been epic if it didn't rain. Everybody says, oh, the rain this and the rain that made it. And it was like, man, would you imagine if those people could have like actually played the Grateful Dead set? You can actually see like electric coming off of like Bobby's guitar. So these guys were like really wired and amped to play.
When did they play? At night?
I forget when they played it, but it was during one of the rainstorms, man.
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah, I
could
forget
see
how-
the arcs off the guitars and the amps and the wires and shit on some of this footage that I've seen. It's like, wow. Imagine if these guys could have been like touching their instruments the way they really wanted to, how it would have sounded without all that electrical interference.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And to have that
Then-
type of a lineup playing music, that
Amazing.
was going to be epic.
All those bands.
3-minute warning, everybody. 3-minute warning.
Was it Joe Cocker? Cock
Yeah.
Railway.
Oh,
And then some of the bands that were there was
Jimmy.
like, oh my God, why are you guys here?
I
They
just
had,
know
like,
from the albums.
The Shandels, I think, or something like that. And it's like, okay.
Because there were even more bands than were on the albums, but that's all I ever heard of.
Yeah.
yeah.
Pretty sure there were more bands that were on the album because it was for days. So yeah.
Well,
2
you
or
can
3
go
days.
on YouTube and you can look at all the different footages from the different people, companies that put out footages, and you could sit there and watch, some of them only maybe 2.5 hours. Well, what's 2.5 hours out of a whole day, 24 hours?
I know.
Okay,
Nothing.
so you cut 12 hours out of that, you're still left with 12 hours of video to edit down. So
Yeah,
what
so
are
they
you
had-
actually taking out with that daylight can see?
Yeah, it's hard to even get a feel for it all.
Yeah.
But that was also on Yasgud's farm, yeah, whatever. But that was keto, private property, you need that. And like now, I guess they've progressed to multiple stages. Just to make bigger.
Well, yeah.
areas. That-
We actually did that back in the 90s. And that was a way to showcase, when the big bands were interchanging, and it gave them more time to interchange. So what we did is we set up the side stages, we call them,
Cheers.
stage 2 later on. And that way we could put, an up and coming act there with an audience that is all they have to do basically is turn around, is how we had our stages. Turn around and walk a little bit, and you were in front of a smaller stage. And that way, hopefully, we could draw more people into listening to that band. And we allowed that band to set up with their T-shirts and their CDs and, let them sell their stuff. But that's
So
how
it
we
says-
set up the second stage.
So actually, it says Woodstock did have 2 stages, and the second stage was just they call it a free stage. So just, I guess, like whoever wanted to play, it wasn't really a
To fill
lineup.
the time.
Yeah,
To fill the time. That's what we
Yeah,
did it
Woodstock.
for.
3 or 4 days. 3 days, yeah, it was 3 days. So.
Yeah, man.
Or
Cheers,
meant to last
everybody.
3 days, but bad weather,
Cheers.
traffic delays. Push late into the. So it was an extra day because of the weather, but yeah, 3 days.
Going and vending at those festivals, yeah, that was all great and everything, but man, by Sunday night, you were beat because you just spent 3 days up talking to people, and
Yeah.
the music starts at some of these, it was starting at like 10, 11 a.m. and you're like, holy shit, I only went to bed like 4
Right,
hours
or
ago.
just keep going till that. Yeah. Or like, yeah,
And
that
then
the other. Anyway, yeah, people just play into the night too, no end. Or
well, the reason why I was able to
6 in the morning.
the reason why I was able to grow the normal chapter so big was the fact that I kept the normal table open to like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning because I was up, because I was enjoying myself,
Yeah.
If you tried talking to me between like, the main act that was playing, that probably didn't go too well.
Right.
But, after that, I was all right. Just give me that couple hours.
I didn't realize Woodstock was in '69 also. Summer of Love. On the East Coast.
The Summer of Love was actually 1967.
Was it?
And that was, yeah. And that was all that stuff out in the Haight-Ashbury.
Yeah, that was in
San Francisco.
I know. Yeah.
Golden Gate Park.
All right, so yeah, it was before my time, but well, '69. I guess that's what threw me off.
69.
Makes sense.
Because in
It was the end,
'67
was the end of the
my
'60s too, but yeah.
67 was the year my uncle met Osley.
And yeah, LSD was just getting popular, right? That was part of it too. Like right then.
Actually, Osley gave my uncle his first motorcycle for fixing his blue truck.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk
Well,
about
Os-
small world.
Osley, my uncle went out with a bunch of guys to Oakland
It's like,
for
yeah.
the summer of 67 from Cleveland chapter. And Osley lived right up the hill from the Hells Angels Oakland chapter. So he would just go up and work on the truck every day and finally got it fixing and running. And Osley said, hey, I've got this 57 Triumph over here. It doesn't run, but if you want it for fixing my truck, you can have it. So my uncle was able to get it running and rode it all the way back instead of on the back of a bike.
You know where it is now? Bike?
No, my uncle passed away and he only
Yeah,
talked
either.
about that one time. I
Uh-huh.
tried talking to him about Osley, but no, he didn't talk about that period of his life. You know, he was riding around with the Hells Angels. 1966, 67, 68.
Yeah. There was Ken Kesey and Bus. When was the Bus tour?
That was
Was that
further.
years?
So that was 66, 67, 68, somewhere there. I'm sorry, I'm really high as
Yeah,
fuck.
Ken Kesey and like that whole story,
six-
you know, from
six-
the book, like the Kool-Aid
68, I
Acid
think. I think 68.
I have the right
Test.
button.
Yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
somehow like,
Uh,
yeah, he was in some hospital and yeah, he knew his pulse. They just told him that, and they wanted to see if his perception of time was screwed up on LSD. So they said, "Tell us when a minute is up." And so he felt his pulse and exactly
evening.
like a minute. And they were like, "Wow, it makes time. You know, time very precise." You know, write that down.
Well, see, that's the thing is LSD, when you take it, it's a time and depth perception
Yeah.
is
Well,
what
it really
is
was.
what
It just made
what it
him.
messes with.
It made him just like with his mind figure. I'm gonna, you know, he wanted to mess with the the people there, the lab people that were trying to experiment with.
You can
acid.
also take it, and just like what he did, he told him exactly when a minute was, because you can focus more. I
Yeah.
know a lot of people that, do music and they microdose because when they're mixing music, it allows them to flow freer and they can accomplish a lot more.
Uh-huh. They should have asked him, wow, how'd you do that? A minute exactly. And then, you know, maybe they could have gained some insight like, oh, it makes you focus more and come up with a way to measure time accurately, which is what he did.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, that was from the book, and that was good. That was a good book.
Bonjour,
my
Christophe.
heart rate.
Comment ça va?
Good evening, my friends. Ouais, ça, very, very. Ouais, ça va. Thank you.
C'est bon?
Cheers, Christopher.
Ouais, c'est
Cheers.
bon.
How's
Yes.
the hash?
Mm, cool.
I think if I smoked hash right now, I'd go to sleep.
Oh, speaking of going to
Yeah.
sleep, I've switched to that Black Diamond now, so hopefully I don't fall asleep from mountain too.
Yeah,
Is
you
it
might as
Black
well smoke some
Diamond or
hash.
Black Dominion?
Black Diamond.
Okay. Because if it was Black Dominion, I'd say, yeah, you're going to sleep.
Right
Because that was a Afghani.
on.
Yeah, if anybody has any of those seeds out there.
Mhm. Oh yeah, let's check the poll.
Wow, that's a big bee. This bee's like this big.
That's crazy, dude. Are they the
He
killer
just went-
bees?
He just landed. See that thing?
No.
It's
Well,
the
that's-
black and yellow thing. I don't want to get too close
Oh,
to
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
low
don't get
right.
too close. Oh no, right. Oh yeah, I
Well,
see it.
he kind of went back that way now. He's on the underside of branch.
Nice plants, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. My butterflies too.
Right on.
Okay, there he is.
Good still.
Oh, come on, you son of a bitch. Come around. Oh, you're going to make me do this. Can you see him?
No.
No. It looks like a jungle in your backyard, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean, not, you know,
there he is.
too much going on.
Crawling underneath the branch there.
Holy shit.
There he is.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. That's huge.
My aloe plants that I need to break up. Some of the fruit I'm going to have to pull down that's ripe. Some of the bigger ones, some of the smaller ones, I'm going to let them drop. And this one doesn't give me a lot. But what I do is I let the seeds pop up. And then once a year, I go around and I dig them up and I take them to the market. And they give me 35 baht in trade.
Yeah, nice.
So I can trade for other type of plants. And then my landlady comes in and has her guy like weed whack everything.
Oh no.
And this side used to have like cactuses on it. And he just, I mean, they were cactuses and clay pots in the ground. And he just cut everything down. But that's what I used to have some beautiful flowers over here that used to bring a lot of the butterflies. So now I've just replaced it with fruit falling for the butterflies and the birds. That's why you hear so many birds in my yard. Because I give them something to eat.
Right on. Shit.
I don't like it. It's like a dry papaya.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, there we go. Oh. Shit, where do you go? Three,
So
two.
yeah, I've got like 5 or 6 different types, colors, I should say, of butterflies in my yard right now. It's beautiful.
Has anyone ever seen these before? Squirting cucumbers?
This plant is explosive. It uses its seed-firing machine. It's the squirting cucumber, commonly known as the squirting or exploding cucumber.
I'll rewind you because I don't want it. There we go.
This plant is explosive.
There you go.
Crazy.
Ah, nice.
That's crazy. I guess self reproducing fruit, vegetable, whatever. So yeah, so we'll go to the poll right now. So far, should we do the grill and chill a little earlier on Fridays? 54% say heck yeah. I need to see your mama. 14% said nah. I like 7 p.m. Pacific. Why? Way later, baby. 11% said that, and way earlier, even like 4 Pacific. Said 21%. So 21% of you said 4%, 4 o'clock Pacific, which is 7 Eastern Standard Time. So it looks like that's what the new time. Next Friday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern for the grill and chill.
Good. Friday. What's
So, and I don't know what time that would be for you, Captain 420. Like what?
What
4 in the
time is
morning?
it for what time is it for you?
7 o'clock Eastern.
So it would be 6 a.m. for me.
Ooh. Get your grill ready.
Yeah, I
Cool.
think I'd already, if
Wake
I'm
and
up
bake.
at that time, I'm probably already fried.
Right on.
No, actually, I get up at about that time because the sun comes up right before 6 o'clock. It's going to start coming up a little bit earlier now.
Welcome, Kundalini Psychosis. Before you get going.
But I'm excited. I've got some new opportunities here, and I may end up putting a greenhouse still right behind me here
Right on.
because of the
Why
events
not?
that happened. The events that happened last week, and one of the things that was going to bring me back to the States has been removed. So, and like I said, my dad's doing a lot better on the portable oxygen machine, going out more places. So my time period and for what I'm going to do here is kind of expanded a little bit.
That's good, Captain.
Yeah, you should do it. And grow.
Well, I'm going to start off. There's a place over here. I'm going to open up a shop, and until I can get my grow going. But I'm also going to feed other really good growers that I've met, like one strain each, and just have them produce like one strain each for me in their different gardens. And then I'll showcase their flower in my shop too, which will allow me to only have to grow, they'll grow it for me. But, I'll carry 10 or 12 strains and all of their strains. So I'll showcase the local growers.
Right on.
Yeah.
You can call it the Captain. You can call your store, the shop, the Captain's Cupboard, something.
Yeah, maybe Shakedown.
In the early days, it
Oh, I
used to be
like
like that, with a lot of small growers bringing their wares in, selling it to the shops.
I'm gonna have a restaurant. It's gonna have I figured it out. There's gonna be like 21 items in my refrigerator, and that's it for my entire menu of like 32 items. So my cost of food is really small, and the meals that I'm going to be preparing, a lot of them I can infuse with, THC. So
Right on.
I can make, happy pizzas, 10 milligram THC slices of pizza.
Yeah, you can do anything. The great thing over there is it's so unregulated at this point.
Well, that's
there's
about
right.
about to change with
Well,
the new
but there's
PM,
no
man.
metrics, no taxes, no
Well,
like testing, no
if the new PM has his way,
packaging
then there's no
requirements.
more cannabis in Thailand, okay?
Right.
If the new
right.
PM has his way, there's
Yeah.
no cannabis in
There's always
Thailand
that.
except for medical.
There's always that.
Okay, that's what he wants. So you have the guy in charge of your country pushing for that. So
But
it
now-
could flip that way.
Yeah.
No, it could flip that way because you are
Very
living in the
quickly, too.
kingdom of Thailand, not United States.
No, I
That
get
shit
it.
don't fly here.
It's like
So
being,
this is completely different.
it's almost like being at the compound of some drug lord. You're at their mercy.
No,
kind of.
it's just like living under the Queen of England. It's a kingdom.
A ruling
it.
family.
They have a democracy here, but
UAE.
what they say goes.
Dubai is one of them. Part of the UAE. And Dubai has their ruling family, and then the other ones are Kuwait. Is Kuwait part of the UAE? But anyway, there's a bunch of them. Dubai is one of them. And they have a ruling family.
Yeah, Emirates flies through Dubai.
They kind of, I guess they might have to use Shia law, some kind of law, but they control the law. It's like the religious police just interpret it.
Let's put it this way. When I fly through Dubai, I have someone meet me at the plane with a wheelchair and wheel me to my next gate, the smoking section, and then the next gate, because they will do that. Well, you tip well, so they do that. And because of the medication that I have in their country is illegal. So they can actually stop and piss test me and everything else and go through my bag, take my medication, even though it's in a pill bottle from a US pharmacy with my name on it. They don't care. And they could haul me off, if they wanted to. That's their law.
Yeah, they probably won't. Everything runs, but ultimately, they have the power.
Yeah, they have the power. That's why I have an airline employee escorting me from one gate to the other.
Probably smart thing.
Whatever, Captain.
Yeah. But Thailand's, a little that way, and they changed the laws.
You can put a half. You could put a half a pound in your backpack and jump on the plane and travel around Thailand smoking that half pound and jumping on planes and going wherever, and they're not going to say a damn word about it.
Yeah.
Same
They
here
could
in Canada.
change the law, making it's like a proclamation, like I declare, no more wreck. But anyway, it is really great because that just makes it so easy the way it is right now, that you can just do things quickly. And like I said, all those restrictions for businesses here with metric and testing and all the
Those
rest.
are going, see, this is the thing, okay? If they totally outlawed all, okay, all the rec and everything, if they outlaw all that, and then what they can do is sit down and write the laws that should have been in place at the beginning, like the taxation, because Thailand lost out on
Yeah.
all the big money
Right, yeah.
taxation right at the beginning.
Right.
Even
I
if
was
they would have
listening to that
made it their,
conversation, you know, Butthead.
even if they would have just made it their VAT tax,
right.
they would have done all right. But now a year later, after prices have literally plummeted, they're cheap as Michigan and California now for weed here and grown in Thailand. Okay. So, you know, when you have that and you have all these shops that opened up, and now I'm watching, you know, 3-4 shops a week close down.
But that
And
wasn't sustainable then
eventually-
anyway for the locals.
No, and it's not going to be for the
No.
locals. Because the
but for
locals can't
tourists,
afford
though.
that upper echelon weed.
But they
Even
can make some.
150 baht a day is, you know, that for 1 gram, that's a half a day's work.
Yeah. You know, it's like over
You
here.
know.
I was like, yeah, and you should grow. You have a house. I bet one of the main reasons, anyway, people go to dispensaries and don't grow is they live in an apartment. And in some cities, if you're in Manhattan or you know, other cities, you're in an apartment most likely, and you can grow.
Shoebox.
You know,
Closet.
it might be a big apartment.
Yeah.
There's some nice apartments. You know, people. You know, down in Florida, they have like the condos. You know, high rises. Chicago has a lot of high rise.
You use your closet.
People can't grow then.
Your veg is down below and your flowering's above.
Yeah, but the smell and then you have to worry about
You get a little can
rippers.
filter. You get a little can filter
Mhm.
that runs continuously.
It can be done. Yeah, definitely. No, I know this guy in Manhattan
I've grown in a
back in the 80s. He
one-bedroom
was growing in
apartment.
some big apartment in Manhattan, and yeah, he told us. I remember him saying this story about bringing home a 55-gallon drum, like on the subway, like just sitting there like with a 55-gallon drum, like between his legs. You know, it was like busy at the time, and I don't know how he got it up to his apartment, but yeah. So this this is like that too, but he did it. He had it like under his bed or over his bed. I saw it one time.
Bed.
It was under his bed.
Side.
I had a 4x5 closet that I just, my clothes were pushed off to the side.
Yeah, but that's a main reason why people wouldn't grow. And then if you're married, also is going to narrow times. Someone's spouse, wife usually isn't going to want them to grow if they have children.
Well, like here in Thailand, I thought about it and it was like, well, I'll just go rent another house.
Yeah.
Or I'll rent a bigger house.
You can do it, yeah.
And
well,
I'll
the greenhouse
keep this
right there.
house.
If a neighbor.
I'll keep this house to feed the greenhouses, and the other side is going to be just under shade cloth, because I think I can grow really good flower outdoor just under shade cloth here, just as good as I can grow in a greenhouse. So I'm gonna try it. If not, this is going to be for the locals and it's gonna be 20-25 baht a gram. And this is gonna be 150 to 200 baht a gram.
Well, if you
But
have a
no,
greenhouse, you could probably do more cloning and some of what you were talking about with
oh, I do all the cloning and everything in the inside and then move it
just do
outside after it gets a certain height. And that
for that
way it
hemp.
just automatic, as soon as it just starts to flower out here. No, this is my personal garden.
Yeah. But if you do clones of that hemp, I don't know how you were planning on doing it.
Yeah.
But I could
hemp
see a
prob-
greenhouse being nice anyway. Whatever, it's all.
Yeah.
But anyway, you have the freedom to do it. Because yeah, there's these other restrictions at a different time in someone's life, my life, or someone's life, you can't do it.
Well, a grow license is only 1,000 baht. It's $33.
Right.
So why not? Take advantage of it, grow it, even if I don't sell it any place and I just grow it all for myself and, to keep myself occupied and not depressed that, the person that I thought I was going to end up spending the end of my life with is no longer with me. Coming grips with that. And, that's why I say that the next 2 to 3 years, I'm gonna blow it up. Hopefully I'll be able to work out something with Dark Horse and we'll be working with them too.
Yeah, I hope that
And that'd
works
be
out.
really huge.
Yeah.
There's all these possibilities, but now I know that I can get my own business. Oh, I got mail, but can get my own business started for 3,000 baht and have 100% control. Sorry, Cop. Oh, wow. This is a box from my friend that passed away. Thank you. Wow. Holy fuck, guys.
A little bit of English there.
Yeah.
Thank you, anyway.
Wow.
Does looks like it's going to be a heavy thing.
We're Captain there,
I'm
collecting.
sorry.
Why don't we say hello to Captain or to Green Fingers? What's going on, Green Fingers?
Sure thing. Just choking on hash. Perfect timing.
Mint smoke, like always. Yeah.
I just caught my breath. How are you guys doing tonight?
All right. Almost that
Very
time.
good.
For me, anyways.
Is that bubble hash?
Yeah, no, ice water.
Yeah.
I smoked a bubble. There's a difference. Big difference.
Yeah. Quality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bubble means. Yeah.
Wind up smoking the good stuff right away, just because.
That's what I meant, though. Just
So
with
much
bubble
better.
bags. Yeah.
I was just like, oh man, did I smoke that already? I look back and it's gone. I'm like, I'll smoke this one then. I don't have a choice, right? It's like whatever's next. I got a box of lemon breath waiting to open. Oh, I took myself down with my fucking screen. I can't see everybody because it covers up half the screen. Lemon breath from the shop. It's just ice water.
Oh, right on. Ice water.
Trying not
Nice.
to open it, I'm just like, let me not open this one till I smoke this whole one. If I open them all, I got some green crack. That one's a little more gooey.
potatoes and two
Right on.
little balls. That's
Sorry, my friends. What le price, le prix, c'est au gramme, the gramme. What price, le prix?
How
Yeah,
much is it, Green Fingers?
for 1 gram of. Let me get a receipt. I don't want to. Well, these are like 25, 30. Buy one get one free on a Wednesday. So $35. You buy one, then you get, or buy two get one free or some shit. Yeah, buy two get one free. So
Nice.
35 for 1 gram. And then the other one that I was talking about, oh, not even that one, but these ones are about 35 or 45. And then the next ones are 55 or 50. And they're the ones that I said I smoked all of them already because they're so much better, the bubble. So yeah, they all got different prices.
Nice.
I'm smoking the cheapest right now. I got the most of the cheapest.
Yeah.
yeah.
What's going on, Bud Kilowatt? How's it going, buddy? How are you tonight?
It's good. I'm great. How's everyone?
Right on.
Yes, sir.
See if I can do this. There we go. So I'm just gonna take control here for a minute. I'm gonna be taking off in a second. I'll make someone else a host. But before I go, I just wanted to say thank you everybody for watching. We're not leaving. The show is going to continue on. I'm just leaving. Time for my bed. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Don't forget to check us out on Tuesday. Same bat time, same bat channel. And that I will just. Oh wait, whoops, wrong one. I will go live. Where is it? Shit. Share. Screen. Go. And I would do a quick infomercial since we didn't do it at the top of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to check out Fumadoro, Fumes of Gold. Get all his awesome genetics. Like my favorite right now, Lime River Rose, of course, Morgana. I believe Fumadoro is also looking for testers. So if anyone's interested in becoming a tester, be sure to send them an email. Next couple of days, I think that's it. At Fumador at chronictable.com. And then be sure to check out Gage Green has his genetics and check out his merch. Look at that guy right there. There he is right there, showing off the gaffer tape shirt. Oh, there's a couple there, right on. So he has his merch. And then the coupon code for the seeds and all his everything, the seeds is Brainz. 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 And that's just for the seeds. It won't be for Gage Green Genetics or his merchandise. Hope everybody has a great week, and we'll check you later. Peace.
Shoot. Have a good night, dude.
Yeah.
Am I muted still? My shit stuck.
I think
No.
I was muted or something, but I think
Ruby was muted by the host. I was gonna say something and I just forgot. Jesus. Before he left, I was gonna tell him something. And I forgot.
oh,
I'm still here.
I
Are you
can't
serious?
remember, bro. I don't know. I'll tell you later if I remember.
Just a quick question. Who's going to be here for a while?
That's a good
well,
question.
I'll be here. I just got here.
Oh yeah.
Who's
Yeah, I'll
that,
be here
Bud?
as long as Bud is.
Yeah.
So,
All right. I'll make Bud the host then. Whoops.
Alrighty.
Because if I
Happy
leave
host.
and if I leave without changing the host thing, it's gonna be, and that's the end of the show.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I
Now,
think
when I
I'm
was grabbing pizza, I heard you talking about music, but today was like the most epic day of music, like from the couch. But shit, there was 9 hours of the most epic Farm Aid that Neil Young, Mellencamp, Dave Matthews, Margot Price, and then it had a schedule, and I'm familiar with rumors. Oh, no one said anything about Bob Dylan with the Heartbreakers doing a set. But then after Neil Young, it said next, they would have like a graphic saying coming up, and it just said special guest. And sure enough, man, Bob Dylan hit the stage with Mike Campbell, and Ben Mount Tench and a couple other Heartbreakers, and just shredded a sick like half-hour set. It was kind of short because it's Farm Aid. And then who was after that? I don't know, but then Willie hit the stage to close it out, and he was in rare form tonight. So yeah, that was like part of the music today. And I think I'm going tomorrow because my friend has tickets and offered them to me. There's a Eric Clapton Crossroads is tonight and tomorrow night. It's got like a super heady lineup of guitar gods in LA. And I saw a few clips of that. And then Billy Strings, I still have to watch the Billy Strings, but I watched the beginning of it. He opened it up great with Dustin the Baggy and Brain Damage. That's like a Pink Floyd song. It was pretty sick. And yeah, a lot of good music went on today. I'm like kind of burnt out on it because Farm Aid started at 11:30 this morning and ended at 9:30 tonight. They had to change the stage, so they had a lot of Farm Aid video stuff. Yeah, like they're the farmers are like in a bigger way into the natural farming, regenerative farming, like just like it's a fad in cannabis, or it's been really popular in cannabis. A lot of the videos were different farmers of all kinds of crops and livestock that were all going back and doing things, I guess, natural, regenerative, organic. Yeah, there was a lot of good info on that. Or, I mean, it wasn't like educational info, but just that there's a movement of it in food. The problem is, even if you think you buy from your local farmer market, or definitely not the grocery store, it's really hard to know or get access to like if you made you wanted just to eat uncorporate food or whatever you want to call that. Yeah, it'd be really hard. You'd have to work at it, and you'd have to live in the right place to even have access to it. That's some of the problem. Even if people wanted to make that choice, the availability of I guess they call it corporate farming, or no, industrial farm food. Well, it's not just food, it's everything. Yeah, food, livestock, crops. Yeah, even a lot of farmers market is like not as legit as you think. But there's hope because there seems to be a renewed people are into it. Like Neil said tonight, he said this isn't Farm Aid, this is turned into World Aid, which like he was trying to say, like, yeah, we started this 44 years ago about farms, but now it's not just about farm and farming. It's about taking care of the planet and yeah, it was pretty good. It was free on YouTube all day, but you can't rewatch it. It was like if you watched it live, and then you saw it, and when this thing was over, they took it down. They didn't post it. But yeah, Bob Dylan played with the Heartbreakers. And Bob Weir played too. It was an epic, like a lot of years the Farm Aid. Neil, this is the first time Neil's been back in years. He would do a video, but he didn't play live for a few years. Well, because of COVID and even before COVID. But yeah, the gang was all there. In Noblesville, Indiana. It's a long way to go for a show. And as much as those shows are cool, like each act had like 30 minutes. And some of those acts were like, oh, they brought all their gear, their band, 30-minute set just gets you going. And then, oh, they stop. That's what I don't like about that show. It's like, especially with the epic acts, like 30-minute set, like Bob Dylan did 3 songs and Bob did 3 songs. That was it. That's all you can do in a half hour. Yeah. No one else is into music but me?
Yeah, I used to listen to music before I sold my soul. Just kidding. No, I listen to music sometimes. I'm too emotional, bro. Like all the music I used to listen to growing up, like the Jimi Hendrix poster I have up here, and I used to have the Bob Marley one and all the, like another one that just looked just like it, not this one behind me. But like I lost half of my stuff and all the stuff I lost, and it reminds me of all the old times. Like, yeah, and all the stuff that I don't
Yeah,
have.
I
Like,
today my life, I spent 20 years with my wife, and I had a lot of music before her. We went to a lot of music together, and so like so much of the music's entwined with my life with her that yeah, a lot of times, every once in a while, like it hits a sensitive button. Like what Willie was singing one of his songs. I don't know. It made me sad.
yeah, a lot of music gets me right where it needs to.
Well,
When
that's
they mean to
what
do that
music is.
too.
Like music
That's
is
what
like church to me. So
yeah. I mean, when I don't want to feel that way is when it makes me feel that way, and that's when it's like, oh man.
but
It's like
that's what it's
all
meant
out
to
of me.
do, though. That's
Yeah,
what it's meant to do. The emotional part, you don't want to lose touch of that. I've gone through phases where I don't know, drifted a little bit from music where I wasn't like fully following it all. But I always come back.
yeah. I mean, like when I went to the Santana show with my mom when I was a teenager, I was all in with like I was into your guys' music, the music that you always listen to and the stuff you're talking about. So I was
What
like, Jeff
like what I
Beck.
would call real music.
Yeah, Jeff, I was like listening to Jeff Beck and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
real like
Yeah.
musicians that
So
know
like,
I have skills and are
yeah.
talented.
And I was
Yeah.
going for my mom's boyfriend's music. So it was like anything he would listen to, I was like really into because he's the man, I was like, that's what I'm
I
gonna.
mean, I do try to like understand the hip hop and rap and
Yeah.
EDM. I'm open minded to music. So like, cause I like a lot of different music. I like classical music. I like jazz, old jazz, bebop jazz, and country, bluegrass. I like all forms of music. Nah, I don't like that kind of like one. I can't find very much music in it. It's not music to me. It's like
Yeah.
beats and drum machines and rapping and
Yeah, see that stuff's music to me.
none of that.
200
Like
beats per minute.
I'm like
Yeah,
60
all that
years old,
bullshit.
so I don't have that experience where I don't relate to any of that.
Yeah,
Like
the
even
1,000
like
beats per
the
minute. Yeah.
shit that I hear in rap songs, like I have I don't relate to it.
Yeah, that's the stuff that I was really into, like the rap and I really got into dubstep for a minute there. But, so it's just like a lot of electric music after.
But
Like these
you know, to be honest,
samples of
like
good
I'm
songs.
too
Samples of really
busy
good
with
songs.
what I like. But there is some of the, I guess, hip hop or whatever you want to call it. There's some there's
Yeah,
there's
I
like little
never-
fragments of talent
I never got
mixed
out
in
of
there.
hip hop. That was my friend was a DJ or is a DJ still. Shout out DJ Smoke One.
Like in the
Yeah,
afternoons for the last couple of years, not all the time, but some days I'll put on, what's it called? I don't even know what it's called, but Be Real has like a show where it's him and he always has all these other rap people or, you know, his contemporaries on. They just smoke weed and talk for 2 hours and bullshit. It's kind of,
I used to
and
watch it every day. That shit.
yeah, I watch it and I've tried. I like, well, God, all these people, he has like this whole crowd of people called
Kinds of-
5150s, and he's got his diehard fans. They love
Yeah.
Cypress Hill.
Yeah.
I've tried to listen to some of it and think, well, all right, because I know he's cool with weed and all that. So like, all right, now I can't. No, I don't know what the fuck that shit is, but that's
I
not
tried.
good to me.
Yeah, I try to listen to like all of everything still, like, but watch the shows that these people like. I can listen to Cypress Hill music, but I can't watch the show anymore after like 5 years of watching it or however long it's been on. Like I
It's
watch
kind
it
of
every-
goofy, like.
It's a lot more
But
jokes.
like in essence, what their show is sort of what our show is. We just don't have the production value. Just a bunch of guys or people get together and smoke out and talk shit, and
Yeah,
that's all his show is. It's, you know,
it's
hey,
for the people.
he's like, I don't really like his music or anything, but I think he's a cool guy. Like, as far as like a guy that owns a dispense, like, I mean, he's not near like what Burner is. Burner's way big. I don't know. Burner's his own lane. But
To
like,
me,
I think Be Real's like cool with weed. I'd want to hang out with Be Real and puff joints with him and shit. He seems cool. You know, I don't like his music, but he's cool. Where
Yeah,
Burner, he seems like he's just I don't know. He doesn't.
I think
I
I
don't
can
like
smoke out
him.
with anybody. I think like we could kick. I think they're all down there people because we're just people.
Well,
But
I
think
didn't
that-
like hang out with him, but I was like with
I
Burner
think, like-
one time this last year at the Ego Clash,
I don't know.
like in a circle
Well,
puffing with him. He was all right, but yeah, like he was. I don't know. He
Gotta love
tries
the
to
weed.
kick it like he's a homie, but like he's like in another league. He has his own
Oh,
lane.
Burner. Yeah. I thought you meant Be Real because I smoked a lot of Burner. I mean, Be Real's weed from the shop. That shit's fire.
Well, I know that like even this guy that I follow, because he has like the spectacular grow facility called Turp Mansion up in Humboldt.
Nice.
Just a few months ago, he signed the deal where and he shows how in his packaging he got the labels and the jars, all the pre-rolls that are sold through Be Real's dispensaries are contracted through his grow, Turp Mansion. I thought, and I've heard Be Real talk about like I don't go to his stores, but I guess there's a premium line that he contracts with like local growers that are, you know, putting out good stuff and has and brings their stuff to market, which I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish he was running some of like our gear, like your banana got Mendel breath that you accidentally made. This
Yeah,
shit's so
and well, I
funny.
also know that like
Buy that.
he was one of the guys opening up a store and doing all that way at the beginning, before like where you had to go through a lot of legal battles and go through a lot. Like he didn't just get in the game 10 years ago. Like I think his first Mr. Green or Dr. Green Thumb store was in San Diego. Like he had him in San Diego way before anyone else had him.
Yeah, he's got a shop here locally where I used to live, the Coachella Valley.
Yeah.
Cassidy,
I mean, if I was
Smoke Lounge.
shopping one of those stores and one of his stores was within the range of my where I'm at, I would go into his store over many other ones.
Yeah, it's a smoke
Dang.
lounge too, so you can go kick it, play PlayStation, watch TV, or just kick it with the homies. And I think they have a pool table in there too. Yeah, you can just kick it. It's cool. Buy the weed next door, walk into the place next door. Kind of cool.
Yeah, like he's one of the only ones in SoCal that in certain places, because in some localities they don't allow it. But if he can, he has like a lounge where that's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. They sell a lot of shirts. I got like 4 of his shirts.
Do they play Cypress Hills like on repeat inside the dispensary, or they got a?
I honestly never been inside. I've always just waited. I've always seen the menu though, so like the menu's nice. Whenever I used to check it out, that was a long time ago, but that's like 3 years ago. Shit, last time I seen the stuff from their shop. It's a little more not pricey, but like a little higher class, like that. So yeah, it's for the people who like to smoke fire. I don't know. It's hard to explain because the shop do have some good weed. People don't believe me but I smoke. I've been smoking for 20 years of my life, or probably longer. But yeah, I know what good weed is, and these shops do have some good weed. That's the crazy part. I'm not smoking it now, but
I actually got some weed out of a shop, 2 nights. One was really cheap, but the effects that I was looking for were all there. So since I really can't taste weed, it didn't matter just as long as the effects were there. The other weed I bought because of everything else by a local Thai grower. And it was a happy weed and actually made me laugh and giggle for like a half an hour.
You know what? I gotta try the Snoop Dogg weed and the Tyson Branch weed, and then I could judge more accordingly. Because I've had Method Man stuff. That shit was fire.
I think they're in the batch I turned back. I have a clone of this plant. I think it's either called Dog Pound or Dog something, but it's the strain that Burner and Snoop collab. It's like a cookie.
I forgot what it's called.
Yeah.
Man, it was just on the tip of my tongue, and then you said that.
I mean, it looks like a good plant in veg. I haven't flowered it. I don't even know if I don't even think I bothered taking clones of it because I don't know. I don't expect it to be all that.
It's gonna be super fire. You're gonna be like, damn. You're gonna be like, that's
yeah. I got that.
You can get it again.
Yeah, it's like that was a clone that someone gave me, so I'm pretty sure I could get it back.
It sounds so wrong.
And he gave it to me a while ago. He's never mentioned. Oh, yeah, I've never heard about it again. So, like, if it was something that was super dank, somebody would be talking about it.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Then again, sleeper weed. Everything's for different people. This banana god, Mendel breath, is getting better and better every day. In the tote, when I pull a nug out, it's still super cushy. Like this weed is super cush. Like it's got the cushy effect. Just oof,
Man,
crazy.
hear you talking about these strains, and I know I got the seeds back in Cleveland, but they're not here. It's like, man, again, here I go.
At least you could grow them one day. Like, and
Yeah.
then find the
I
fire
could
ones,
even,
the medium
I
size
could
ones.
even smoke, I could even maybe
Yeah.
smoke a half a joint of each of them too when I pull them out of the bud.
Yeah, you come over here and smoke some too anytime you're here. Shit.
Yeah, I'll be over. You know,
I was gonna say that. Take your
23 and a half hours.
Take your time. Man. I'll be here. I don't go nowhere. I got a really good cut going right now that I got cuttings of. I want to self it on it. So it's so super, super sick. I was like bad breath and grapes. So super bad breath. Oh,
We took some of the seeds we did last year and some of the plants we acquired this year. And I gave my friend some Sensi Star seeds to use. And he pulled a male out of that. So the Ohio garden this year is all hit with Sensi Star. So we have like an Afghani mango from Ohio hit with Sensi Star. I can't remember all the other ones, but there's the Lemon G East Bay cross we did. There's the Death Star Dumpster East Bay cross we did.
nice.
All hit with Sensi Star.
All right. Sounds good, man. When you get no seeds.
Well, it's still September. The plants are outdoors.
Yeah, mine are almost done. I got some early plants. I got lucky. Turn those
Yeah.
lights up at the right time. Turn them off at
They
the
have-
right time. Done.
The Afghani mango, I take that to like 68 days indoors. And the lemon G, I took that to 68 too, but I fed it differently because if not, it would foxtail if you took it all the way out to 82, 84 days, like a lot of people do.
I don't mind foxtails.
I think it's a waste.
I don't mind foxtails. I got those foxtails all over. They look
Well,
like
when you've
20
got,
of them.
when it takes an extra 2 weeks though, to finish out a plan or 10 days, you know,
It took me a month,
and
dude, a month extra. It pissed me off.
exactly. And you really don't get that much more and you still get just as high.
Yeah,
It's one of those type of plants that once it gets to a point, you're that high.
I guess I'm just doing it for the smoke of it, for the first time trying it all out. Just to say,
Exactly. It's not something we found out overnight. You know, it took us years and years to find out, oh, we need to feed it this way or it does this.
yeah.
So, you know, it took us years.
There's a lot of stuff that's hungry in my room right now. But I'm finding out what I got to do for the next round. It's so much easier the next time. I could already see the future. It's like it's so much easier next round. But
Yeah, I'm going to be posting the seed packs that I'm going to be popping here soon when I get back from Cambodia here. I gotta go to leave the country again, so I'm going to go visit Phnom Penh. Go take a 5-day vacation and then come back and get right to work.
it's tasty.
I think I'm going to take a 5-strip with me too to Phnom Penh.
So you have ice scripts?
No, 5-strip.
Oh shit. That's almost vice scripts, okay. It was not that far off. 5-strip. Yeah. That's
Well, my friends want to go to Siem Reap, which is Angkor Wat, because they heard that the strongest Asian mushroom was found in Angkor Wat. So he wants to go and find this mushroom. And I'm like, you know, Angkor Wat, Siem Reap, that's like the wild, wild west of Cambodia. You know, anything and everything can happen on those streets. And you go a little bit too far off the main road, and yeah, it ain't good for a Westerner. But it's a place to go and see because every year they keep on opening up more and more of the temples and the old part of which used to be this huge ass city they're finding out. Literally like miles and square miles. Kilometers, I'm sorry, but you know, it's turned out to be this huge place. But my friend wants to go and find this mushroom so he can bring it back. And you know, they've got these gummies that are a gummy outside, and like that gum that used to have that gel filling, they're able to put the psilocybin in that and suspended in that.
Yeah. Hey, wait. I have a whole jug of those that James Loud gave me a few months back. I took them a couple at the show. Damn, where did they go? They're up here
These
somewhere.
10 pieces were 4 grams for 10 pieces. So they were like 0.4 of a gram.
Yeah, it's like a gummy, and then when you squish into it, the center's like, I don't know, like gusher. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if I have them.
And where'd they go? Oh, well, they're here somewhere.
Yeah, here's what they look like. I don't know, they're showing up. But yeah, I can't wait to try these. I wanted to be in the right frame of mind for it, that was for sure.
Dang, I just found a super, it's a James Loud. I think he said he rolled this one himself. It's like, I don't know how many grams. It's fucking huge. I think it's Skittle Cross. I should smoke it soon because he gave it to me in July.
Wow.
I just haven't. Well, one, I would have to have a few friends. Like I'm not gonna light something that big just for myself. And like I'd only take even a 1 1/4. I only smoke like I don't smoke like I don't like them when they're that big. Actually, like I guess in a group setting they're cool, but I don't usually smoke in group setting too much. I don't know where those mushroom things went. But yeah, they're gushers. Yeah, I guess I'm due to take some mushrooms or something, but it's been since mid-July. I had partied my ass off at all these shows in July and did all that a whole bunch. And then I just haven't had the urge or the desire.
Exactly. It comes and goes.
It'll come again. Probably before New Year's. I'll feel like it's that time.
Yeah, I think
But
New Year's
I couldn't,
I'm gonna
like
do
I have
something
some friends
special.
that they're cool but no, they had their psychedelic experience whatever years it was when they were younger. Then they never go back. No, I've always, not all the
Enjoyed it.
time, but like at least probably, oh, I don't know, 3 to 5 times minimum a year since I was like 14 years old. Yeah. Like clears the pipes out or something. I don't know what it is. It's like yeah, I get some people are different. So then they've done it, been there, done that. So they don't have any desire to do it again. But even that I haven't smoked any DMT. I used to just like to do that in the afternoon, but no. Ooh, yeah. DMTs. DMT is the type of thing where, like weed, you smell it and it makes you want to smoke some because it's good. DMT is like you sniff it and you're like, and then because that smell actually equates to this other worse smell, like what the smoke tastes like or smells like. It's weird. DMT has like, it has like a plastic, it smells like burnt plastic other than it's not, but plastic. Like, it's organic matter, but it has like this smell of plastic burnt or rubber burnt.
Yeah.
No, well, wait, it's only been, it's been a few months. No psychedelics for a few months. Just haven't felt it.
Exactly. You have to feel it. It's not something that, hey, it's Friday night, I'm just going to do it. Or Saturday night. It's like, you got to be around the right people, around the right entertainment, the right selection of
like
place.
a lot of mine has to do with going to shows. Like it's like part of my show ritual. Not all shows are worthy of it either. So not all shows.
No.
Like
Believe
even
me.
tomorrow, I'm probably going to this Crossroads. It's got all these great, and I've always loved Eric Clapton and his music, but then, there's a couple political things this dude said that like made me have to rethink my like love of Eric Clapton. Oh, he's definitely guitar god, right? But so I wouldn't trip because like he's got weird energy, you know what I mean? Like I would trip with Roger Waters, but I don't really like David Gilmour's vibe. You know what I mean? Like it's weird how what people say and what their personal thing is does affect like how you view their music.
Yeah, it can.
Or what they stand for or whatnot. Like if you know Pink Floyd, they're like Roger goes on and he hasn't done it in a while, thank God, because I used to think, God, he's so set in life. How does these things get him so worked up? But like they try to cancel culture him basically out of Germany and all this. And there's like a side Gilmour's view and Roger's view. And a lot of people think Roger's out of his mind and he's the problem, but no, I've always thought when he talks about this shit, I'm all behind him. Like I think he's right. A lot of people love Neil Young's music, but they don't like what he says politically. Oh no, that's all part of it. I love everything he says and stands for.
Was given a little sour diesel last night. Gonna try that out.
Yeah, I don't come across much sour diesel in a long time. I hear other people
Yeah.
talking about it, and other people breed with it, and all this. Who's got what sour diesel? But like, I never. Years ago, when diesel was king, yeah. But no, in my circle, nope, no sour. No one has any diesel that I know. It's not common.
That's why you think Don Mega's strong.
Well, diesel
Just
was
joke.
strong. I love diesel. It was.
I'd rate sour diesel up there with like OG as
That
far
was
as
different.
like popularity and sellability, especially sellability, at least on the East Coast.
Well, it was a thing for a while. Diesel was king for a while.
We need to bring back all those. We actually are. We're just adding fruit flavors to them for all you people.
Well, I don't necessarily think we can go backwards. So like,
No, we've got all these new genetics from like here and
and even
Thailand
the
and
old
India and
genetics
Afghanistan.
have been refreshed or like even, yeah,
New
my own
ones.
yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people like hold clone of the same plant where they just cloned off the same plant for 25 years and stuff, right?
23 years, but it's been a different mother every few years and it goes
Yeah, and
outside.
so like even that process, yeah, it changes things little by little. So like I don't think we can, like, when we remember how something was when it was. Yeah, I think a lot of strains are like drifted off that spot. It's not, it's, some of them just acclimated to everything, and evolution happens, right?
Exactly. That's why I think the next evolution is going to be like your gas, chemical, fuel, burnt rubber with grape, cherry terpenes, and they're going to be really strong. And they'll probably hold 2/3 of the way through the joint before it turns like hash, which is going to hit a bigger clientele. It's going to give people that are normally don't smoke indica a chance to smoke it because it has a nice fruity flavor to it. And that's why a lot of people don't like the strains. So we can get those fruity flavors into that, longer lasting, more body affecting high, then yeah, that's the next step of evolution I see.
Well, that's already I mean, yeah, there's cherry gas stuff like.
Yeah, but the next
But
big explosion for like 2, 3, 4 years should be that.
I think we should just go back to like serious gas and straight OGs, not cross them with anything, bring those back. But those aren't 60-day strains. Those are finicky strains in production, and the yield isn't extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
So even
You
if
can't
you were like
scale 'em up.
involved with a commercial place and had to sell the idea of that strain to your bosses, the money men or whatever, they would probably say no.
No,
Even
too many
though
problems.
now eventually, because there's so much of the same kind, and people's idea is, oh, if you bring something back, it'll have like a renewed hype around it. So,
Nah.
but that's a hard sell in today's thing because these guys want 60-dayers that yield X, Y, and Z that look a certain way, don't need a lot of processing, and that's it. That doesn't mean the rest of us can't do whatever we want, but like I've long since realized, oh, there's like all these pockets of stoners all over the world, even in our state, even in my town, that they're smoking shit in their circle, and I'm smoking shit in my, and we're like 25 miles apart, and none of the things we have are the same. Like it's everyone still has their little pockets of, and like the apples don't far fall from the tree, especially when it comes to dank, like good dank weed. It doesn't go far.
No, it don't. I remember having a harvest and calling up like 4 people saying, okay, you can get like an ounce of 3 different types, but it's 1 ounce together.
Yeah, back, I guess maybe 10 years ago, I couldn't promise anybody a certain amount. That, dude, 10 years ago, my customers would prepay me for like a pound weeks or longer before it was even done to guarantee it, because when it actually was ready, it would be like, oh, I know I said you could get a whole one, but oh, you can only get a half, or you can only get this, or you can, yeah. And I tried to like keep whatever the group of people happy. And some of that is what used to keep people in line of why they paid, or they were fucking in line. Because if you fucking got out of line, oh, you would be the guy that got told, oh, none this, no, not for another month or 2. And that would keep people straight, if you know what I mean. They didn't want to fuck off the connection, you know what I'm saying?
Cool. I misplaced a half a sheet and I just found it. I knew eventually I'd remember where I put it. Man, I put stuff and I forget where I put it anymore. Like, as soon as I put it someplace, I'll forget. I'll like walk to the bathroom, come back, and where did I fucking put that?
Yeah, I mean, I have that, but no, because like I've learned over the last, I keep this word in same places, and that's it. I remember when I used to feel like hide things, put this there, put money here, do, for whatever reason, it was just the way I was. Yeah, no, I don't do that anymore because, yep, you forget where shit's at.
Yeah.
Or it's not that you forget where it's at, you just totally forget about it. And next thing you know, like a year or 2 later, something pops up. Especially with weed. I never saved weed like that. I've had jars. I used to put certain jars away in my nightstand or in my dressers and forget
And
about
that
them.
goes old.
Yep, it just went old, and yeah,
Be like, man, that would have been good weed to smoke like 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
And most of that were all like the headiest pieces, because that's what I would take. I'd take all the best pieces or ones that that drew my attention, and I put them in these jars. And now I just smoke out of whatever. But I always I'm picky about what piece I smoke. Like I have like the standard, I don't smoke certain buds. They're not all like heady pieces, you know?
So I ended up breaking the foot peg on my bike. And I went to a Honda dealership because they were basically, there's only a couple big bike shops here in town. And two of them were closed. So I went there to get just a foot peg, something that you pull a cotter pin and you pull it out and replace the cotter pin and you have it back in. And they told me at the Honda dealership, 7 days. 7 days. Well, I can order it and have it next day or just ship carry from Chiang Mai, which is 4 hours away, and it'll be here tomorrow. But I found this little big bike shop that I didn't know was there. And I went in and the guy sold me a pair of them. First, the Honda dealer told me they were 890 baht for one of them. So I go to this other shop and the guy puts them on for me. Replaces both of them because you buy them in a pair, I guess, not singly. So you buy them in a pair, puts them on, and then notices that my lights on the front of my bike were loose. He tightened those up and tells me 290 baht for the 2 foot pegs, putting them on, tightening my headlights. So instead of 290 baht, I put in 350 baht and paid him that way because he fixed my lights and he didn't overcharge me.
Well, I guess you will be going to his shop for any future needs.
Yep. Yeah, I actually looked around the shop and this is the place now that if I need to get like hardened steel bolts, I can actually go there and get the bolts. But he had a Ducati there torn apart that he was souping up for the guy. You can buy, he's like a race shop almost. But I was looking, for like, they had black and gold brake and clutch lever. The guy told me 290 baht on the foot pegs. Let's see what else I can buy from this guy to help him out, because he's giving me good prices. Let's fix up my bike some. So yeah, I was looking around the shop to see what I could buy. But yeah, I'll definitely be going there for my next oil change, my next brake job.
Well, finding a good mechanic, parts connect. Yeah, I imagine in Thailand it's even more important.
Yeah. You got a good mechanic when he's got grease on his face from going like this. But yeah, it is hard to find a good mechanic here, someone that's reliable. Because there's a lot of people that put like reviews. Check all your nuts and bolts before you leave the shop. Make sure that your tire is, the bolts for your tire are tightened properly. you know, they'll in a rush to put it on and get it done so quick for you that they forget to tighten a bolt here and there. Oops. Welcome to Thailand, people. It's a nice day as long as you got a fan blowing on you.
What is it, just humid or is it hot and humid?
It's just kind of hot. There's a mild breeze, but it's just hot. The humidity isn't that bad, but it is there. Now, if I was like 4, 5, 6 hours south, yeah, it'd be a lot worse. It'd be like sticky humid. I wouldn't be wearing a cotton t-shirt, that's for sure. That's why I don't wear a lot of concert t-shirts and t-shirts in general here in Thailand because they're just way too hot to wear. That's why when I go to like Cambodia, I got to look for their extra larges that are actually extra larges. Because a Cambodian and Thai extra large is like maybe a medium to large in the States. I mean, I know I've lost weight, but damn.
Yeah, it's down on the backside of my hill. They're having a mariachi party. That I can. It's live band.
Oh, that's cool.
When I went into town, I had heard it earlier, but when I went into town, when I drove back, I was startled by like, because from even a little ways away, I was like, what the fuck's going on? I know where my hill is. Yeah, this whole maybe 5-acre spot, maybe it's only a couple acres of it, or they put up a bunch of lights. There was pretty much traffic on the road at this time, like you wouldn't expect any cars. Oh, there was people out. That I think sounds like there's like 100 people or more. Most likely, it's like a cartel type of party, or I don't even know what there's immigrant people in the area, and then there's these other cats. And they're usually and one time they had a party down below where my friend Gary, that really knows music, he thought, they have live mariachi bands. Some of these bands are super famous, like they play for money, they don't play for free. He recognized them as like it was really good. Like you could tell it was good because of where this one's at. It's kind of muffled, but sometimes those parties get wild though. Like I would not be surprised if there's like, not that they're shooting at each other, that they're just shooting the guns in the air for the fuck of it. Like at some point, it's only coming up on midnight. Oh, one of those fools is going to start shooting off his gun. and they definitely get drunk. They ain't over there doing. They drink a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing here. People drink a lot. But the thing is the alcohol that's imported here, nothing is basically over 60 proof. I mean, you have to check the Jack Daniels, you have to check everything to see if it's 60 proof or 80 proof. I mean, Wild Turkey here is only 80 proof. You know, that should be
Now, is that
101.
what? Because the country made laws to try to
Yeah.
limit the how drunk people got, basically. But I mean, all people would do is drink more, right?
Drink
Not
more.
that-
Yeah. But
so
there's
it's not like it's
only,
that effective to keep people from getting drunk, right?
well, there's only 3 major beer brands, and there's only, I think, 2 or 3 spirit distillers, and that's it. So it's kind of like monopoly. When they legalized cannabis, they also, I thought, were changing the laws on home brewing, because home brewing in Thailand is illegal. So, you know, hopefully they've changed some of those laws, I thought, and we were going to see more like microbreweries showing up, or
Well, I
craft
mean,
breweries.
just like here, the alcohol, if you say it's like a monopoly thing, it's also must be taxed and be a revenue for the government, right?
And
So
those,
that
that alcohol, that whiskey company and that rum company, they're 30% or 60 proof. That's the limit that they can make. They can't make it any stronger.
but the
So
thing
in
I
my
realized
opinion is it's buy more to get where you need to go and sell more product. That's
it
all
seems
it is
like
to me.
if they already know how to tax alcohol, which they seems like they do, how could they not think the same taxation with cannabis when they passed it?
They
seems
just
like
they never implemented someone to go around and say, you owe X amount of dollars. Let's see your books. You owe X amount of dollars. They didn't put those people in place in the government to collect taxes.
I
They
still
didn't,
remember.
they didn't say, hey, listen, when we legalize this, it is the VAT tax and that's it. Or like you said, it would have been perfect if they just said it's a flat 10% tax, you know, and then
Well,
they could have went and collected from each of the shops every month. They could have collected their 10%.
even the part that seems to be forgotten, but just over a year ago, it was national news headlines and everywhere that Thailand gave away 1 million plants to each citizen
Yeah.
to go get plant. Like
And
they had to
never
spend
did a follow-up. They never did any
they had
type
to
of
have spent a
follow-up.
lot of
Like,
money, like even the logistics of that, everything involved, right? And yeah, whatever happened to that? Like it just died off. It didn't matter. They didn't even give them good plants. Like,
what
could
they
you
did is
imagine
they,
if they gave them 1 million dank ass plants, like killer plants, it would have probably changed the whole direction of the country's cannabis.
but what they did is they gave 1 million CBD plants. So
That's a dirty trick. Because even when they were publicizing it, it wasn't like they said they were giving away CBD plants. They were making it
yeah,
out to seem like they were giving away plants, cannabis plants. But I guess,
yeah, they were all
CBD
CBD plants.
I would be curious to know, like, okay, so did they pay for those? Like, did some entity sell them to them, or did they propagate them?
I have a feeling that the people in Holland helped.
Yeah,
in
well,
Amsterdam. Because
and-
basically they were sending envoys over to Amsterdam and they were taking them around, and like 2 months before all
But what
this,
was the
they were
what was
over
the
there
purpose of that? Like, what was the purpose? Like
to get people to grow their own plant, to grow their own medicine, CBD. It was actually a medical ploy. It
But I
was
mean,
supposed to be
even just
for
on
medical,
cost.
but it became, you could grow THC flower too. Wow. So they just
Okay,
took it
but
and ran with
even
it on that effect.
the logistics and cost of that kind of operation, 1,000,000 plants, right? They had to keep them watered, transport them, everything.
Oh yeah. And
They could have given away 1,000,000 seeds, and that would have been like, yeah, everyone got a little envelope, right?
yeah, but
Like,
see,
I mean,
you
people
can
can
actually,
germinate seeds.
but let's put it this way. If someone wanted your seeds, okay, they were feminized seeds, say, and Joe Blow has feminized seeds over here for $10 and yours are 20, but for $35, you'll germinate that seed for them. They'll pay you that $35 to germinate that seed for them. They don't want to take the chance of buying the seed and screwing it up and losing that money. They would rather buy a plant or something growing already and pay more money.
But I mean, a seed's pretty straightforward. I mean, oh, you might have a couple failure rate, but for the most part, seeds germinate, right? It's not
9 out of 10 are
rocket
going to
science,
pay you
right?
though, but 9 out of 10 are going to pay you to do it because they don't want to screw it up. It's a culture thing.
Yeah, well, there seems to be some culture things that
big
that
roadblocks.
I'd play. But I still like, yeah. I mean, I don't know if they actually gave away 1,000,000 plants, but that's what the story was.
They did. I seen the big pictures of the rows of plants, and they had them in like white plastic bags that were probably a 1.5 feet tall. Yeah, 18 inches, 20 inches
either
tall.
way, that meant
so they were like a 3-gallon pot.
Beyond not having the VAT tax or even any regulatory system or tax, they spent a bunch of money at the beginning, the government or whoever, on giving away 1,000,000 plants.
Yeah. Now, if you want to contact me personally, and I'll tell you what the 1,000,000 plant giveaway and the legalization of cannabis was actually doing here in Thailand. It actually did something politically, and I can't go any further with it.
Well, okay,
right
so let's say they weren't CBD, they were like good flower, like good genetics for the most part, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that have flooded the market and created what's happened? I mean, if 1,000,000 plants got grown by the ones that got given away and became product that people had, wow, that would have like there wouldn't be the need to import a bunch of shit, right? But they didn't give them good genetics.
Well, they gave them CBD because, like I said in the beginning, this was supposed to be a medical type project, but they turned it around and used it as a promotion for the legalization of cannabis, period, in Thailand. See, before all of this, smoking flower in Thailand was still illegal, even if you had a Thai medical paper. It was only good for concentrates such as oils. And now I can't even get that paper because the doctors say it's legal. And I say, yeah, but not for oils and concentrates that I use. And they still don't want to sign the paper because it's all this bunch of paperwork they have to fill out.
Well, I'm sure
But,
one day,
you know,
like
it
all the
was
nitty
it was
gritty.
all medical, that it was supposed to be for medical, and they just flipped it over to recreational. So, but right now,
I'm sure.
there's
I'm sure.
I
Like
have
one
met
day,
so many growers, it's not even funny here in Thailand.
I'm sure one day, and maybe if you're probably closer to it, so you might know some of the nitty gritty, but like the true nitty gritty of like how this came about will like be part of story of history, and like what actually happened, that a country that was pretty much like pretty restrictive against it in one foul swoop, not only yeah, just legalized, I mean, just opened it up like without any real regulation or any
Thought
anything. That's,
behind it.
yeah, that's,
Welcome to Thailand. No thought behind it, just do it. We'll
Yeah.
deal with it later. And that's what happened. But it's actually a bigger story than that, and I can't go in about that here.
yeah, I get it. Well, I imagine there's investor money, probably a lot of it Holland or international money, not just American or Canadian money, but that's there too, that influenced some of this.
I think the Holland money was the biggest push for them, because they kept on going to Holland every time. They weren't sending people to the United States to see facilities. They were sending them to Holland. And that's
Well,
probably because there was a company there willing to pay for their trip.
yeah, well,
Okay.
knowing the what's been
But
happening,
I think that's where the million plants came from, was someone,
Yeah.
a company from Holland came here, made 1 million clones and said, okay, we're ready to go.
well, I mean, it's not like I have on the ground knowledge, but from the news or the word on the street, and how many years has it been? It's been some years now that Holland has gone through a political change where it's like the super conservative government that is in long-term control, and like went against all these things, right? And are moving the, what do you
The
call it? The
red light
coffee shops
district.
have to move out. Like the whole thing
The
got
red light
disrupted.
district, the red light
And-
district has to move out. And what that was a land grab, because where the red light district was, that all of a sudden turned out to be the prime real estate.
Yeah, well, that's like what happens in a lot of downtown areas, even in the United States. What they call it, like when they yeah, like
Yeah, well, they
places
don't need
downtown
to,
that no one
they don't
wanted or were
need to-
bad real estate, and then they want a regenification or whatever. And then all of a sudden it's popular to put a facelift on one of these old motels or whatever that have, like, were Skid Row, and then you can rent it out as condos for like millions of dollars because you've regenified the fucking area.
and you don't have to regenerify anything. All you have to do is move the tenants out, rebuild the insides to make them one
Yeah.
apartment
Well,
per floor.
And the
and
timing,
that's it.
what I'm saying is the timing of when that was becoming apparent of what was happening in Holland, it seems like they
Move to
like
Thailand.
bounced over to Thailand to try to parlay their growth instead of, you know.
I've heard about some of the companies that are in Thailand, and I've heard about some of the sizes of the grows they're talking about, and they're just huge. You know, I really don't know where it's all going to go. You know, I understand, because I look at the contracts that I've looked at, and 99% of it is non-smokable flour. So, it's diversification into other things. So they're growing hemp, they're growing CBDs for distillate here. That's what they're going to have to do here is grow something, turn it into an oil or distillate. And then that's how it's distributed into the world and into products, because it's going to be into soft drinks. You're going to be able to get a THC beer here really soon. You're going to be able to get a THC pop besides CBD. They figured out how to do all that stuff, and it's just about ready to hit the market as soon as they can get enough land together and start producing enough product to feed the world.
Yeah, well, I think the investment money that's semi-long term is looking at this is that by the time, our federal law is going to change, international law is going to change, right? And then some countries that have low labor, low cost, low overhead are going to be able to be exporters at a huge scale. And at this point, people all had their eye on Colombia. People had their eye on certain places, but it looks like Thailand's like poised to make a play, because that's going to be the play. It's not like they're just like the same reason we don't export much else as America, right? Or the North, or Canada even too. Canada maybe a little better than us, but because of the cost, it costs to do business here. You can't compete with a place like Thailand and fucking Colombia anywhere, right? So it's not like if we could be exported, even though some of the best weed is produced here, it's just too expensive here. You'd be undercut by so many other places.
Now, just imagine if the United States said, you want to own a weed shop, it's $50, or it's $100 to own a weed shop. You want to grow weed commercially, it's $33. How would that change? How would that change the face of the United States and the cannabis industry if they did that and made it affordable for everybody? And that's what Thailand did, is they made it affordable for everybody to do it. So if you want to make money in cannabis,
we export a lot of agriculture, right? Wheat especially, right? That's why the wheat farmers are subsidized, because we have to sell it so cheap, right? That's what the subsidies to make up for, right? The same thing will happen, like, even, because today I spent a lot of time in Farm Aid. I've been a part of Farm Aid way back 85, listened to everything they've said, right? I was a cannabis farmer that whole time, or not that whole time, but 30 years of it. And I used to relate to what they were saying about what was happening to small farmers and all that, but felt like a cannabis farmer, we weren't part of that conversation. We had our own thing, our own pricing. I feel sorry for those guys. They're selling their shit for 9 cents a pound and subsidy, and they're being broken. And then in the last few years, ever since REC and Prop 64 and the major legalization change, every time I listen to Farm Aid, I realize, we're just one of those people. We're now a small farmer or whatever, being squeezed out by the big corporate machine of it all, right? And it's happening. It's hard to see it right now, except that that's what's actually happening. Like, as all these laws change, especially when the federal law changed, yeah, cannabis will be like an ag commodity and it'll fit right in with all the others. Why would it be any different than all the other crops, food, textile, whatever, all of it? No, it is just that, right? Like,
When it
ultimately,
comes down to it, it is. It's the hemp seed oil for the lubrication in our vehicles and things like that.
and
The
way back
fibers
in
to build the
in
cars.
85, when those guys first started talking this farm aid stuff, it was like not a known thing. Like, people didn't understand that the way the system was going, it was like taking away family farms, generational farms, all the things that happened. But all those things happened. Like in 85, they barely had happened. They were warning that it was gonna happen at the beginning, and we need money to fight keeping it from happening. Well, shit, none of that helped because it happened. Like, totally happened. Cannabis is the same thing. Like, all the Legacy Humboldt and all these farmers, they've all been like, regulated out, and even other people that are small licensed or medium-sized licensed that invested a lot are being squeezed out. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Like, the same model, the same business model that the investor group or the corporate side, they're just looking at history and going, yeah, this is what's going to happen here. The same thing we did there. And at a faster scale. Like, because, yeah, like at this point, they're like, as much as Farm Aid celebrates these few farms that are not corporate, like, you just look at the stats, it's in the 90% of the amount of food. And this isn't just in the United States, because this model's everywhere. It's produced by the industrial food system, corporate industrial food system. Yeah, they're not. You're not even competing anymore. Like, they ran over you, and that was that. It's like a fantasy that you still have these things, like small or family-run farms. And that'll be the same thing with cannabis, right? They'll just suck it right out from the people.
Yeah.
I
But
mean, it's
what
already
I
happening.
see,
I mean, that's
what
what's
I s-
happening.
what I see here in Thailand completely different than the United States, but it's because of the way Thailand did it. Now, what I'm seeing, instead of a shop opening up and it's one person that owns the shop or a couple people that own the shop, it's a person that owns the shop but is working with 10 different growers. Our 10 different growers went in and opened the shop. And that's what I'm seeing here in Thailand. And that's what's going to be different when all these other shops start dropping out. The ones that are going to make it and the ones that I think should be supported right now are the ones that are put out by the local growers.
But now, I mean, a lot of this product is more indoor grown, right? But like, Thailand has a huge amount of agriculture already, right? And cannabis seems a lot easier than having rice growing, right? As far as labor
No, you have to, the problem is the property, the land that they've been growing the rice on and the corn on for all these years is so laden with heavy metals and pesticides that it's going to take 2 to 3 years to remediate it. or backfill it in to be able to use that property. So no, not every farmer can do it because of all their
But okay,
past uses
even
of
if you did
pesticides
it
and heavy
in
metals.
commercial greenhouses and raised beds and things like that,
That's
they
how it
could
has to be done.
they there's no limit to how big they can go, right? So like some investment group is like, oh, we talk about, we have that one place in California, Glass House or whatever, that I guess has 1 million square feet, even though
Yeah,
they have the
we could
licenses for that.
dwarf
They
it.
don't, yeah. And that isn't gonna be for the shops in Thailand. Like those kind of plays are about international
Distillate.
export
Yeah,
and
it's all about
international
distillate.
okay, distillate, and then you can export.
Yeah. That's it. Exactly. So what you'll be seeing, instead of a glass house, it'll be a plastic house, and you're going to start seeing them that are going to be acres. Boom, an acre, boom. And they're
Well,
just going to be
I
popping
mean,
up next to each other.
well, a lot of what I know is from Breeder
Mhm.
Steve's talks, but there's other people. Oh, there's a lot of play in Colombia too, because they want to be in that game
Yeah.
too.
But why hasn't Colombia just come and said, you know what, we're legalizing it? Because they still get a ton of money from the US government. If they didn't have
Yeah.
ties to the US government, it would probably be like Thailand already. It would have probably beat Thailand.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what's stopping. Like I think a lot of focus gets put on like the domestic effects that the federal law change will have. But what I think is slowing it down and makes it complicated, and what politicians have to figure out, is how it's going to play internationally. Like after all these years of the treaties or whatever the fucking deal we had, where we like demanded that they have the same laws on drugs as we do, or they don't get funding, or whatever the fuck up we did. And then to change that, and how that's gonna like affect like yeah, somehow that gets complicated when you start thinking, oh, Colombia, Thailand, whatever other countries that'll want to throw their hat in the ring, right? With a new commodity that's being exported and imported internationally. Oh, that's complicated. And most likely, like everything that's in that is all controlled by the wealthy people, right? That's how they make all their money. Like they don't share that with regular people. The share profits from international trade. You know, you got to be a big baller to even get in that. But that's where a lot of money's made. Simple money, like, oh, get something in point B, in point A, and move it to point B. We make X amount of money. Commodities. But I mean, I guess that's good ultimately, because like even my life, how I've had the success I've had and being a grower for 34 years was because it was illegal, right? And then it was like a taboo, it was like a risk, it was like, but all this is going to make it that cannabis is just a regular thing. Like, oh, it'll probably take 50 years, but cannabis won't be any different than like the soda, the coffee, the chips, cigarettes, alcohol, cosmetic, all the products. It's just be another one of them. at first they're going to have all this regulation, all that, basically to keep, like it's a shortcut, because already it's like the investment groups already have control of the whole thing. They own most of it because it costs so
They
much.
finance everybody. Yeah, it costs so much to open.
I remember when when the first time I had an opportunity and stuff, and it was like 100 grand, 150 grand. You were in and rolling. You could try to get licensed and do the shit you needed to do. And then over the years, now it's like, oh, if you're not coming to the table, it's not even an amount. It's that you haven't enough to not only fathom the cost to open, but the cost of what it will take to go like 2-3 years before you can even open. You know what I'm saying? Like even one of the things, you have to either own the building outright or have it's not a rental agreement. It's more than that. Like that you've guaranteed that you have this property for X amount of years, right? I forget the term of it, but that basically means that you've prepaid you're covered for that amount of time. Not that it can go, oh, I didn't pay the rent or I got evicted, we got to move. No, they have a thing where you have to have usually have to, best way is just to own the building yourself, or the group or the investment group, or have I forget the real estate term, but it's like a term for you can't just be month to month. And that makes it virtually impossible for a small person to have anything. That all happened quick, like 5 years. It went from I remember a bunch of people I knew, and they had money. They were gonna try, but then by the time they really got serious about it, they didn't have that kind of money. Because it got real high real quick. Somehow I was showing my friend, and I searched that Altadena, where it's like this cannabis oasis out in the desert by Victorville. And you can rent, lease. Some of them were anywhere from 75 cents a square foot to $1.25 a square foot. License, if you could just rent it straight, or it's equipped and it has LED lights and a fucking X, Y, and Z watering system, and all they were built out, and now they're empty because company A, B, or C failed or whatever. 75 cents a square foot, that's pretty cheap. Or $1 a square foot, that's attractive, even though you'd have to go way out in the middle of the desert, and they have the lowest kilowatt price in the state. But when you go on search it, there's these real estate companies that have all these listings, and there's videos and tours of the empty facilities with all the gear ready to go. Just bring your checkbook, and you'd be the next sucker to invest in cannabis. You know what I mean? At that scale. And that's only in 5 years. So it's you'd think, wow, because some of these, that meant that some other investor group put out all this money to build out all this stuff, and basically walked away from it. And now the landlord's just releasing it with the stuff, because why not? That's pretty crazy. because we're just in the beginning stages of this. So how is it that new fresh investment money like got eaten up and spit out? Oh, and you can say, oh, they a lot of these never grew a plant. They didn't quite get that far, because everything cost more money than they thought. And then the price, and then they got the news. Oh, when we first took in your investment money, weed was like 3,000 a pound, and this was the math made sense. Weed's now like 800 a pound. It doesn't make sense to even grow it, so we lost. That's what's happened.
Crazy.
And it's also funny, if you search that Altadena place, the first story that comes up is at the beginning of all the politics of this, the mayor, I think he's still in federal prison because they caught him like red-handed, where the feds set up a sting and bribed him with all this cash, and then basically busted him with, and there's these pictures of him with all this cash that he took as bribes, right? So the whole thing started with the crookedest deal ever by this mayor. And yeah, it's still going.
That's awesome.
Somehow, because I searched that shit on YouTube, there was these other algorithms, and there was this one was just the history of this town, nothing to do with cannabis. Like how some guy from the East Coast bought all this land and had this idea, and it was like a community, and they had a couple like industries there for a while. It's gone through all these changes, but that's a lot of, and Greenfingers knows this because he even lives closer to it. The huge desert that is like out there, Southern California. Yeah, a lot of entrepreneurs over the century like had these grand ideas. Some of them paid off. Like that's what Vegas was. That's what Palm Springs is. That's what a few of them are. But there's a lot of places that never like got going. They're like ghost towns or like some forgotten dream from like the 30s and 40s, where they could buy like tens of thousands of acres for like pennies back in the day.
Right.
Mhm.
Some land's given to you for free, and because they have to do something with it.
Yeah, like the guy that started this Altadena, he was like not an insurance. He was just like he wasn't rich, but he had whatever money he had saved from his work and stuff. And middle age, he bought all this land and had this dream to create this oasis, Altadena or Altadenta or whatever it's called.
Pretty nice.
Oh, they got work because before cannabis came, the area signed the deal with 2 different private prison companies, and with that they have 3 private prisons in their area too. Except that the records show that they only get roughly $200,000 to $280,000 a year of tax money or from the prison deal. Like it was most likely some other crooked mayors like living rich because like he signed some deal where the prisons didn't have to really contribute to the place. Like yeah, the 200,000 is chicken scratch. Like already cannabis out there raises like millions a year for them because they have some big brands. What's funny is a lot of brands that you'd associate with like LA or like city life are actually grown out there. It's all like those places are like white label operations. They're big though, like thousands of square foot.
I could see Thailand doing that for like the Australian, the German medical, and
Shit. Wait, we're like a free trader. So like most likely the biggest customer in the planet is the US. So most of these
they
places,
don't have a cannabis import export license or anything like that for the United States yet.
yeah, but
Canada
that's
does.
the thing. Like I was saying,
Germany does.
when we change our federal law finally, that like even with it's not called NAFTA anymore because it isn't just North America trade agreement. It's like a international trade agreement, right? We're like, according to the law now, if we change the cannabis law federally, Mexico can import weed here just like they import avocados and everything else with no trade. Like if we don't have a thing where it's like, oh, you can only import 100 tons a year or whatever. We don't limit that, right? Fair trade, like it's not very fair, but like, yeah, you can sell whatever to us. That's why like most everything we consume comes from either China, here, there, everywhere else, Mexico, you name it. Because we've run ourselves out of business because of the cost of doing business here is too high. Labor, taxes, all of it combined, you're like, well, yeah, we're fucked. So like, since most customers buy mids already, well, why wouldn't they buy imported mids if they're cheaper and can be produced for less? Just like why we buy all of our bullshit from China, right? Because even though half those things are like so easy to make that somebody could have a business here and produce them, they can't compete, right? So we won't be any different, right?
Nope.
Like it'll get down to like, I remember Canada, these guys last year were talking about, I think it was like getting it down under 70, 50 cents per gram to produce it. Well, a place like Thailand can come with the conversion and everything else. Yeah, they could come in at like 23 cents a gram or like ridiculously lower, right?
Wait a second. How about this? A field, we did it, and we kept the numbers on how much it cost and amendments to the field and how much we fed it and how much it cost to spray with insecticide. It basically came down to 79 cents a plant. So not even a gram. We're talking a whole plant to produce. So take that into effect. Not a gram, but a whole plant, 79 cents.
Already, Canada's got trimmers, all these jobs because of the price of cannabis. Growers, even the bigger growers up north, cannot pay what they used to pay people for years to trim, right? And a lot of people are going toward machine trimming and different things to because people used to make like upwards of a couple hundred a pound, right? For
now it's a couple
trimming.
hundred a day.
Like even our thing, my Lindsay's one of my best friends. She worked for us for 10 years, 200 a pound. She's really good at it. She won't take less, so she don't work for us anymore. Now she works at a bakery, right? but this other cat we knew hooked us up with this mom. She's like probably my age, and she has like just two teenage. No, not teenage. They're in their 20s. Those girls, you never know what color hair they're gonna have. Like one time they were pink, next time it's green, next time it's fucking crazy. They're like young, right? But the three of them, now it changed our thing. Like now we spend like more labor on defoliating and plucking off anything that's be considered smalls or littles or any of that, because they trim for 75 a pound, but they only trim, there's a standard
The tops.
basically, right? And when we first hired him, we had a bunch of it was an issue, but now that the team has worked for a year or so, maybe it's going on 2. We changed some of the things we're doing to now hardly anything's the untouchable pile, where like but 75 a pound, and it passes. But like sometimes I look at certain pieces and realize I wish Lindsay was still trimming for us. But there's like, you get what you get for 75 a pound.
Yeah.
That's just it. But then you couldn't fade the 200 a pound, right? No.
I'm going to be paying $10 a day and having a nightmare trying to teach them how I want it done. You have to take the stem inside off. You just can't take the outside off and leave that ugly stem there. It's going to be hard to find good people here to trim. I've already talked to people. It's like, no. Good trimmers? No.
Well, when you get into like it being like a job, like even you notice that like cashiers at the grocery stores, they always have wrist brace on, and that probably means they're going through workman's comp or something, because they got carpal tunnel, right, from doing repetitive motion. And that's just a cashier trimming, sitting, trimming. Like that'll be a job that when it's like established, and well, it already is. A lot of them are like still keep it freelance, so you don't have to be responsible for the employee. But if you have 100 people or whatever, a big team, you'll have people that like come up and have injury or carpal, what do you call it, workman's comp, or they sue, say that the job created the ailment, right? Where that trimming tedious, and it takes us, I already know this from all the years. Now it's not so much, but 20 years ago, I would have people in my life that they just wanted to do it. Like they were just stoners, and the idea of being able to trim and was like a fantasy, or that it was like one of the things they wanted to do. Like today, people are like, no, it's opposite. But I would know in like maybe 3 hours, right, if they were like able to trim, or were trimmers or not. It's like a certain kind of person. It's because a lot of people can't do.
They can't sit there.
Yeah, for like hour after hour after hour and just focus. You can't talk too much. You can't do too much of anything, because you get distracted from what you're doing, right? And that's a lot. Like most jobs, like if you think about it, well, what do I actually do in an hour? Well, you do you're not just doing the same thing every second of every minute of an hour. Where trimming, yeah, you are. Like, oh, you get your break,
So
or yeah, it's
you give
pretty
everybody
tedious.
headsets and you let them listen to their own music, their own book on tape, whatever they want to listen to, and let them
Yeah,
trim
but
away.
that takes like there's like just certain people, they all walks of life. There's no question of that. That are like into that and like that's them is good. They like that, right? A lot of people, oh no, drive them nuts. Even though they want to do it, yeah, their mind is not able to like just shut down. It's like Zen. It's like a weird thing.
Yeah, it is.
I used to be a slave driver with it. Now, no, I'm just lucky I have a few that still work for me. And I just let them do it their pace, whatever that is. But it used to be a slave driver thing because a lot of it would be like whatever time we started, we were gonna finish. Even if that meant like 2 days and you like crashed on the couch or whatever, like once we were started, we were gonna finish. Where now it's like, oh, you need to come back in a day or two. Okay. You only could work 4 hours today. Okay. Oh, back then it'd be like once you came, you didn't know we were going until we finished, and they all knew that. And sometimes those were like fuck 16 hours straight. But and then I always thought I was being extra nice because I'd make sure I had meals and comfort and whatever they wanted to drink or eat. They didn't have to ever think about needing anything. We had all that covered.
Yeah.
But like you were expected to like, we started at 4 PM on Friday and didn't finish till Sunday at noon. Well, that's the job. Now, no, you can't. People don't do that anymore. No. Because weed's not a big thing anymore. A few of those people, they did it for their own access, and most of them didn't want to be paid in money. They wanted to be paid in weed, and because they were the trimmer, they wanted the good side of it
Discount.
and a discount. But it worked for me. To me, even when there were some people that didn't want weed, they wanted money. And when I would think who I would needed to hire, yeah, I
Money
always went
people.
to the the weed people. Cause like, oh, the weed exchange, that's easy. Fuck what? Giving them money? No. I like trade. Trade worked. Cause there was still like, I was the grower. So I mean, yeah, they got a discount, but there was still a price on it. You know what I mean? And I let them keep their own key. And,
yeah, wow.
and whatever scissor shit and all that stuff. Rick, like a couple times, like I
30, 40 grams a day.
He had this jar that was like whatever size, and there'd be like months of it in there, like multiple sessions. And yeah, a few times, like he offered, I was like, yeah, let's roll some up in a joint. He'd break me off a chunk of the scissor goo shit, and we'd put it that. Yeah, I still think in a joint. I don't know about dabbing it, but man, scissor goo scrapings, that's some of the best shit there is.
Yeah.
You can't get any better than that.
That and hand rub chars.
Sounds gross. No, I used to not smoke mine. I used to let everybody else have it. I'd be like, I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'd love some good black Afghani.
I got some
Some
good shit right here. Where is it at? Which one is it?
really, really
Lebanese?
stony.
Lebanese gold. Oh, this is really, really uppy, racy.
Yeah.
Lebanese gold.
That that was the problem with the stuff from Nepal that I got here. It was too racy for me. My indica was, my broadleaf plants were, the flower itself was overpowering the high actually because of everything else than the hash was, because it was an uplifting high head hash.
Yeah.
Everybody loved it that I passed it out to, but man, I should have just bought all that when I could. And
Isn't that the problem? You don't buy it all when you can.
it was $3,000 US for a kilo. Or wait, I'm sorry, 2 kilos. I was buying the guy out.
Gotta open
So
this
he
one.
had 2 kilos and he said $3,000 US.
I'm gonna open it up now. I'm gonna open up this new hash. I can't do that. I gotta save this one. With lemon breath. I gotta save it for next week. I'm trying not to spend money next week. Because that's not even my money. I'm trying to get seeds. Cool ass seeds. No, they're like $75. $77.
Roll smaller joints.
No, it's the hash.
Save the weed.
No, I like the hash. So I gotta make my own. I can't smoke somebody else's hash no more. I feel like I'm ripping myself off or being ripped off. Even though, like I said, it's not my money. It's just like a gift every time I get any of this cool, different stuff to smoke. So yeah, I can't complain. It's not my money. I can't say nothing about it. I don't even know the real price. That's what I was like trying to think of the price earlier. I think it was 2 for $65, but you get 1 for free on Wednesday. So yeah, this gram was free. Think about it that way. But I didn't spend any of my money at all. So
There you go. I actually
still-
bought weed here the other day.
over where you're at right now, or the last time you
Yeah.
bought it on the show? Because the last time on the show it was cool. Like when you had your show, that show was fun.
Yeah, no, I bought some here in town. There was some motor breath. And it was 150 baht a gram, and if you bought 10 grams, it was 1,200 or 120. So it was 1,200 baht for 10 grams.
Is that 15? Motor breath 15 or why am
I don't know. It was just motor breath. That was it.
I think I have it's in one of my cuts. One of the cuts I have. Oil tank.
Okay.
Motor breath times sour dub.
Yeah, it gets me stoned.
Motor breath 15. Number 15. Can't remember. I'm trying to remember without looking on my phone. The hassle.
I would have probably really liked to tried it like 8 months ago though.
Yeah, I brought the pollen in the room finally. One batch. I'll do it again. The Banana God Mendo Breath pollen on the Banana God Mendo Breath. So want to get those.
Back it up.
Seeds are beautiful, man. Can't thank you enough for that, bud. That's, yeah. All of the seeds. I'm smoking the Tino's Bob cookies right now. That's a little joint. I smoked the whole thing. Damn. I was looking for
I
it.
still have this whole bag.
Oh,
There's a
damn.
lot in it that came from pre-seed day
Holy
that I put aside for you, and yeah, DM me your address and I'll get it out next week.
Dude, that would just
There's
save me.
Bloom Co. in there. There's
I'll never have to look
there's a
again.
bunch in there.
I had a year. Holy shit. Hell yeah. I'll DM you.
What's that guy? Harry Palms. There's some Harry Palms stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying some of that.
Hell yeah. I'll run
Well,
everything.
wait, you were there with me the last 3C day where we were
But see,
packaging. Those were Harry Palm seeds. Those were
I was packaging.
Co or whatever.
I was packaging another strain. Yeah, I was working on one whole big bag. That's what I was.
You know, he shut down the shop. Well, even he's shown his Instagram. He picked up everything, but the lease is good till the end of the month. And the word on the street, or the word is, next weekend is the 30th. And that day is PuffCon, which is the event in LA. It's it's for that company that makes the dab thing, PuffCon. What's it called? Puffco. So like if you have a Puffco with the serial number registered or whatever, you get free entry or whatever, right? It's a Puffco event. But then that day, I guess in the morning or before the PuffCon or whatever he's having like the last shindig or whatever, hang out at the Fairfax shop. Kind of be sad.
That's cool.
But even though I was up there a lot and part of that community, I knew that wasn't going to last forever. And like all good things, it was a good run. It was like 3 years.
Oh yeah.
Where
cool.
A lot of people that maybe never been there didn't understand what Masonic was doing. Like it was basically a lounge, except there was no permit or anything. So like the fact that his neighbors were cool and that somehow it never drew enough attention to have any problem. It was just like you didn't ever go there to buy seeds, even though he sold seeds. He didn't sell seeds there. He sold T-shirts.
You had to go online to buy the seeds. Even when I was there with you, he said, hey, if you want to buy the seeds, you have to go online and order them there. And I'm like, I just can't give you the money here. And he's like, no, I sell T-shirts, I sell action figures.
He would have like other people do pop-ups there where, they'd set up their table and then they would sell stuff. Yeah, that happened there. But mainly it was like just a place where people came, hung out,
played video games.
Yeah.
Your living room.
And it was cool. Like it had an eclectic group of people that were the regulars there. I went 3 years and oh well, things change and life moves on.
Oh, they have a kitchen over there at that place. Cool. I don't have to use my broken ass oven that it fucking shocks me every time I touch it.
See, like what I don't understand, I mean, I've lived in New York for periods of time in the city. And I don't really go out there much anymore for any amount of time, but not much has changed out there, or like everywhere, everything has changed. But like out there, they're supposed to be licensed. They have the same legal thing that California has as far as having stores and on, except that New Yorkers just don't give a fuck. And like there's people in Washington Square Park, and there's their liquor stores, their bodegas, and like the cops in LA and the enforcement there is about the same as in New York. Like they're too busy doing other shit. They ain't gonna fuck with. But there's very few most of the stores or establishments are all licensed legit, right? Where it's like a power of numbers. Oh, if there was only a couple stores that were like black market or whatever, oh, they'd probably try to shut them down. But like in New York, that's like there's so many, every bodega, every this, everywhere you turn, you can't. There's not much you can do about it, and they don't. Or now I guess they're trying to clean it up, but like New Yorkers were always like different that way. Where like I don't think they'll ever clean it up. There'll always be like black market places or like speakeasy type joints in New York, but in LA, no, not so many. Or like now they're all legit. You know what I mean? And once you're legit, then you have to follow all these.
We have a lot of smoking lounges, like the place around the corner from my house is basically a smoking lounge, but they're open 24
Getting it
hours
up
a
for a
day.
few minutes, the security would probably tell you guys, "Oh, did you get your stuff? Leave. You can't hang here." You know what I mean? Even in the parking lot.
Yeah, I think you cut
So
out
that was
for a
what
little
was
bit
like
there,
cool.
bud.
For a second there, about
Oh, I'm
30
sorry. But that was
seconds.
what was cool about Mace's spot. It was just like, yeah, people could hang out and
Dab.
share their stuff with each other and talk, shop with each other and all that. That's hard to find places like that.
Well, that's the thing with the place around the corner from my house. Basically, they took a house and it has, if you were to take my bedroom and open that up, so it had my front room, my dining room, and my bedroom opened up. That's their room that they have. That would be a perfect place for like Saturday or Sunday morning get together of or afternoon of growers and sit down and be able to talk shop, smoke, eat, drink, you know, coffee, whatever. They're going to have craft beer soon. So, you know, but someplace to go and the local people growers to meet and talk about what's going on with their gardens and who's growing what. I think that
Well,
would be awesome. And
it
that's
seems
what
like
this community
somehow,
needs.
I mean, maybe in Thailand, they don't, you have a little bit of law. It has to have a door or something. But California, like the whole idea of lounges, or even in Oregon and Washington, different states, is like somehow the establishment, like other than like bars, are like everywhere, right? Like from old, whatever you call those old type of bars, to sports bars, to every kind of bar. And bars have fights, bars have all these problems, this, that, and the other. Cannabis doesn't have any of those things, but God, if people gathered and to consume cannabis, oh, they have a problem with it somehow. It's weird.
Yeah.
Like even if it, just to be like, oh, play video games, do whatever, hang out. Oh, that seems to be like they're starting to, maybe some people, because there's some people that are set on like pushing the boundaries to try to be able to open such places. But for the most part, yeah, you can't really have those places. In New York, I guess they have more of them. There's the one that used to be a gangster place called the Astor or whatever, that they've sort of become a cannabis place. But I don't know how that works.
New York also allows open smoking. So any place you can smoke a cigarette, you can smoke a joint, which is different than a lot of other states too. So I could see clubs being a lot easier to open.
That seems like a thing that even all the states that have gone before New York, they should go back and just adopt that, because that seems like common sense, right? Like Colorado, Washington, Oregon, California, we've 20 years we've had cannabis laws basically over that. We've had rec for a lot of years. But But yeah, we don't have that simple rule here where that one seems like a common sense one. Oh, well, if you can smoke cigarettes, you could smoke this. All right.
That's why you don't have it. It's common sense.
Yeah,
And nothing in the cannabis community or industry is common sense.
yeah, that's a problem. Well, we've been talking about the last few episodes, but yeah, there's like a disconnect between people
Reality.
and politicians. Like they're so out of touch that they're out of touch.
And they are, and that's why we need somebody from our side in these state capitals going around and talking to legislators, because they're voting on stuff that they have no idea what the people are talking about. And they don't understand cannabis. They don't understand the scientific part of it. So
Well, that's
we
like
had somebody that could
the
go
reason,
there and
as much as
explain it to them and say,
I'm
hey, no, listen, this is what they're trying to do. And that's, that's
I'm a
totally out
snowflake.
this way.
I'm a snowflake Democrat. So as much as I'd like to support Biden, I've never supported Biden because he's the example at the highest level of somebody that's whatever age that is totally out of touch. Anything he's ever said or about, you realize, yeah, this guy, he has no clue, right? And no amount of briefing, no amount of staff doesn't seem to be able to penetrate even the slightest to him, right? And yeah, so yeah, he's like, yeah, he has some back ass views. He tries to make statements because he doesn't want to lose too many voters, but no, he's
Excuse me.
When we used to say, oh, what needs to happen is the old people have to die off and then the things will change. There's a saying for it. Yeah, he's the example of that. Like he's from such a ingrained generation, especially being in the government, that yeah, he's never gonna he thinks cannabis is a drug or something. You know what I mean? Like he believes that. Like that's what he knows. So like no amount of anything's gonna change him. You know what I mean? He's too old to change on that. Even though he might say things like, because that's the political thing to do. Him personally he's an idiot when it comes to weed. It sucks. I mean, well, yeah, I know we don't really like to talk about it, but like sometimes I reality check myself and be like, all right, it's 2023 and this is like where we're at. Right. And I'm like, holy shit, how the hell did we get here? And what's our fucking plan to get out of here? Whatever that is. Even if it's like, oh, we went back conservative a little bit, or we went back to something other than this, like whatever this is, which is not, it's crazy town. We're like in complete crazy town. Right. And it has consequences. Look at we're all only the richest people are fucking happy with this bullshit, right? So yeah, but it doesn't seem like even over the years, maybe it was because I was younger, when different ups and downs happened, I always felt like, oh, well, in times will get back to being good. And it did. Like we got over a bunch of shit, 9/11, the real estate crash, this fucking, all of them. This doesn't seem like that to me. Like, I don't know like how we get back to whatever normal is, which I can't even believe I want normal back. But like, I'm tired of crazy town, dude. This is fucking weird, man.
Oh God. Oh.
I mean, like the one, common poll is that like both sides, everyone thinks that both these guys are too like we need a change, we need a younger representation, except that there isn't even that alternative. We're like, wait, 68% of everyone agrees on that, but we don't even have that. Like, there's no, we're like, nope, we're sticking to these two fucking old fucks that are both have their set of fucking problems, obviously. Like, where's their alternative? And who is that? Like, used to be, you always kind of saw the up and coming group of people, right? I couldn't name an up and coming. What I do know is even the few that were up and coming, somehow the media or the system caught them up in some bullshit and they're like out of the running now. You know what I mean? Like, so like, even if you become that person where you start to position yourself for it, oh, they're gonna fuck you over, and you can't
Right.
survive that. You know, that's why there is nobody in that spot, because we're like, if you became that, you're a target, and you can't survive that. So like, yeah, as much as I always would think, oh, not a businessman, but they're the only ones that have enough money that could possibly like disrupt this thing. And maybe someone with some business sense could turn the economy around or something. So like, yeah, where's one of those guys? Even though like they're all kooks as fuck, they're not as kooky as these guys. I'll tell you that much. At least from my opinion. I'm not afraid of them. Like these two guys laugh, especially the one. He's fucking beyond. He's beyond help at this point, dude. This beyond. That's like, what the fuck is this? It's not even. Could this really be our reality?
Well, it is, I guess.
I don't know how it is. I don't know how it became this.
The Simpsons predicted it. They did predict it in all their past episodes. Everything that has happened up until today has happened when they
No,
said it.
I saw an Instagram thing where I guess in this new episode there's somebody that they shows like the president in whatever year, and then they were like pointing out, oh well, all the other predictions that they say is true, which they have a track record somehow, really serious one.
A real good one.
Wait, who was the person that was the? Oh man.
Yeah, we've seen the same thing then. If you're saying
I don't remember the person, but I realized, well, that's because the list of things that they've been able to like clearly predict is kind of scary.
It's very scary because it was everything down into the blue umbrellas, and that was crazy.
Yeah.
When they showed the blue umbrellas,
and it goes way back. The Simpsons are old at this point. They're over 20 years old, right? So like they were doing this shit way back. Like,
it was right on point too. Everything down to the escalator with Trump, everything. It was all the same. Everything happened. It was like, what the hell, bro?
Even like I remember watching a couple of those South Parks where it was about that integrity or the weed in Colorado and shit. And they they were pretty on point and kind of like ahead of the time of what was going to end up happening. They had some good perspectives on it. It's weird how like these cartoons have better perspective than everything else.
Yeah.
I'm not a big cartoon guy, but somehow I follow those two over the years. I don't watch them regularly. I don't like cartoons.
No, come on. That was my thing even up until like maybe 10 years ago when I did like it was Adult Swim.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up on cartoons. Like, trust me, I grew up on them, and those like
I take
sometimes
it back.
I've watched like I've watched reruns of like some of those type of cartoons where I realized why. Yeah, as cartoons changed as I got older, I like, yeah, they weren't as good as the Saturday morning, whatever, Roadrunner and Bullwinkles and
Yeah. These are
fucking all
different cartoons
those.
that I'm watching. I mean, like Adult Swim, so they were meant for adults. So it wasn't like the kids
Yeah,
stuff.
I
Yeah,
a few of my friends are into like what's those
yeah.
two weird guys where the guys all like it's a guy and his kid, I think, and the guy like barfs all the time. What was
I don't
that
know.
one called?
I haven't watched it in so long that I'm out of the loop.
Like some of
Now.
those go way out there. Like I've seen
Yeah,
bits and pieces. I'm not really
I
that
watched
into,
Aqua Teen
like
Hunger
I
Force
realized,
and all those other ones. Like,
yeah.
I can't remember a lot of the other stuff. I can't even remember the names of nothing. I'm freaking really hashed out.
Well,
Jesus.
the one guy, well, all those guys, the guys that made The Simpsons and the guys that made South
That
Park
other
and
one. What's that other one?
uh
The big one. I can't think of it.
and
There's two of them.
Family Guy. What's
Family
that
Guy. There
one
you go.
guy's name?
Jesus
Because he's like
Christ.
a crooner. He
I
likes
was
to
trying to
do
think of that name
concerts
the
where
whole
he
time.
sings like
Huh.
Sinatra style and shit.
Yeah,
He's pretty talented guy, like him or
yeah.
not. He
That was
himself has
Chris McFarlane. Or,
yeah, that guy.
yeah,
He's
super talented
definitely
dude.
made some good
Love
shit.
that. Yeah, good stuff. Right. That's an old cartoon now too. If you look at it, like at that, it's like, damn, how has it been on for that long? Like,
When he first thing that I guess it was the Family Guy or whatever, he drew all those himself and like it, it was the first episodes were like he had no money. It was all just a dream he had of making it happen, and yeah, it happened.
it's cool.
Like yeah, I get he worked at Hanna-Barbera and somehow on the side had his
Yeah, I
own
think he
little
did.
thing and
It was Johnny Bravo maybe or something. One of those cartoons. I remember seeing
yeah,
his name
yeah.
in a
And
lot
then
of
that some of
different.
those characters
Yeah,
became the other characters and
became pieces of characters of yeah. Just started throwing stuff together.
he's a trippy dude. He is. But like, yeah, he
Can't
likes to sing.
remember what other one.
Like he's pretty good at it, actually, the singing part.
Yeah.
I remember at first I didn't know how to take it, like if it was a parody or if he was really. No, he's really into it.
Right. Yeah. I used to watch it all the
Nora
time.
Jones has a show where she does like interview and plays music with certain people, most of them musicians. But did an episode with her. I forget what song they did together, but oh my God, she killed it, obviously. But oh no, he that's when I realized, oh, this guy's good. He's actually like he's a musician.
Oh yeah. My hand won't stop itching second time tonight. Super itchy. Blood circulation.
Well, my partner Sam, he's younger than me. Yeah, he's run that place like that. In about 10 years, he's been in cannabis. Oh, it's been a couple years. He points out like, oh, when we work, he gets hives, he has allergies or whatever. And yeah, and he now tries to be careful, but even like just doing work and like he thinks that like even the smell of it triggers it. And I've heard about her. It does happen. Like some people,
My eyes burn.
yeah, like if you work with it for a length of time, certain people's allergies, like my first wife, she loved fucking shellfish, right? And God, she used to eat shellfish. And then like after about 5 years, she became allergic to shellfish.
Holy shit.
And would like have like terrible reactions. Like, yeah, so over time it's not just a periodic thing. And I was thinking, yeah, that would suck if like your life this is your work and this is what you do, and then you started getting allergic to it. I had another friend, now it's like a name thing, and what is that, cannabis whatever disorder, right? Yeah, Sam, he fucking he's my partner up north. He would go like months, and then all of a sudden, this motherfucker would like live in the shower for like 3 days, right? And say he was sick and like have this like pale thing going on. But it was that I don't remember the abbreviation or the name of it. But now it's like a named ailment that some people have this weird reaction. This was so long ago
Can't think of the name.
that we didn't even know there wasn't any, but he did find like a couple people he knew that did the same thing. And even when they describe this thing, they always say that one of the symptoms is people shower for endless hours to like it somehow makes them feel better. Right?
Hypermesis.
Yeah.
Or what is it?
Yeah. And like how I saw it was that I thought that like something in his metabolism, because like, after he'd get sick, he'd be fine for a while.
Yeah.
And even in the later years, he really tried to limit his cannabis and only would search out like that he knew they didn't spray. He thought it had something to do with neem. There was all these different things, right? But then as years went by, it would happen like more often. It would always happen at the worst time. Like when we were out on shows or somewhere, he'd fucking and he would try to smoke less. He did everything he could. Didn't dab anymore, all these different things. But yeah, and I remember thinking, God, that would suck. Like, because that could randomly happen to anybody. And it is a thing now. Now it's like an actual, the medical people, they still don't know. They don't really understand it all the way yet, or what really causes it. But I used to think that, something in his metabolism didn't metabolize, or like, and it would build up. And then once it got to a certain point, it would flare and he'd get sick.
The oils in the plant. I had a friend that when he would like Jack Herrera, when he would trim Jack Herrera, his whole demeanor would change. And it was because we figured out it was because of the oils on that plant. It was such an oily plant when you trimmed, because back then we didn't use gloves. It was just that. After 2-3 days of trimming nothing but Jack, he's a total asshole. Don't let him trim Jack anymore.
Well, I mean, one of the things with medical is the AMA, American Medical Association, whatever, which they dictate a lot of like the academic beliefs or the foundational beliefs of medical. 100 years ago, when they like came, or longer than that, like when medical shedded all the snake oil salesman remedies and shit, they basically don't believe fundamentally in aromatherapy. Okay, they don't believe that there's any medical. Now they're starting some science and some starting to accept it slowly, but for like 100 years they didn't. And that's one of the reasons that like the entourage effect and the science of cannabis, it would have a hard time for them to accept that because of like the entourage effect is basically aromatherapy, like the terpenes and the smells and all that, and those effects that they have on us, the user, and all that is aromatherapy, basically aroma, right? Chinese medicine accepts aromatherapy, a whole bunch of other things. Like it's pretty proven now. I could see where a bunch of snake oil salesmen might have run that up a little bit, but yeah, it's like a fundamental thing where if you were to if AMA was to accept the science on cannabis, mainly the entourage effect, which seems to be proven fact of it, they would have to accept that aromas have like a effect.
I just had a bonbon, 10 milligrams. And the dark chocolate already gave me a rush. It's like, holy shit. It's amazing. The dark chocolate gets me so high. Like, holy
The
shit.
the chocolate that I made here was really, really good. The only trouble is, you know, giving out a 1 ounce piece. No, give someone like a 1/4 ounce piece because a 1 ounce piece is like a fucking chunky bar.
Yeah, man. I see.
Well, I saw this thing that
Brahma.
Sandra Gupta did that was like focused on, I think, people over 70 years old. And a lot, this one questionnaire, this one thing they were talking about was, and they had like a segment of the show where, yeah, in a questionnaire of like fears of cannabis, the elderly, 70 and over, especially people that weren't users when they were younger, like have a fear of overdose or too much of a dose of edibles, because within that community there's like certain stories that, oh yeah, so and so started using cannabis, got all this relief, and then all of a sudden like ate one too many or one that was too strong and had like a overreaction or a bad reaction. So amongst like the elderly, that like some of that, like I realized that so much of the dispensaries are geared toward the younger people, the brands, the design, everything. That when I saw that Sonic Gupta thing, it was a whole hour about cannabis use amongst people over 70 years old. I thought, yeah, that if you wanted to set up a business separate, different, you know, in an area, LA, for instance, yeah, if you focused in on just patients that were, now you might not have as many, or I don't know, people are always turning 70, and yeah, you'd probably have a pretty solid business. But like some of the things you would need to really do is like the dosing and all these things would have to be really on point, because like that's what Gupta was like pointing out, is that edibles that say this amount or this amount, a lot of them, they're not tested right, or the formulas, or even like we talked about it before. Yeah, one cookie could be way stronger than the other cookie, you know.
It's like the shop here in town. They're brownies. They have 100 milligrams on them. When I questioned a lady that makes them, she says, well, I put X amount of grams of cannabis in this amount of oil, and then I heat it up to this temperature for X amount of time, and then I strain it, and then my oil gives me enough to make 20 little brownies at 100 milligrams a piece. And I said, how strong is your cannabis? And she said like 20%, 22% or 25%, whatever. And I said, well, the amount of cannabis that you told me you put in, the math doesn't work out to have that much THC in there for 20 pieces at 100 milligrams. She says, yes, it says right here on the app that it does. The oil that I have here, I had that tested. I know exactly how many milligrams per gram it is.
But you can't really blame the lady. I mean, she's probably trying to search out the best information or whatever beyond testing it, which costs money, right? Which that brings up a question. So is there a bunch of cannabis testing labs set up in the country? There's got to be some, because that's an industry. Those guys know how to make money. Like, I imagine in Bangkok, there's
5,000. It's like $5,000 or 5,000 baht a test, $150 a test. And you don't get everything. You just get like a THC.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, you don't get a whole analysis test here. It's just limited because they only know how to do so much.
Well, and a lot of these machines, even the labs, a lot of them don't even own those machines. They lease them because they're so expensive, right? It's like a better business model just to lease that type of equipment, because
to test cannabis is a simple process, and the machine's only like $65,000 or $75,000. You can
find a gas spectrometer.
Yeah, that's all you need.
And the know-how and the standards and
the standards and the program to run it, to be able to break down the sample when you run it through the computer. And, you need that program. So yeah, there's some other costs, but the machine isn't it. It's just no one's doing it because no one's requiring it really. It says, sour diesel in this magazine's 28%, so just put down 20%.
Okay.
That's what they're doing here.
Well,
they don't have the real test. It says it's 22% THC on the seed packet, and that's exactly what they put on their little thing out front to sell it. Not that their THC count is that, but that's what it says on the seed packet.
Well,
welcome to Thailand. Everything flies.
Yeah, well, weed was like sold for decades and decades and decades, and no one tested anything. So
yeah, let your nose know it. If your nose says yes, then you're probably gonna like it.
And other than the times I submitted entries for cups, which had to go through testing, I don't have like a faith that even whatever they would tell you would be that accurate. Now I'm sure there's probably good labs that do it proper, but yeah, I've never tested anything. Oh, like 10 years ago when I won the cup with Blackwater, that sample that won was at 19%. And then I only got third place. Second and first were like in the mid 20s. So in the next couple years, and it was the same lab, but it was over here where I had to drop it off for high times. I continued relationship with them and did testing on just on the Blackwater, because I was like, thought, well, I could get it to be higher. I did one of the tests. I think I did it like 3-4 times, and a couple of them were a little lower than 19, and one of them was I got up to 21 point something, just under 22. But that was like to this day, that was like, you couldn't have any better weed than that, and that was what it tested at. Now, in today's testing, that same lab or the same would probably give me a higher, even if it was only 19%. They seem to like push the numbers is the new math. I think maybe 10 years ago they might have been more accurate. Or they didn't push the numbers, but it seems like they pushed the numbers. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know from personal experience, but
I thank High Times for testing out the Death Star 26 and some percent THC in 2008. That really helped everything.
yeah, they were the first to start like announcing those numbers. High Times. Like,
Yeah.
that was the first time that we would hear that certain strains they had shown in the magazine had whatever THC.
But you know, the only one that I've ever had personally tested was my Afghani mango. That's why I know that one's 18.63% THC and 3.66% CBD. I have to move you closer. The sun's starting to hit that. Oh wow, phone's hot. If I cut out, its phone dropped me.
Well, I've seen weed from legal market and smoked it with people that it said on the jar like high numbers. And when I looked at the weed, I didn't get the sense that it was that.
No.
Like, but then maybe the look of it doesn't, isn't. But yeah, it wasn't the crustiest weed. It wasn't the dankest weed, but it said it was like 30-some%.
Snowman, 34%, 34.98. I can't even read it. It's so little.
But is it all triked out?
I don't know. I can't remember. No, it gets you there. It does get you high. If I can't remember what it looks like, it gets you high. Let's see. I almost smoked it all. I must have liked it. And yeah. There's nothing left. Like 2 little scraps in the bottom, like a bowl. Nothing worth looking at. The Magic Mango. 32. Yeah. 32.73. Just put some high. This one smells decent.
Well, the night I think when I've been on, I had the rest of an apple banana joint. And then I rolled the cheetah piss joint. It was fucking good because I hadn't smoked cheetah piss in a few days. And then this one is the slaps, which the place or the friend that works at the place that gave us this cut, their legal place, and they slaps is one of their strains for the last pretty long time, and they have it tested all the time in the 30s. So I guess it's high like that. It looks like it could be, and it's kind of super stony. I at first I didn't really think it was all that, but now I like it a lot because it's pretty strong. But I don't know 30s or
Yeah. There's some cool stuff in that room. I want to get tested, but I have to wait. I have to wait. It should be cool to get tested.
and I know that in long ago, a lot of the weed that really was super good, Thai weed, some Colombian, Mexican weed, that stuff was probably like 10%, right? But it was fucking killer. So,
Dude, what happened to that
Yeah.
giggle weed? Like, I remember giggling for hours and hours and hours at a time. Like, for
well,
no
I
reason.
remember there's things with weed that there used to be certain weed that like you couldn't even hold it in, hit in. It was like expando, right?
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
over breeding, you probably had more complaints from people that said, "Oh yeah, I didn't like that stuff. I fucking made me cough crazy," and maybe we bred away from that because hardly any strains are
Really?
like expando like that.
You don't get
Right.
that with anything?
There
that
used
you-
to be
My
strains. What was
Afghani mango.
there
Okay.
used to be
I got a lot
strains
of
that
them.
you could smoke, and then the first they were creepers, right? You'd smoke it and think I didn't even get that high, but then like 15 minutes later, bam, they were like creepers, we'd call them, right?
Yeah.
And even though weed's crusty as fuck today, there used to be a lot of weed, and it wasn't always. Yeah, it was crusty, but
Tricked
sometimes
out.
not even that crusty. Like a quarter of the way down the joint, there'd be resin spitting out
Resin. Right.
and getting all over your lip and
Yeah,
your hands,
yeah.
and like
The Afghan
hardly any
mango.
weed does that anymore. Even though it's dank ass weed, it's super crusty. But
Now, could that be because of LED lights though? And the more intense light is kind of drying up maybe some of those oils that we used to get.
well, I still
Oh,
grow under
outdoors.
HPS, and
But
most of the
outdoors
weed
though,
I
too,
smoke is
right?
HPS. So I don't know if it's the lighting. I think it's genetics in a way. Like we just bred away from those things,
Okay.
right? Because like there used to be weed that was outdoor Humboldt weed in the 80s that wasn't always all that, like in today's world. But yeah, you roll a joint of that shit and like resin would be coming out of it right away. The one strain that I grew last year that did do that, and like did it consistently. I grew it a couple times. Was Amy Aces from
What?
Tao. Yeah, that one
The
spit out
towels, the
a
resin.
lot of resin.
The towels. I mean, it just does. She's really resinous, dude. She's the only one that makes my glasses sticky when I put my nose up to it. Like my whole face is sticky. Like holy shit. A cheesy, sweet, cheesy Amy. I like it. Got a big one outdoors in the greenhouse. She's huge.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to set things up on the inside. The sun's starting to creep too high.
What is it, 85 degrees?
No, I wish it was 85 degrees.
95. Getting up there.
I'm sitting here with like a 36-inch fan blowing on me. And have been.
I can't do that. I don't know why you're torturing yourself. Man.
Oh, it's a beautiful day outside, dude. Besides that, you gotta, you can't live in an air conditioner all the time here, or you get I get like head colds or headaches from being in the inside.
I know what you mean.
And then going to the outside, the extreme heat.
Oh, yeah. I collected pollen today. The Afghan of bees have been going to. From Khalifa Genetics, the one Bud gave me. The bees love that. There was barely any fucking pollen on there, dude. The bees took it off. I was like, dude, it was ridiculous, dude. The one next to it's probably full. So I grabbed some off of that one. Then I grabbed some off of the two out there. Only other male I have out there right now. Everything else I cut down a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Week ago? I can't remember.
Okay.
I have the two in my room still grapey, and it turned to something way darker. It's like a fermented dark grape. Like, it's crazy. It's hard to explain. Really weird smell. I like it. I'll probably pop some more.
There's the fan that I was sitting in front of.
Damn, I found my weight on my elbow. 10 minutes. Sleep. Maybe 2 minutes.
Wow. Air conditioning.
To do some really tasty stuff. And then the Mendo breath. That shit outdoors, it's so sticky. Like that one would have been a washer had it been bigger than 1 foot. Like I would have let everything out there get bigger than that. Cause I took those out like after the 4th or whatever, like whenever it was. All those plants are only like 2 feet to 3 feet, all of them. Like the ones that survived the hurricane. Most of them were just scraps of a plant when I went back out there. But I planted 30 of them, so out of that, about 4 or 5 good ones survived, and then the rest were boys.
A hurricane.
The boy pollen indoors, so I could hit it on the banana guard Mendo breath again, so I could make more seeds of that one. But I think it pollinated everything else too on accident. I just brought enough for that one. And then like the fans came on, like after I turned the fan on, I'm like, damn, I shouldn't have turned it on with me in here. We went out, washed my shit, then in there, sprayed everything else down with water.
Yeah.
I didn't do none of the procedure. I just went in there, threw it on the one plant, all excited. Like, yeah, someone at least a branch of this plant. And then like, yeah, thought about it after.
Yeah.
Oh, what did I just do? I just pollinated my whole room, like just by walking in.
Yeah. Spraying it down with water is very important.
So that'd be fun. I'll be picking out seeds like I've been doing like I wasn't supposed to do that this time. The indoor was supposed to just be like, I was gonna take that plant
Pure
out.
smoke.
Yeah, I was gonna take that one plant outdoors. I already got a cutting of it, so I was just gonna take the cutting of it outdoors and hit it. Got excited. Sometimes you do that when you smell something so good. It's like, damn, dude, that's so funky. Fermented Mexican papayas, like just fermented as like rotten, like sweet meat. Just
Oh, wow, that's too bright.
good shit. Reminded me of the San Fernando Valley crossed with the whatever hit it. It was so long ago, like 15 years ago. Whatever it was made it sweet meat. It was straight sweet meat the whole time. Can't remember what male. It was exotic. It was like not that long ago.
You were talking about the strains that make you giggle and laugh. I
What?
found one the other day here in town,
Is that like a
and I
tag?
bought some. No, it's AR or ACAI cake. A cake. I don't know
Acai
what
cake?
that is. A cider
Acai?
cake. There you go.
Acai cake? Acai.
Something like that. But this one here,
It look like
yeah,
it's a
for
maca almost or some shit. Like it should be like
they're
acai.
just little buds. I mean, they're really small, tiny buds.
I don't smoke little buds. What the hell? No. I don't grow little buds.
Well,
But I take those things out of my room and I put them out in the greenhouse and I hope they finish.
there's so many buds here that are
I
like not bigger
the,
than the size of your thumbnail.
the only small ones I left in my garden were the juice box and something else. The testers for Mr. Code, of course, because I'm not gonna take plants that are short out. I'm testing for somebody. Those turn out fire. Testers, fucking those shits are super fun.
But this stuff's really good too. I mean,
About a week
the
away.
smell on it, nice berry, kind of berry muffinish.
Didn't take much
But
much.
it makes me laugh and giggle for about a half an hour, and then that's about it. But hey, it does that. That's a plus.
Bedroom is crazy right now. Got all the plants that I showed the other day. Oh, it was just yesterday. Plants I showed yesterday. London cello. Want to jump into that one. I just want to smoke everything I have in there already. The gelati. I missed the gelato already. I didn't think that was possible. But I see one jar left only, and that makes me sad. Shit.
One jar left. How big are your
Okay.
jars? Let's ask that first.
I can show you the jar.
Half gallon.
I'll show you the jar right now, full too. Like that's it, full with the last of the gelato. It's such a funky smell that I found it in the juice box. It's dominated by it.
I wish we could get like ball mason jars here.
I didn't think I liked it until I gave it all away. I was like, geez, there's none left. And I looked in the closet and found a jar. The bottom of the tote's still covered, but that's not for me. That's for whatever.
I tell you what, when I grow, I don't like, I'll give out a bud here and there, but no one's getting a bag until like a month after it's been cut and dried and cured, because I don't want to give away the wrong one.
Yeah.
Be like, man, this one was the winner, right after harvest, but this one over here that wasn't really smelling or anything, man, day 31. because I actually like slurricane at like day 40, 45 on a cure and dry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Never
Spartan gave me some of his slurricane and it was freshly cut, so I had to dry it out the rest of the way.
Hey, I never got to grow it out yet, but Black Line Reserve did that to me. After about 6 months, it really became the best thing I've ever smoked at the time. And I was like, my mind was blown how long it took. It went from tobacco-y and leathery to lime and dark, heavy notes. It was crazy. But yeah, took a long time. Long time.
Yeah.
But it produced that much to where I noticed like smoking each amount till I went back that much later and I was like, dang, it's changed a lot. And it was still the same bucket that I was going and picking from. By the time I got to the bottom of the bucket and then the second bucket, I was like, damn, it's getting better and better every time. It was nice. I want to produce purple little pistols or whatever. Or pink pistols, purple.
And papers. Where did I put the papers at?
So it's taking up space for my feet go down here. I gotta move them. There.
I can't believe I got that box. My friend sent that box out. I looked at the date, the day before she died at work. So that means after work, she dropped that off.
Well, that's pretty heavy.
Yeah. I just wish I would have known about everything else too, but I kind of had an idea. But, you know, hey, it totally changed my life upside down. Let's see if we can't make it for the better. Gonna need a little help from my friends. Like this one right here. Man, I went through a 300 count pack of papers in a month and a half.
I haven't smoked 300 papers in a while. I only got 300 papers like in the last few months. 50, 50, 50. No, I had 150 in the last like 2 months.
Yeah, but you have pipes and bongs to
Yeah.
smoke out of.
Yeah, no, that
My
doesn't count though, because joints are all I really like. but I can't smoke like that right now because I'm almost out of weed. So I'm like
Yeah.
a bong, and it's like as big as my hand. It's like literally as big as my hand. Some people don't like. It's not even a bong. It's considered a bubbler to me.
Well, you could have been like my friend Ming, who bought a new bong when he stopped over to visit me the other day. And he didn't judge the distance between the floor and the bong, and he broke the base off of it. So
Yeah,
now half the base is off. It still stands. He's using it.
yeah. I had one without a base. It was a 3-foot bong without a base. It was called Bizong. I don't know if you guys were into glass. So back then, the first glass on glass bong was called Bizong bongs, and they were super fire, dude. Like they had the first glass to glass down stem that I remember from any company. Like they used, it was super fire. But I bought one with every color scheme decal that they had going down it, all different sizes. And then I bought all the
Oh,
Zong.
you were a fanboy.
Yeah, I did the same with the Zongs and the same with anything I could find at the time. I did that with everything. I went and found the first I heard of a nectar collector. I went out and fucking asked the guy and until he understood what I was talking about. He's like, "Oh yeah, I got one I just ordered." Went took it back, brought it out. Like he didn't even know what it was for. He said that
Yeah.
one of the employees told him to buy it. And he bought it. And that the guy that came in to sell him stuff just kept trying to push it on him. And the guy told him, buy it, buy it, buy it. Like, so he just kept buying like little shit like that. And just kept buying more shit like that for concentrates. I bought the first G when the G pen came out. I bought one. Yeah. Oh shit.
Even just with the Echo Boost that I haven't used that yet. I haven't even burned the first one out of. I just haven't had the want to smoke a dab yet lately. I put about 1/3 of a gram in a joint though. You had to hold the joint upside down to smoke it.
I ordered this hash tonight. Smoked almost half of it. Holy shit. Just in one night. That's good thing I have another one right here. That's why I'm so high. I wonder why.
That's the only thing that's gonna hopefully keep the market going is people looking for like really good hash rosin and resin.
I still like the old stuff too. Like the live resin.
If I was doing that, man, I'd be pressing all my fucking flour and shit, and making my own.
Quality sunset. Shit smells so fire. I gotta look
I
up quality
couldn't
sunset.
I couldn't see paying 30, 35, $40 a gram for that. Especially, kind of watching you, where you don't have kind of a breathing problem with it, go through, like you said, a half a gram. Well, that's 2 days. Fuck.
I can make it last a week. 3 grams.
I've made 10 grams last like
I
8
got 4
months.
grams. Never mind. I got 4 grams. It was 4 grams. I can't find them. One's in the box. That's why I can't find it. So the Lebanese gold, and then the lemon breath. That's still in the box. Green crack. That's this one. And then the Dolado. That's the last one I smoked half of tonight. The Dolado, I wouldn't buy the Dolado again. That's all hash.
Dabs over here, I get 300 baht for a dab or 2 for 500. But have another person next to you because they're gonna get probably a half or 3/4 of a hit too. But yeah, but they won't spend 2,400 or 2,100 on a gram.
Got to buy two, get one. The only reason why. Buy two, get one for free. That puts a lot of people in all the time.
And I think I know why too, because they really don't know how to smoke it or have a way to smoke it. And I have a rig.
Still have diamonds. Two things of diamonds right here. I can never smoke because I guess I could put them in my joints from now on. I don't know.
How you gonna break them up? They're diamonds.
Break the diamonds with diamonds, dude. What else am I gonna break it with? Gotta get a diamond dabber in there. Just... Oh, that one's almost gone. Yeah, I've been smoking on my gas. I remember. I remember now.
Here in Thailand, I had some dabs, and after a while, since I don't do them, I noticed that they were kind of turning into like crumble, which was actually better because I was able to put my joints and smoke it. But everything here, if you leave it out, yeah, overnight and forget about it until like 1 o'clock, it's goo. It's just a pile.
Oh, yeah.
Or a puddle, I should say, not a
Yes.
pile.
Sometimes a sheet of shatter used to turn to a sheet of batter in 2 days in the heat in the desert where I used to live. It was still good, but it just was crazy, like transformation. It was snap and pull, snapped it off, cooled it off and snapped it and turned down to butter, straight battery. Crazy transformation.
So yeah, halfway through this joint, and I can already tell that I got like a permanent grain going. This is the happy weed.
That's cool. Thanks for rubbing it in my face when I'm sad. No. Like
Yeah, well,
making the happy weed and I'm fucking sitting over here.
yeah, that banana
wanting to-
god too. Thanks for the kicking the nuts on that one.
I actually smoked the banana god OG because I haven't smoked this for so long. Like I smoked the Burberry today. I got bombed on that. I haven't smoked that in forever. But I just pull out random shit. Random stuff, man.
Yeah, you were smoking on some shit for like 3 weeks that I was hoping to get at one time, but never tasted.
Man of the burger.
Yeah, Donnie Burger.
Downer burger. Yeah, I got a GMO cut S1. I'm whatever about it. Whatever about
I'd like to try that cheetah piss and that
cheetah piss is fire.
banana that Ben's got.
Banana daddy? Or
Yeah, banana
No,
daddy.
it's the
you got another banana, Benny? What the hell's going on?
Yeah, let's see. I think I have some
What
from this
bananas you
batch.
got that I don't have?
I got banana daddy, right? It's pretty good. My friend says it smells like rotten pineapple.
yeah. It when it cures out, it smells like the banana peels have ripened on your counter.
It grows big.
Good.
Super fat nugs.
Which one is this? Banana Daddy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Looking good.
by Ethos.
Good shit. I got a setting of that going right now.
It's got a really nice terpene flavor to it. You can find a really nice pheno out of it.
And then wait, the other bag in here that is from
You got that apple
White
and bananas too.
White Wedding, and it actually is pretty good too.
Oh, okay.
From Ethos,
Can
but
I see the menu?
like even the way these ones grew, we didn't realize it till like the last week of this thing, but the fan that these were grown under single-ended ducted hoods, and the fan that pulls the hot air out of the hood was
Died.
dead. We didn't notice it, and we think that might have had some effect on how it grew. So, tomorrow morning we're taking down the double-ended room that has a tray of each of those on it too. Yeah. So maybe it looks a little better, a little more like the bud structure's different because it grew
Okay.
under cooler temperature.
Yeah. Thanks for telling me about that.
Yeah, most of that's already gone. It came out fine. I mean, it's just little things. Like it's still fine. It's just well, like anything, when you get that's the first run at that place of these.
Yeah, I don't
It
test
always
it
takes
until
us
like
a
the
couple
second
runs.
or
Like even
third.
even when you smoked the slaps, I think that was when we first started running that. That's like a year ago, or it seems like a year ago.
It is.
Yeah, like not that we do anything different. It's not like, but it acclimates to like your setup.
So
Like
we're
that.
living pancakes.
Yeah, I don't stop burning pancakes, but we
Yeah,
ran
that's
that
what
for a
last
while.
thing I remember that was fire that you did. I
Kind
don't
of
think
like I don't really realize it until I think, oh, why I don't have this anymore and I don't have that anymore. Because like, yeah, it's just this. The genetics just keep. There's a constant flow. Like
so much.
even I'm like, yeah, these ones I'm sort of.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Well, now that I know that a new room's coming down, I can wait a couple weeks. I really do want to try to cheetah piss, though.
That was a good
I
plan.
heard.
What I got to try.
I heard it was halfway decent for like nerve pain.
Yeah,
Right now, everything that I'm popping is basically things that I think that can help me.
Yeah, the J1 run truly did something for me. Like, it was crazy. Like super medicinal. Like could my legs were I didn't feel no pain. It was like a miracle kind of for a minute there. And then I ran I ran out. I was like, oh, what the hell? And I had the cheetah piss left. Ran out of that. And the Afghan or the Afgu. Yeah, the Afgu. That was the last one that helped. And then after that one was gone, nothing else after for a while.
Yeah, I really like Afghan.
Those three were the only three that kind of helped for the immediate right after I would consume it. And I needed more, maybe an hour or two later.
Last year we had to kill the Afghani mango in our southern Ohio garden. And a friend of ours gave us one back. And it's really, really vibrant. It's really vigorous. And we hit it with the Sensi Star. And this thing is just stacking baseball bat size colas on every branch.
That's cool. What happened to Bud? Did
He had a drop. He dropped out.
uh,
Well, so watch for a request.
yeah, I don't know if I'm a co-host or I think you are.
Okay, I admitted him. All right,
Okay.
hit it at least.
Okay, if he's there, then yeah, because I didn't see it at all. That's what I'm
Okay,
just thinking that he's gonna jump in again. I think he's gonna jump back in, but I don't know what's happening.
I think it seems like all the time I seem to be like a co-host.
Yeah, you're the co-host today. I saw that. That's why I messaged
Okay.
you that I was muted, and then I made a sign. I can't unmute myself.
Well,
I was like, I can't
was back.
unmute myself. I was like, I can't unmute. And then like me and fucking Christoph had fun for like the whole time I was muted. So I like haven't had fun like that for so long. Like just like
Well,
it was so
I
fun.
had walked away. I didn't know I was I was muted.
Yeah,
So I'm like talking, and it's like, wait a second, no one's answering me.
Since you two were the host and co-host, were the only ones that could unmute yourselves. And I was like, damn, I can't unmute myself. It was funny for like hours. It was like so great. It was fun. I had so much fun during that time. Me and Christoph. It was like I feel like we bonded through no language except for fucking laugh and fucking smoke, like sign language, like as much as we could. It was fun.
Hey, there's quite a few times that you'll see me, and the only thing you'll talk to me, and the only thing I'll be able to do is smile and give you a thumbs up sign.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good night tonight for a show. Once again.
Yeah, I needed one. But I've actually in the past week have surrounded myself with some really, really good new friends.
That's good.
And they've been a big help. Like the night I went and found out that my friend passed away, I went to the place around the corner at like 2:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock. The guy had to leave to go home. And he told his brother, hey, stay with him, because his brother was going out to the store to get stuff to eat. And he asked me, he says, my brother asked me to come back and sit with you. So I go get food and come back. And, he sat there with me until fucking 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. Of course, I got him high as fuck. Hey, bud. Just muted.
You can't unmute himself.
I don't know. He just
You
popped
gotta
on.
unmute him. You gotta unmute him. Cap.
How do I unmute him?
You just go to your settings and then let's see.
Okay, no one's took me to the hands.
Or make him a co-host or something, maybe that would work.
Meeting settings.
Trying to find it on mine. Really difficult. Yeah, under
Show
more.
known. Stop incoming video. No, none of that shit.
I think it might be under. You go under how many people are here. What's it called? Let me see one more time.
Participants.
Yeah. And then it'll show a mute sign under each person or a speaker. I mean, a microphone down the line. And then you just press that.
There, try that. Did that work for Bud? It said to,
Yeah, it worked. It
okay,
worked.
there we go.
We
All right,
figured it
now
out.
I know how to
I
do
let my
that.
battery die and I was the host. And then when I came back in, it was telling me that the host has money at me. I don't know, but all right. We
Yeah,
got
that's
it.
what I was doing earlier. That's what I was just telling him about, like how I was stuck on mute for like an hour, and it was hilarious. It was the funnest time I had being on a show on mute.
Yeah.
That's how Christoph always
You
is.
don't get in
on mute
trouble.
till somebody
Yeah, I
talks.
know.
So it's like he's just like it was fun for him. It was regular. He's just like I can't either. Like he put a note on his phone. Yep, I can't unmute myself either. It's like, hell yeah.
Well, he actually I think he listens to us through a translator.
Yeah, it's just it was fun as hell today being here on the show with him in the background, pretty much stuck on mute. I was like, yes, at least we were together. We were smoking together the whole time, so that was fun. I haven't laughed that much in a while. My cheeks hurt. Burn. Smell food. Oh, I have a whole half roasted chicken in front of me. That's why I smell food. I showed it on my Instagram. Shit's fine.
Yeah, I pounded down some barbecue chicken and sauce and rice. 50 baht.
I didn't have any sides. I just had a leg, a thigh, and I gave my dogs a half a breast.
So you had the dark meat. Your dogs had like the best meat when it comes to like nutrition.
Yeah, I had the part. I needed more fat. They need the lean protein. I need the fatty protein for energy. I would have passed out already. But no, that's a lot of.
Well, I was starting to like get blurry vision because it was like getting hot and I was hungry.
Drink one of these probiotic drinks, yogurt smoothie.
I eat like a little something in the morning, and then I won't eat until like 7:30, 8:30 at night.
I don't know, bro. I make like 2 eggs, 2 sausage, toast, or waffles instead of toast, or something. But that's mainly like breakfast right when I wake up. Instantly take a shower, wake up, cook.
There's a place here in town that makes like really thick waffles, 40 baht. So like $1.05 a piece. Man, I get 2 of those, one for dinner and one for snack afterwards or the morning.
All the big waffles.
Yeah, they're like that thick, that big.
Waffles, yeah, but yeah, those are shit.
But they're really dense.
All right.
Which means I'm gonna have to get someone to send me some maple syrup.
You like that
maple syrup over here is just really expensive.
I use honey instead. I don't mess with stuff from Canada. Just kidding. Vermont only over here.
Ohio has really good maple
Forget
syrup.
about that. I got family in Vermont. Just kidding. I've never tried it from anywhere but fucking Miss Butterworth's. Just kidding. My grandma used to be up on all that stuff, so I had all the good syrups. I can't do that no more. I use honey, CBD honey on my pancakes. It's the best way. First thing in the morning, get my CBD. It's fire.
I guess I really enjoy the syrup because, you know, you say honey, but over here, honey is like really big. So it's used in everything when they can.
Yeah. That's not that great out here either. Like the stuff I got, it's the only reason why I use it. It's got CBD in it. The other one's got THC. That one's cool too.
Oh, over here they got honey from bees that are only collected off of certain flowers in a certain region.
Yeah.
I mean, they get down to it here.
We have a date Shields Garden where it's you can watch the dates have their little pollen thing where they chuck pollen on them. They like mate, whatever. But they have a whole bunch of honeys where they have like every different wildflower and different flowers, plants of all the different honey, like each one where they did what you're talking about. But
Yeah.
it's special every season because it's different and like they farm them different, I guess. So it's like whatever field they go in, like that's what honey they're getting that season. So it's kind of cool, really cool stuff. I have different flavored honeys right now. I can't think of which ones from the store, but that's not the ones I have are from Starshine Cannabis. The ones I'm talking about with the CBD in them and the THC.
I want to try that honey that comes from the bee that lives on the side of the mountain that's hallucinogenic. Because it does, from what I understand, it doesn't make you like sick when you start to trip. You just kind of go into a trip, you kind of feel disorientated.
I've never even heard of this. Where's this at?
Yeah.
It's some Indian tribe that collects this.
There's a video on YouTube.
Yeah, and all the bees' nests are on like the side of a mountain, so you have to build like this rope contraction to go down and extract this honey. Where is it?
Well, for years, we had a really good source. He was like a small honey producer. So it was like the real honey. We sold at our fruit stand, and he used to have avocado honey, and there's different. I would always assume that just meant that those bees fed off those trees and imparted some of, because they were different colors, like the different buckwheat honey. I remember there were a few other ones.
Nepal?
Well, no, this was local honey.
No,
but,
the
well, like I'm sure
Nepal.
if
Sorry,
you could,
honey, the bees are in Nepal.
just like so many honeys are from like different plants that the bees, I guess, are feeding on and part that. Like
I can go there.
Someone maybe on a small scale or even at a larger scale, couldn't there be like cannabis honey that the bees basically imparted the flavor of the cannabis into the honey, like they do with?
Yeah, they could probably do something like that, but I think well, I guess if you got big enough plants and enough coaxes that they could get enough out. But do they really get enough? Well, Bud kind of dropped out again. But if, you know, maybe flowers, they get more juice or whatever out of those is the only thing I would think of, because there's really not much of a flower to the cannabis plant. It's just mainly a bunch of sacs. It's not like a bunch of pistils or anything. There we go. Bud's back.
Yeah, the Nepalese honey collectors. That video on YouTube, bud. If you want to see that psychedelic, there's a Vice
I
video
would watch.
too you'll find.
I would watch it. It's a really good episode. I watched it. They talk about how they go about getting it and what it means to them and their people, and how they feed it to everybody.
Yeah, that's all you can see is people with they're on their knees almost, and people are just like walking over, like dropping it in everybody's mouths. Like they sit there like, I want some, like baby birds. It's crazy. Like, that's what it was like.
Well,
Mama,
that
feed me, everybody. It was crazy. Kind of like what I wanted.
Until I got hit by the truck and blew out my left knee, that's what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to go to Nepal and go up hiking through the mountains and shit like that. But maybe I can still do it. I'd like to get some of that honey. Because I really do enjoy hallucinogens that don't get you sick. That's why I kind of don't even like mushrooms, because they turn my stomach a little bit. Even with what I do to prepare for it.
So much to chew and dip clusters, dark chocolate, vanilla cashew. What the hell is that?
That's what you thought it was.
Dark chocolate vanilla cashew, bro. That doesn't make any sense at all. Dark chocolate vanilla. 4 grams of plant protein. All right.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to get going here. I gotta get ready and go out and meet somebody for dinner here in a little bit. Y'all have a good night. Everybody out in chat. We'll catch you later. Bud, I will talk to you later. Peace.
What's up, Captain? Good talk.
Looks like Bud's froze.
Again?
Yeah.
Are you gonna, is he host or what's happening?
Oh yeah, if I leave, how can I do this?
Just make him host, go to the thing, and then, or make me co-host or whatever.
Okay, how do I do that
We could
though?
end it, or whenever Bud gets back, or you could give it to me, and when he gets back, I'll end it with him. But you gotta go right now.
Host is Fumidor, still host.
Oh, he's still
Green
here.
fingers. Let's see what this says. Ask all to unmute. No, cancel.
Oh, there he is. He's back. He's back.
Yeah, but I'm seeing here.
He's still muted. You gotta unmute him too. Oh, no.
Okay. Let me get that.
Yeah, I think we should call it.
All right. Well, we'll all just sign off at the same time. Hopefully it
Yeah.
ends the show. Because like I might not be the host anymore since I got logged off or something, but hopefully somebody is and the show ends.
Yeah.
It was always good, everyone. Have a good, safe weekend.
Yeah. Take
All
care.
right.
Peace.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Good night. Peace out.